Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Exchanged Quirk? The story is titled The Collector, written by Aquamo. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. With the exams finally over, everyone was given a quick checkup by Recovery Girl to make sure there were no injuries needing to be tended to. As soon as they got the all clear from the older hero, they all started the long trek back to their dorms. Izuku was well and truly exhausted, the adrenaline having long worn off by this point. He was practically leaning on Shoto the entire walk back, though he was a bit more upset that, after the grueling tests they went through, a few of them were going to have to bite the bullet and cook dinner for everyone so no one went to bed hungry. At least, he thought that was what was going to happen. He wasn't too sure about that when they got closer to their building and wonderful smells started wafting through the air. Judging by the confused looks on the faces of several of his friends, he wasn't the only one who noticed. Tenya strode forward, outpacing the others by several strides, and opened the door. They were all hit with the wonderful smell of Odin, and when they walked in they caught sight of bowls full of steaming hot Odin placed in each available spot at the table. One glance toward the kitchen revealed Tenko with his back to them as he was filling up a nice display with some kind of cookies. Tenko. Upon hearing his name, Tenko seemed to stiffen up a bit before he glanced back at them. Coming face to face with Izuku's class seemed to make him nervous, and he didn't say anything as he finished what he was doing before placing the lid over the case. Izuku watched him take a breath and turn around to face them, for real this time. He immediately dropped forward into a low bow. I came here because I wanted to apologize to you all. What I did was horrible and there is really no excuse for my actions. I just want you all to know that nothing like that will ever happen again, I promise. Did you make us dinner? Denki asked, as if it was the most ridiculous part of the entire situation. To be fair, having someone who attacked your entire class with the intent to kill come to your dorm and apologize was a little strange, even for them. Dinner? Oh no, that was all lunch rush. I helped him put the bowls on the table, but that's about it. I did bring some desserts though. Tenko, who had risen from his bow by this point, stepped to the side. Obviously, I brought cookies, but there are a couple cakes in the fridge too if you prefer that. My therapist said I needed an outlet, and who doesn't like cake? Nina wasted no time, practically launching herself at the display of cookies. Okay, I've got to try one. What kind did you make? The left is double chocolate chunk, the middle is peanut butter, and the right is red velvet. She tapped her foot a bit, staring at the cookies like it was the biggest decision of her life before she lifted the display and snatched one of the red velvet ones. After the first bite she froze, staring down at the cookie in her hand like it would solve all the world's problems. Holy shit, dude, this is amazing. Tenya sighed, head in his hands. Ashido. Mina, if it was even possible. Tenya sighed harder. Mina, please don't ruin your appetite with cookies. Lunch Rush did us all a huge favor by making us such a nice meal, and after the intense exercise we've done today we all need the proper nutrients. Oh, Tenya, your place as the mom friend is already cemented. You don't have to fight for it. Besides, one cookie isn't going to ruin my appetite. Mina practically inhaled the rest of her cookie before taking her usual seat at the table. Everyone else seemed to shake out of their stupor at that and hurried to their own seats. Izuku gave Tenko a smile and a subtle thumbs up before taking his seat between Shoto and Hitoshi. Hey, does anyone know where Ajiro is? Suro asked, curiously eyeing the empty seat beside him. Huh, that's weird. I could have sworn I saw him in the changing rooms, Kirishima said. Aizawa may be talking to him, Tenko suggested, drawing everyone's attention to where he was leaning against the kitchen counter. I'm only saying this because I was asked to stay here until Aizawa came. If both aren't here then they may be together. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Why would Shoto pull Ajiro into some kind of meeting after everyone had already been dismissed? He shrugged it off after a few moments and took a bite of his food. He could just ask later. Worst case scenario, it was a private matter and none of his business anyway. Training camp starts in 2 weeks. I expect all of you to be here no later than 4 a.m. I know it's early, but the trip will be long, and if you're not here before the bus takes off, then you're not going. Understood? Shoto asked. Everyone was piled in the common room, bags at the ready, waiting for Shoto to finish his speech so they could go home for the break. After a chorus of yes, sensei, he finally sighed and stepped to the side. You will all be receiving a reminder text from the school the day before we leave. Do not forget to label your luggage somehow. Don't do anything stupid during break. Now, get out of here. Izuku watched with an amused smile as all his classmates practically threw themselves out of the dorms. They were all eager to enjoy the break they were getting before the training camp started. Kazumi started purring from her place curled up on his lap, and he absent-mindedly reached down to pet her. He, once again, felt pretty lucky that he lived on campus. It meant less packing and moving back and forth. All he really needed was a small bag of things he might use. Did he miss some of the freedom that he used to have? Absolutely. but he wouldn't trade what he had now for anything. He was honestly looking forward to having a bit of alone time as well. He loved his classmates, he really did, but his social battery was seriously running out at this point and he needed to recharge. That meant that he would be piling into the apartment with all the cats and his dads and trying to relax and enjoy himself. Ready to go back home, problem child. As he looked up, he caught sight of Shouta tossing his bag over his shoulder. "You don't have to carry that, I can get it," he said as he stood, cradling Kazumi in his arms. "Don't worry about it. Let's just get home before Zashi comes looking for us." He bobbed his head in agreement and trailed alongside his dad. He was still struggling to get used to that one. As he and Shouta made their way across campus, in no particular rush, they stumbled across Yagi, who had clearly been looking for one or both of them. Yagi's face brightened the moment he saw them and wasted no time in beelining their direction. "I was just looking for you. Aizawa, do you mind if I borrow Ayama for a bit?" A minuscule frown tugged at Shouta's lips as he glanced back at Izuku. After a moment, he just sighed. "All right, but whatever you're doing, make sure you're done by lunch. Hazashi is making something special and he'll be upset if Izuku misses it." "Understood." Yagi nodded. "Of course, you have my word." Shouta turned back to Izuku. "I'll put your bag on your bed. Do you want me to take Kazumi?" He hesitantly glanced at Yagi. "What exactly are we going to be doing?" "Gran Torino and I just have something we need to talk to you about," Yagi said. Well, if that wasn't anxiety-inducing. Kazumi seemed to feel the spike in his emotions of her quiet purring suddenly amping up in intensity was an indicator. "No, I think I'll just take her with me." "All right then, I'll see you at lunch," Shouta said. He reached up and ruffled Izuku's bushy green curls affectionately before he continued on the path to the apartment building. Izuku watched him go for a moment before he turned and followed Yagi into the school building, still clutching Kazumi close to his chest. Before he knew it, Yagi was ushering him into one of the very private, very soundproof meeting rooms on campus. Gran Torino was already there, waiting for them, holding a plate of taiyaki like it was the most precious thing in the world. "Valid." He held back the amused snort that threatened to escape and took one of the available seats. The room was quiet for a while, aside from the sound of Gran Torino slowly emptying the plate. Eventually, he couldn't take the silence anymore. "Did I do something to upset someone?" he hesitantly asked. "No," Yagi shouted, a horrified look on his face. He seemed a little embarrassed about how loud he was and cleared his throat, lowering his voice before he spoke again. "No, not at all. The reason that I asked you to come here is because I have an offer for you. One that you can absolutely accept or reject without any consequences, I promise." That didn't sound ominous at all, and kind of creepy. If this wasn't All Might, he would probably be a lot more concerned than he was. "What kind of offer?" "Young Ayama," Yagi started. He wrung his hands and pursed his lips for a moment, as if trying to find the words he was looking for. "I would like to offer you my quirk." Sheer horror washed over him as soon as he processed those words. "What? No, if I took your quirk you'd have to retire. Like, immediately." Gran Torino cackled at that, as if this was a laughing matter. Even Yagi chuckled. Why were they laughing? This was serious. "I'm afraid that my quirk is a little different from what you're used to, young Ayama," Yagi said. That sentence cleared up absolutely nothing for him. The only thing it managed to do was confuse him even more than he already was. "I don't understand. You see, my quirk is something much older and much more complex than what everyone assumes." Yagi launched into a long tale of two brothers and the quirk that resulted from their feud. By the time Yagi was finished explaining everything to him, Izuku was pretty sure he discovered a new level of exhaustion. Of course he was involved in this somehow. He should have expected that. It seemed like his sperm donor was somehow involved in everything that went wrong in his life. Was that a super angsty thought? Absolutely. But it was also pretty easy to notice such an obvious pattern. You don't have to accept it right away. In fact, I would prefer it if you took some time to think it over, Yagi said. "Are you offering because of him?" he found himself asking, not even really processing his question until it came out of his mouth. Immediately after he said it, he realized how rude he must sound. Yagi looked taken aback before his expression settled into something surprisingly calm. "Young Ayama, throughout the entire time that I have known you, you have been nothing but dedicated, driven, intelligent, and, most importantly, compassionate. You have shown time and time again that you are a good person. If you weren't, you wouldn't be helping people with quirks that give them trouble. You wouldn't be so willing to help out your classmates, despite the problems you have faced with some of them. You are, under no circumstances, anything like your father. I am offering you one for all because, out of everyone that I could have given it to, you are the only one I feel has earned it by simply being yourself." Izuku hadn't even realized he'd started crying at first, at least not until Kazumi butted her head against his chin affectionately. He wiped his eyes and reached down to give her a good scratch between the ears. "Thank you," he said softly. He hadn't realized how much he needed someone to tell him that. Someone who wasn't one of his parents. "I am only speaking the truth, my boy. Why don't you head back home, for now?" I'm sure your parents are waiting for you. And like I said, take some time to think it over. Whatever you decide, I will respect that. Yagi guided him toward the door, a comforting hand resting on his shoulder. I'll think about it. I promise, he said, as if he didn't already know the answer. It takes Izuku longer than normal to get back to the apartment. He couldn't get Yaga's words from spinning around his head on loop. He especially couldn't get over the fact that Yagi actually offered up his quirk. He already knew what his answer was going to be. Maybe it was wrong to pretend that he didn't, but Yagi did tell him to think it over. Either way, there was really only one option for him, and that was to take the offer with both hands and refuse to let go. By all accounts, One for All was probably the only quirk that couldn't be stolen, and if he ever came face to face with All for One, it was his best bet in getting out of that nightmare scenario. So, his mind was already made up. The next time he talked to Yagi, he would be officially accepting his offer. But for now, he was home and he was going to enjoy it. He opened the door to the apartment and kicked his shoes off, replacing them with his slippers. He paused when he caught sight of 2 extra pairs of shoes that definitely did not belong to either of his parents. He padded quietly into the kitchen where wonderful smells were emanating and came to a stop in the doorway. "Ayama," a voice happily squealed. He barely had time to brace himself before none other than Toga Himiko slammed into him. "Toga, when did you get here?" he asked, with a grin. This was great. It meant that Nedzu accepted Yaga's suggestion. She's been settling in since the hospital cleared her. She's had to take a lot of classes to catch up on where she left off, so that means her weekends have been taken up by school work, which is why you haven't seen her before now, Shouta explained. He was setting bowls full of katsudon on the table for everyone. "I'm staying with Midnight. Isn't that so cool?" Toga grinned as she detached herself from his side. "She's super nice. Almost like a big sister. I've always wanted a sister. She's only been in school for 2 weeks and she already has a following," Tenko said, sounding amused. He was leaning on the table with his head propped on one of his hands and a small smile on his face. "A following? What kind of following are we talking about?" he asked, a bit confused. "Oh, just some management students trying to get me to transfer to that track. Technically, I'm just a Gen Ed student, but I'm taking a few classes with management so I can get to know the inner workings of hero agencies and such. These classes are going to count towards whatever college I go to, and I'm going to need the head start if I want to get anywhere," Toga explained. "You've already decided what you're going to college for?" he asked. Honestly, he was impressed. He hardly felt like he had his crap together at any given time, and here she was, barely out of the hospital, and already planning her future out. "Yep." The wide grin on her face seemed to soften to something more tender. "Actually, you were the one who really inspired me. I spent most of my life in such a horrible place, mentally and physically. I was basically a walking red flag, but no one ever cared enough to do anything about it. Until you. You were the first person to see that something was wrong and actually do something about it, and for that I will always be grateful. After my head cleared up and Principal Nedzu visited me in the hospital to give me some options, I got to thinking about everything. I decided that I want to be able to reach out and help people that need it, people like us. So I'm going for a double major in law, specifically in quirk law and hero family law." All of a sudden, Izuku tried to imagine his life if he had someone like Toga fighting for people like them. Sure, he had the support group behind him, but having someone fighting to make a change on the inside would have been amazing when he was younger. "That's really awesome, Toga," he somehow managed to say without tearing up. "You're gonna do amazing. We need more people like you out there helping others." Toga beamed at him. "Thank you, Ayama." Her face lit up as she seemed to realize something. She latched onto his arm and practically dragged him to the open spot at the table. "But I'm not the only one who's made a decision on where they're going in life. Shimura, tell him. She was practically bouncing in her seat. Okay, calm down," Tenko said. He rubbed the back of his neck, a slight red tinge to his ears. "So, my therapist told me I should avoid any high-stress careers, and I figured that I've gotten pretty good at baking, so I think I'm gonna open a bakery. It's not concrete or anything. I might end up changing my mind, but it's something I enjoy." "Well, judging by how fast everyone in the dorms inhaled everything you brought the other day, I'd say you're on the right track," he said. There were some serious fights over who got the last piece of cake and the last cookie. Shouta had to make those involved take it to one of the training gyms so nothing would be lost in the crossfire. And by the time the winner, Ochako, emerged, the prize had already been mercilessly devoured. By who? Well, Izuku wasn't going to say anything, but he knew Shouta thought it was a valuable lesson they all needed to learn. Never leave unlabeled food unattended. "All right, you 3. You'll have all day to catch up if you want, but you should eat before your food gets cold," Shouta cut in before anyone could say anything else. Didn't have to tell him twice, at least, not when katsudon was involved. A disappointed hum left his mouth as he watched his most recent, precious child writhe around before eventually collapsing, unable to continue on any further. He would have to make adjustments to the quirks before the next test. Perhaps a copy of Heat Resistance would serve it well. If that didn't work, they would have to acquire another copy of regeneration fast enough to mitigate the effects of fire breath on the lungs. Doctor, his pen immediately halted where he was writing when his lord spoke. Wasting no time, he spun around in his seat to give his complete attention to his master. Yes, my lord, he asked. Has there been any progress on the Namu I requested? Hyundai sat up a little straighter in his seat and quickly pulled up the details for that particular subject. Indeed there is. So far, the quirks that you've selected are acclimating well. The only one that seems to be giving trouble is the minor mind-based telekinesis quirk, but I believe that if I add another mental quirk it might eventually settle. Do whatever you need to make it happen, Doctor. My spy on the inside tells me that they will be taking the class off campus soon and my son will need a guardian when he comes home. Understood, my lord. When his master did nothing but turn and walk back into the other room, Hyundai returned to his work. He had a deadline to meet and he would provide his master with nothing less than perfection. 3:30 a.m. was an unholy time to wake up. It was one thing to stay up until that time, but having to wake up so early should be a crime. And Izuku was one of the lucky ones. He lived on campus so he didn't have to deal with the commute, so he could stand to wake up at the last minute, which is exactly what he did. As soon as he dragged himself from bed, he grabbed a quick shower and he was on his way out. His duffel bag tossed over his shoulder, trailing behind Shouta, who had most likely been up for a while now. They were only stopped long enough for Hisashi to press a large thermos, full of what Izuku assumed to be coffee, into each of their hands and tell them to be safe. From there, Izuku was pretty much left to his own devices near the bus while Shouta took care of the last-minute stuff. Considering he lived on campus, he was the first to arrive, but he was quickly joined by several of his classmates. They all seemed to take his strategy and sat down somewhere beside him, one by one until the entire class had arrived and they were all basically huddled together trying to fight the remains of sleep off. All right, Shouta called for their attention. If anyone has to go to the bathroom, I suggest you do it now. We will only be stopping twice. The rest of you, place your bags in the storage compartments and get on. If you have anything you might need during the ride, carry it on with you because we won't be unloading anything until we arrive at camp. They all collectively decided to do the smart thing and made a pit stop in the bathroom before they loaded their stuff in the storage compartment. By the time they were all loading onto the bus, it became quite obvious that they weren't making this trip with just Shouta. Tenko was sitting beside Shouta with two enormous bags on his lap. As soon as everyone was seated, he stood and unzipped one of the bags before starting to hand out warm bento boxes to everyone. Lunch rush made everyone breakfast and some snacks for the trip. Originally, I wasn't even supposed to come along, but Aizawa asked for help. I brought cookies as a peace offering, Tenko said in an almost frenzied rush. He had their attention at cookies. Wait, Momo said, looking around the bus in confusion. We can't leave. Not everyone is here. Ajiro is missing. Shouta sighed and stood from his seat, clutching his coffee like a lifeline. I was going to wait to announce this until we returned, but Ajiro is no longer a member of Class 1, so he will not be going on the trip with us, Shouta explained. Now, I didn't think I would need to remind you of this, but discriminatory behavior will not be tolerated. You all are heroes in training. I expect better. Izuku could feel eyes on him, but it was nothing compared to the way his stomach dropped. He didn't even know why he was feeling guilty of all things. Ajiro had said some pretty nasty stuff and had, frankly, shown his ass for all the teachers to see. Nedzu had eyes everywhere in Yui, and he definitely would have observed the thought process each team went through before their tests, so he shouldn't feel guilty. It wasn't his fault. He was going to need another session with Hound Dog when he got back. No one said anything more after Shouta finished talking, and as soon as Tenko handed out everyone's breakfast and took his seat, the bus started the long journey to the mysterious training camp they were headed to. By the time they came to the second stop of the day, everyone was sore and more than ready to stretch their legs for a little bit, so they all practically tripped over each other to get off the cramped bus. Izuku scanned the area, a small frown on his face. There was only one problem here. This didn't look like any rest stop he'd ever seen. It was off the beaten path, which was on track with the first place they stopped, but it was just a wide expanse of forest on one side and then a cliff that dropped off to another wide forested area. The unsettled feeling was only cemented when a black car came to a stop beside the bus. If he wasn't so focused on trying to figure out what kind of test they were about to go through, he probably would have been having a major fanboy moment because two members of the Wild Pussycats had stepped out of that car. Unfortunately, his hunch was proven right fairly quickly, and the entire class was sent flying off the edge of the cliff thanks to Pixie Bob's quirk. Instinctively, he reached for cat-like and twisted his body through the air to minimize the chances of breaking his neck when he landed. The place you'll be staying at is at the base of the mountain. And I suggest you all hurry. Any kittens who don't make it by 12:30 won't be having lunch. Oh, and feel free to use your quirks. You're going to need them, Mandalay said. She was leaning over the railing with a sly smile on her face as she watched most of the class fumble to their feet. Izuku sighed as he looked down at his poor shoes. Only he froze when his brain finally caught up with what he was seeing, and a warm, light feeling spread through his chest. Either Hisashi or Shouta, or both, had switched out the shoes he always set right beside the front door with the shoes of his hero costume. He must have been too out of it this morning when he put them on to notice the difference, but he was certainly thankful. Otherwise he would have spent the rest of training camp trying to walk around in shredded shoes, shaking off the sentimentality. He would have time to appreciate it more later. He leaned over and offered a hand to Hitoshi, who was still groaning on the ground. His landing had been a lot less graceful than Izuku's. Why do I get the feeling that we just got screwed? Hitoshi asked. He took the offered hand and pulled himself to his feet. You get used to it. At this point, I doubt they could really surprise us with all the curveballs we've been thrown, Mina said. She decided to take a moment to stretch before they started the long trek through the woods, and several others had done the smart thing and followed her lead. The last thing they needed was to pull something on the way there or get a cramp in the middle of a fight. Recovery Girl wasn't here to help them if they needed it, and while she was just a phone call away, they should proceed with caution and avoid bothering the old heroine as much as possible. Thud, thud, thud. The entire class froze in place as the ground shook with the sound of heavy, inhuman footsteps. Almost as one, their gaze went to the forest in front of them, where a large beast, unlike anything they'd ever seen, smashed through a tree with minimal effort. Hey, Mina, next time a thought like that crosses your mind, do us all a favor and keep it to yourself, Denki said. The expression on his face was a cross between disbelief and indignance, which was pretty valid considering. The beast apparently took offense that no one seemed happy to see it and let out an ear-piercing shriek that sent Jiru stumbling back, hands over ears. Koda ran forward and desperately tried to calm it down, only to realize that it clearly wasn't in the mood to listen to anyone when its arm raised to swipe at him. Izuku's feet moved on their own. He didn't even realize what he was doing until he was pressing his flat palm onto the closest part of the beast, letting decay spread quickly. It cracked and shattered, showering the area with dirt and debris, and he was left flexing his hand, kind of impressed with himself. He had instinctively reached for it and was left smiling at the efficiency of the quirk. It had taken a while to really get it under control, but those extra training sessions with Tenko's guidance were really paying off. It was dirt, Momo said, confusion coating her voice. Pixie Bob's quirk. It's called Earth Flow. It allows her to manipulate the earth into whatever form she wants. Essentially, it's along the lines of geokinesis, he explained as he watched the dirt settle. This is only the beginning. Another test of our skills, so it definitely won't be the last monster we encounter, Shouto said. We need to come up with a plan if we want to make it to the base of the mountain by 12:30. I don't know about you guys, but I do not want to miss lunch, and I know some of us can't afford to, Ochako said. She was side-eyeing Momo, along with several other classmates. Izuku scanned his classmates, everything slowly falling into place in his mind. I think I may have an idea, he said. All eyes were on him in an instant. Don't leave us in suspense, man, Shiro said. He straightened his shoulders and nodded. All right, then. Jiru, Shoji, I need you both to keep an ear out and let us know when and where any of these beasts are going to appear until we get everything ready. Koda, I need you to use your quirk on some birds so we make sure we stay on a straight path and don't get turned around. Now this part is going to sound a little ridiculous, but if we want to get there fast, it may be our best bet. He went on to explain his plan to them. He got mixed results of excitement and apprehension, but they all agreed, so he wasn't going to complain. He wisely wasn't going to mention that he was skeptical about it working out himself. But they all got to work, and within a few minutes they were rocketing through the forest at unreasonable speeds thanks to Shouto's ice and Tenya's speed. Shiro and Momo had combined their efforts to secure rope around everyone's waists and handed the ends off to Tenya and Shouto, the latter of which was pretty much piggybacking the former so he could actually use his quirk without tripping Tenya up. Ochako had then used her quirk to lighten the load, and off they went in what was probably the scariest high-speed ride they would ever be on. Izuku had made a point to wrap an arm around Tsu and activate heat generation to keep her from possibly going into hibernation and, to a lesser extent, to have someone who's fairly good at easing the anxiety that came with his psychotic plan. He wasn't sure how long it took them to get to the base of the mountain this way, but they definitely made it before noon. When they came upon the clearing and saw a large building and several tables outside, they came to the horrifying realization that they never planned out how they would stop. Before they could brutally crash into the building, several long tentacles wrapped around Tenya and pulled him off the ground, taking everyone else with him thanks to the rope he was gripping like a lifeline. And out of the collision course, they set him back down safely in an empty part of the clearing. All at once, gravity returned to everyone and they fell flat on their asses. Ochako was retching after the ride and stretching her quirk to its limits, and a familiar figure was quick to bounce over and hold her hair back for her. Nedzu, he questioned, very confused. She beamed over at him and waved with her free hand. Good to see you again, Greenie. Well, kind of greeny. You're looking much less green now. She motioned with her free hand to the roots of her own hair. Yeah, he hadn't seen them much lately and his hair was starting to grow out more. It looked like the white was going to be a permanent thing due to his quirk overuse. The stark contrast between white and green would be pretty startling all of a sudden. He looked over, following the tentacles that were slowly retracting until he came upon Tamaki, who was standing beside Mirio. Several other third years were milling about, though the spectacle seemed to have brought them to a halt for a minute. What were third years doing here? Nobody had mentioned anything about them. He stood on shaky legs and Shadow, who had already collected himself, grabbed onto his arm to help stabilize him. Gods above, he really loved Shadow. He was such a good friend. Glancing around the clearing, he spotted Shadow standing beside the wild pussycats with his head in his hands, as if he couldn't believe what he just saw. After a moment, Shadow seemed to collect himself and raised his head. All right, congratulations. You managed to get here with an hour and a half to spare. You get to relax for the rest of the day, but don't expect the same for tomorrow because that's when the real training starts. You may have noticed that the third-year hero classes are here as well. They will be instrumental in making the next 2 weeks of your life hell. You will be pushing yourself to the brink of exhaustion, and then you'll be pushing yourself some more. If you're not dead on your feet by the end of the day, then I'm sure we can come up with something extra for you. Shadow grinned widely at the matching looks of horror and misery on their faces. Welcome to training camp. Since you're here early, lunch won't be ready for a while. I suggest you take this time to get cleaned up before 1B arrives. What, are they coming from the other way? Cause I definitely didn't see anyone else on the way here. Denki glanced back the way they came and the carnage they brought with them before looking in the opposite direction, far into the distance as if he would see them coming. No, they took the bus, Shadow said. He smirked at the outraged cries and shrugged before turning on his heel, heading inside the building. The next time I hear Monoma bragging about how great 1B is, I am going to punch that smug effing look off his face, Ochako said. She was still sweaty and shaking slightly from the exertion, but the look of righteous fury on her face was unmistakable. I'm sure it wasn't so bad. They aren't going to say anything, but you guys clearly impressed them. No one expected you guys to get here until at least sunset, Mirio piped up, a wide smile on his face. Yeah, you all did great. Much better than my class did when we had to do this, Nedzu said. And only one of you threw up. Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about that. On one hand, he felt pretty accomplished that they managed to do somewhat better than previous classes, but on the other hand, he was not looking forward to the next 2 weeks. Shadow didn't joke about training, and if he said it was going to be hell, it was probably going to be worse. He turned, about to try and find some water for everyone, and caught sight of Tenko walking out of the building, heading their way. Hey, I figured you guys could use someone to show you around, Tenko said. All your stuff has already been put into your rooms, so you don't have to worry about that. He paused as he finally got a good look at the area and the ice path that led deep into the forest. What in the world? He shook his head. You know what? I don't want to know. Yeah, that's probably for the best, Mina said. Come on, once you guys shower there's a hot springs you can relax in. You look like you need it. Several of his classmates, including himself, perked up at that. It seems like there were going to be some perks to this training camp, after all. At the beginning of the year, Shigaraki Tamura knew exactly where he belonged. He knew his place in life and everything made sense to him. All Might was the reason for all of his problems. He was an obstacle in the way of his path to destroy society. And obstacles were meant to be destroyed. That was his purpose, plain and simple. Nothing was so plain and simple anymore. His name wasn't Shigaraki Tamura. All Might wasn't lurking just around the corner to ruin everything in his life for funsies. Sen. All for One was not the man he thought he was. The centuries-old supervillain did not care about him, no matter what pretty words he wove together that made it seem like he did for so many years. He was learning every single day that something he had always known as true wasn't and never had been. All for One gave him an education but felt the need to heavily edit it, the same way he complained about the government doing. He had to start from scratch and completely relearn fact from fiction. His name wasn't Shigaraki Tamura, but that name had left its mark. It would forever be a part of his identity, something he would never be able to forget if only because All for One made sure of that. Perhaps one day he could simply be Shimura Tenko again, but he didn't see that happening for a long time. He was learning, though. Not everything had to be awful. Sometimes things could be funny, like watching a bunch of kids get the shit beat out of them by slightly bigger but much more skilled kid. Most people would say, Shimura, that's not very noble of you. Or Shimura isn't laughing at such things indicative of villainous behavior. or other nonsense. Anyone who didn't laugh at their expressions of horror when they realized how utterly outclassed they were was lying to themselves. Even Aizawa was grinning. He paused as he was pouring a glass of water, a small realization coming to him. Maybe Aizawa wasn't the best example of moral superiority. He did seem to take pleasure in pushing his students far beyond their limits. He wasn't even making an exception for his own kid, though he did keep a closer eye on Izuku than the rest. Shrugging, he got back to pouring. Good example or not, it did make him feel a bit better about himself, so it couldn't be completely awful. Probably. This is so stupid. A childish voice, full of petulance, practically spat. Once glance confirmed it was Mandalay's nephew, glaring at the training hero students as if they personally spat on his parents' grave. Yeah, probably, he said. It was kind of stupid. They were all just kids, but he supposed that was the whole point. Kids are easier to brainwash than adults who actually have experience under their belt. He would know. He had up close and personal intimacy with such things. The kid's head whipped towards him so fast that Tenko thought it would pop off for a second there. He'd seen a Namu do that once. Left him scarred for weeks, but it also kept him out of the lab, which was probably the whole idea behind that particular Namu. The kid's eyes were wide in shock as if no one had dared to agree with him before. And wasn't that sad? It was probably worse that Tenko could actually relate. Was this what bonding felt like? Gross. Why did you come with them if you don't like heroes? The kid asked after several minutes. First of all, don't put words in my mouth. I never said I didn't like heroes. He didn't. Not really, but that wasn't the point. Secondly, I came because I was asked and I figured that I had nothing better to do, so I might as well lend a hand. He set down the pitcher as he finished pouring the last glass of water. As for the last reason, they need someone to be their reality check. Eraserhead does that, kind of, but he's also a hero and has been for a while. I am the furthest thing from a hero. I can give them insight that they wouldn't get anywhere else, so maybe if they go up against someone with the intention to kill them, they can make it out if they're still breathing. The kid was staring at him with distrustful, confused eyes. He seemed smart though. He was probably putting the pieces together. Maybe by the time they left he would realize just what kind of person he was talking to. What kind of monster was standing so close to him? When the kid didn't say anything more, Tenko turned to the clearing where the students were still beating each other senseless and cupped his hands over his mouth. Hey, water break before you get heat stroke. The groans and shouts he got as a response made him smile, ever so faintly. Here he was again, channeling Aizawa. It took a week for everything to fall apart. It was going so well too. Most of the kids were out in the woods doing some test of courage that the wild pussycats had come up with to reward them for surviving the first week. Tenko didn't think it was the smartest thing. They spent the entire week pushing their bodies past their limits, and today was no exception. More walking through the woods and using their quirks was probably not going to seem like a reward. It was just going to make them even more sore and tired. If they wanted to reward them, they could have let them soak a little longer in the hot springs or make them some extra food. Teenagers consumed food as if they were individual black holes, so he knew they would enjoy that. Though he had to admit this was probably a reward for the third years. They got to use their quirks however they wanted to scare the shit out of a bunch of first years. He doubted they would be able to face Izuku. He could probably sense all their quirks coming a mile away by now, if he even had the energy to do so. The few kids that weren't doing the test of courage were with Aizawa and Vlad in one of the back rooms. From the sounds of it, they were being tortured, but, from what he'd heard online, remedial lessons would do that to a person. It seemed a little dramatic, but he'd never gone to actual schools growing up, so he couldn't exactly speak from experience on that front. He was busy loading the dishwasher when he heard the first scream. It made him tense, his fingers gripping so tightly on the bowl he was holding that they turned white. After several moments of silence, he shook his head and sighed, forcing himself to relax. Stupid test of courage. He placed the last few dishes in the dishwasher and started it before he walked over to the sink and washed his hands. Maybe he would have time to make himself some coffee. Sure, it was the middle of the night, but he's not the one who had to be up at 5 sharp. The second shriek was much closer. Too close to be anyone from the test of courage. Too inhuman. Too familiar. Namu, he breathed out. His body had frozen in place. How many? Why were they here? Did Sensei come for him? He wasn't sure how to feel about that. If it had been 2 months ago and he had been captured by heroes, he would be eternally grateful that Sensei had sent a rescue mission. Part of him still was. He spent the majority of his life being raised by Sensei and Kurogiri, mostly Kurogiri. But deep down, he knew they weren't here for him. He knew that they were here for someone far more important than him. Izuku, who was probably neck deep in the woods, completely unaware of what was coming for him. He had to help. He whirled around to run out there, to throw himself right into the fray. The moment his hand landed on the doorknob, he froze, reality catching up with him and brutally crashing into him like a freight train. What the hell was he supposed to do? What could he do? He had no quirk. He had no weapon. He could fight, but he was rusty as hell, and his entire fighting style centered around his quirk. He knew Namu intimately. There was no way he could take on one of them without his quirk. Shigaraki Tamura, a very familiar voice, called his name. Tenko slowly turned around, coming face to face with Kurogiri. Heart pounding in his chest. Kurogiri, come, it's time you returned home. You're not here for me. We both know it. That silenced the bartender for a moment. Perhaps you are not the main objective, but nonetheless, I am sure Sensei would appreciate your return. If Sensei wanted me, he could have gotten me at any time. He still has transmission. Honestly, I'm wondering why he hasn't used it to get Izuku. He could have taken him in the middle of the night. No one would have been the wiser. No one could have stopped it. Transmission is undergoing some changes at the moment. He is unable to use it. You mean the doctor is busy testing it with a Namu and Sensei is unwilling to set back progress? What kind of Namu is the doctor making that is so important even Sensei isn't willing to interfere long enough to retrieve it? He paused as he was suddenly struck with an epiphany. Or is transmission more limited than he wants to admit? Kurogiri's silence spoke volumes about his theory. When Sensei first introduced him to transmission, he never once mentioned any of its flaws or downsides. The only thing obviously uncomfortable about the quirk was that you practically choked on sludge when it was used on you. Other than that, not a peep about the drawbacks, or what it couldn't do. It was like that with every quirk Sensei talked about. He never mentioned the weaknesses, so they couldn't be used against him. There had to be some kind of requirement in order to use transmission that he never spoke of. That requirement may have just saved Izuku from a life under Sensei's critical watch. I would appreciate it if you came home, Tamura. Tenko may be projecting, but he could almost swear that Kurogiri sounded sad. He didn't say anything though. He just bit his tongue. What was he supposed to say to that? If you do not wish to return, I will respect that, Tamura. However, I have come here to do a job and I must complete it, Kurogiri eventually said. Before he could even think of what to say to stall him, the man vanished in a flurry of black mist. Why were his damn eyes burning so bad? By the second day of training camp, Izuku was beyond exhausted and more than ready to drop. By the end of the week, he was left fighting off a nosebleed every 5 minutes, accompanied by a constant headache behind his eyes that was starting to border on a migraine. He was lucky the nausea hadn't set in because he couldn't afford to miss any meals or worse. Throw them up. Truthfully, the moment Shouta said they would be training their quirks to the breaking point, Izuku had been nervous. His quirk was already an issue for him. The slight panic he felt at the sports festival when he was hit by the cravings, by the sheer hunger his quirk had put out, had never really gone away. Sure, Hisashi insisted it was normal considering he had started using his quirk on a much larger capacity than he had before, but knowing it was normal didn't take away the fact that his quirk wasn't your average emitter. Things could go wrong quickly. Thankfully, they started out small. Shouta had him focusing on his ability to sense quirks before anything else. He was to spar with a third year using his quirks while also keeping track of several other third years around him. When Ragdoll, his supervisor for the duration of camp, called out one of the students' quirks, he was supposed to respond immediately with their location. The real trick was trying not to get his ass kicked in those moments. If he didn't respond quick enough, Nedzu, his sparring partner, would proceed to beat his ass into the ground with more than enough brutality to prove exactly why she got first in the third-year sports festival. She had barely broken a sweat by the time they took their lunch break, and she was still as bouncy and upbeat as ever when training was called quits for the day. Meanwhile, he had been left to stumble off on shaking legs and help cook dinner for everyone. He wanted to cry when he finally got under the scalding hot water of the shower, and he's pretty sure he did actually let a few tears loose when he sunk into the hot springs alongside his classmate. He had made a point to lay out his futon beside Shouto's warm half that night, and if he ended up curling around his best friend, Shouto hadn't complained or even said anything about it, and his muscles thanked him the next day for essentially sleeping with a living heating pad. And that was only day 1. Day 2 took him even further from his comfort zone. He actually had to take the quirks that Ragdoll called out and return them almost immediately. The first time she called out a quirk, he automatically reached out to take it, only for his vision to go black. When he opened his eyes, she was hovering over him, concern lacing her features. He still had the quirk. He could feel it buzzing around in the back of his mind. He had actually managed to latch onto it and take it, but he had gone well outside his normal range in the heat of the moment. "Are you okay, kitten?" she asked. Her eyes were scanning him critically, probably using her quirk to make sure he wasn't going to pass out. "Yeah," he croaked, voice a little raspy. "Just not used to that. My usual range isn't even a full foot. I probably just strained my quirk too much." She hummed quietly in agreement. "All right, kitten. I'm going to grab you a glass of water. Don't get up until you're sure you can stand without swaying." "Understood." He nodded. "Yes, Ragdoll." When he recovered, Ragdoll had them move in much closer before she ordered them to start again. It was still a strain, one that made his head absolutely throb, which the sudden movements that came with sparring did nothing but exacerbate. but it didn't send him spiraling into unconsciousness again. He went to bed with his head still mercilessly pounding. Shadow, the angel that he was, must have picked up on his pain because he fell asleep with a blessedly cold hand resting over his eyes. He was really going to have to do something nice for Shadow when they got back. Maybe the cat cafe near the school. Day 3 began with him waking up with his head still throbbing, though it had lessened a bit over the night. He sluggishly trailed after his friends into the kitchen that was, frankly, effing huge. Though if the wild pussycats frequently hosted so many people it made sense. As soon as his eyes landed on the coffee machine, which looked as if it had just finished brewing, he shot past all his classmates and grabbed the largest mug he could find. From the smells permeating the entire room he could take a guess that they were having soufflé pancakes. He almost wanted to rejoice at his luck. It was probably the perfect breakfast for him. All he had to do was load his coffee and pancakes with as much sugar as he could physically take, and maybe, possibly, hopefully it would ease some of the headache and, if he was given a miracle, completely get rid of the dizziness he was feeling. By the time he had finished his meal, and relished in the looks of horror shared by everyone who saw his plate, the headache from hell had become nothing more than a dull throb. By the end of the day he knew it would be back in full force, like the raging pain in the ass it was. But perhaps he could sweet-talk Tenko into making him the sweetest thing he could imagine and have that after dinner. He knew he wasn't going to do that. He didn't want to give Tenko more work to do on top of everything he was already doing for them. It was a nice thought though. Maybe if he felt up to it he could find something to make himself. Ragdoll had him alternating between locating and taking quirks the entire day. Nedzu still hadn't broken a sweat and he was starting to wonder if she was human. After 6 hours of sparring and stretching his quirk to its limits, he was wiping away the first trickle of blood from his nose and he knew it was only the beginning. If he didn't come out of this effing hell camp with at least 3 times the range he had previously as well as better quirk control, well, he probably wouldn't do anything but he would definitely be pissed. He finished his dinner that day, trying not to faceplant into his bowl. It was delicious compared to the meal they made the other day. It probably had something to do with them getting a feel for working around each other. They always split up into groups and rotated who cooked in the dorms. He was just so tired. It felt like someone had siphoned all his energy out. Now was the perfect time to use synergy. That is, if the thought of using it didn't make him want to cry or make his head pound harder in protest. His empty bowl was taken from in front of him and he was about to pry himself from his seat and head to the shower when someone placed a hand on his shoulder, keeping him in place. Before he could even ask, a large bowl was set in front of him and it was filled to the brim with what had to be the most delicious-looking sweet monstrosity. His head snapped up and he met Tenko's eyes. How did you know? He didn't ask him to make this in his headache haze and just forget about it, did he? Aizawa mentioned that sugar helps with easing your quirk drawbacks. Also, I saw what you did to those pancakes this morning and that should be considered a war crime, Tenko said. A small smirk formed on his face despite the completely deadpan delivery. I've wanted to try out this recipe for a while. Anyway, let me know how you like it. He turned his eyes back to the glorious bowl in front of him. What is it? Something called a trifle. It's got chocolate fudge brownie in it, as well as salted caramel cheesecake, chocolate sauce, caramel sauce, and whipped cream. Tenko, I think I love you. Tenko actually laughed at that. It was quiet and huffy enough to give off some kind of fond exasperation. A hand gently ruffled his curls, only making his head hurt a little more, but he could forgive that as soon as he finished this thing. Enjoy it, brat. I'll have something similar for you tomorrow, if it helps. And by the gods, it was delicious. He could eat that every day and not get tired of it. Of course, good things don't last forever. The next few days passed in a blur and he was fighting off nosebleeds and exhaustion almost constantly. Which is probably why he wanted to cry when it was announced that they would not, in fact, be going to bed after dinner. Instead, they were going to be doing a test of courage. They were going to send the third years into the forest along a path that was laid out and they would be tasked with scaring them using whatever means they felt were necessary, as long as there were no injuries. As soon as the last group made it back to the clearing, Mandalay would send out a message telling the third years to return and then they would be the ones heading into the forest to do the scaring. As they all drew lots for groups, Shouta came by and grabbed the students destined for remedial work, which turned out to be Tenya, Aoyama, Zero, and a 1B student named Kamakiri. Apparently Tenya had been too loud during their test, so all 3 of them had been caught and none of them could talk themselves out of the situation. He wasn't sure about the 1B student. Izuku wanted to rejoice when he realized that luck was blessing him and put Hitoshi, Shouto, and Denki in his group. Apparently fate had to balance it out though, because his group was the only one with an extra person and that extra person just so happened to be Monoma. He probably wouldn't have cared as much if Monoma could learn to shut up. They were group 5, so they all took a seat at the tables to wait for the go-ahead. He took this time to curl up against Shouto's warm side, shamelessly using his friend as a heating pad once again. Shouto was frowning as he scanned him down. Do you still have a headache? He asked, concern lacing his voice. Yeah, he said. I'm not really surprised. I've been using my quirk almost constantly with no real breaks in between. I mean, technically we get a break for lunch and have dinner until breakfast, but it's just not enough. Once we head home, I probably won't use my quirk for a couple of days to recover. Do you want some painkillers? Jiru asked from the next table over. She had twisted around a bit so she could face them. I usually keep some on me because I can't really shut my quirk off. Loud noises aren't exactly great for a headache-free life. He looked over at her and gave her a grateful smile. You know what? It can't hurt. I'll take whatever you've got. Worst case scenario, it doesn't help. Jiru swung her leg over the bench seat and pulled a bottle of generic painkillers out of her jacket pocket. She opened it up and took out a thick wad of fabric, probably to keep them from rattling around all the time. That would get pretty annoying without enhanced hearing. She shook a couple out and handed them over. Shadow pushed a bottle of water into his hands and he gratefully took it. He swallowed the pills and gave Jiru another smile. Thank you, you're a saint. She snorted. Yeah, sure. No problem, Aoyama. I hate to bother, but do mind if I have some too? Hitoshi asked, finally lifting his head from the cool surface of the table. He looked downright miserable. Izuku could relate. Poor Jiru started handing out painkillers like candy, quickly depleting what she brought with her. They would have to do something nice for her on top of buying her another bottle. Group 3, Pixie Bob called. Head on in. That's me. See you guys on the other side. She walked away, shoving the fabric back into the bottle before tucking it away. Thanks again, Jiru, he called. He smiled a bit at the wave she threw back at them and returned to his position of leaning against Shadow like he was the only source of heat in the Arctic. You're going to be like that all night, aren't you? Monoma asked. He was looking at them unimpressed. Not that it took much for him to be unimpressed, it seemed like his default setting. Denki choked on the water he was drinking, probably snorting a bit of it while he was at it. Oh man, you really are clueless, aren't you, Monoma? Monoma took offense to that and he made it everyone's problem. Izuku really hoped that it wasn't going to become a habit because if it was in their classes spent any extra time together, he knew he was going to come out of it with a headache every single time. Not that he needed help this time. No, you seem to be misunderstanding me, Denki said when he finally stopped dying so loudly. They're not just going to be like this all night. They're like this all the time. So, you might ought to build up a resistance to it now, especially when Hitoshi, the little tsundere he is, joins in. Hey, Hitoshi said indignantly. He seemed to be too tired from training to muster up any kind of comeback. Valid. Group 5. He couldn't stop the groan that escaped his throat even if he wanted to. But he was a good student, so he detached himself from Shadow's side and pulled himself to his feet to march into hell alongside his friends. In Monoma, may the gods have mercy on his soul because his teachers certainly weren't. They probably ran out of mercy right when the school year started and forgot to have a fresh batch delivered. Dude, are you gonna make it the whole way? You look like you're about to pass out. Do you need someone to carry you or something? I'm sure Shadow wouldn't mind. Much, Denki said, eyeing him critically. We all went through the same training. If we can make it, so can he, Monoma said, before Izuku could even open his mouth to refuse. That made the rest of them pause for a minute. Were you even in the same field as the rest of us this morning? They're literally training each of us differently because our quirks are nothing alike. Shadow was sitting in a tub of water and repeatedly heating and cooling it. They sure as hell weren't trying that shit with me, Denki said. Everyone has different drawbacks to their quirks and acting like everything is equal is downright stupid. I figured you of all people would understand that considering you can copy quirks. I didn't. Monoma paused, blowing out a frustrated breath. I didn't mean it like that. I meant that we've all been miserable and suffering all day. The least that we can do is not make things harder for anyone else. We're all tired and we're all irritated. Sorry if I came off as condescending. You're not wrong, Izuku said. I wouldn't even dream of asking that of anyone here unless I thought I was going to keel over without it. I kind of just want to get through this. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can go to bed. Here, Hitoshi mumbled. The dark circles under his eyes that were starting to look like a bad eyeliner job spoke for themselves. They walked along the path in silence for a while, but the longer they went the more that Izuku got the feeling that something was off. He originally wrote it off as paranoia, but shouldn't we have come across someone by now? He asked. He scanned the forest surrounding them and activated a quirk he almost solely used for midnight snack runs these days, night vision. Upon activation, he was immediately greeted with blinding pain in his eyes, but he pushed through it. He could deal with the repercussions of overusing quirks when he wasn't getting bad vibes. Now that you mention it, we have been walking for a while, Shadow said, instantly on guard. Down. Izuku didn't even have time to drop like the others before he was tackled to the ground. The unforgiving ground smacked into the back of his head and pain exploded. He had a feeling those painkillers weren't going to do any good. When the haze cleared a bit, he came face to face with Mirio, who was now crouching over him protectively. Not far away was a hulking Namu. its giant claws scraping the ground whenever it moved. We don't know how many of them are here, but they're after Ayama, Mirio whispered to the group. You guys need to head back to camp and get to the teachers as quickly as possible. Tamaki will escort you and inform everyone of the situation, but you're not safe here. Tamaki pulled him to his feet. Hurry, we're going back the way you came but staying off the path. It's too obvious, he said. For the first time he didn't look nervous. He looked like he was in his element. What about? Denki started, eyes sliding over to Mirio. Mirio is more than capable of handling this. Tamaki was ushering them away from the Namu as quickly as he could while still being relatively quiet so as not to draw attention to them. The whole reason third years were invited along was to protect first years in case of any incidents. They couldn't logically take every single teacher because that would interfere with their patrol routes and other duties. But you all have more experience than any other class. You're only a few months away from being official pros yourselves. It makes sense. The training wouldn't phase any of you because you've already trained your quirks to essentially outclass ours, and by bringing both 3A and 3B the teachers added 40 extra people to the protection detail. Monoma explained for him. But why would they have you come along in the first place? How did they know something would happen? They didn't, Tamaki answered honestly. But due to an important ongoing case involving a first year as well as the aftermath of the USJ, they thought it would be the smartest route. Sometimes it's best to proceed as if the worst scenario is inevitable. In this case, having all 40 third-year hero students is keeping the pros from being overwhelmed with enemies and trying to keep all you first years safe. Izuku felt like he was going to throw up. All of this is happening because of him. Namu were here because of him. People's lives were in danger because of him. His friends were in danger. All of this was because his sperm donor suddenly had an interest in fatherhood after being completely absent for his entire life. His head was pounding so hard it was impossible to focus on anything. It was probably why he missed several quirks rapidly heading in his direction until clawed feet wrapped around his torso and yanked him off the ground. Iyama. Surprisingly, Monoma was the first to react. He smacked Tamaki across the face and his fingers turned into several thick tentacles that immediately latched onto the Namu that was carrying him off. He did good at slowing the thing down, but Monoma wasn't exactly heavy enough to offset the strength of the Namu. Several more tentacles joined, this time from Tamaki as he tried to lighten the load a bit. Shoto wasted no time in icing their legs to the ground so they weren't carried off as well. Shoto, Denki said seriously, give me a boost. I'll take care of this thing. Just be ready to catch Izuku. Izuku had the pleasure of watching a pillar of ice launch Denki straight at the Namu. The blonde wasted no time, latching onto the Namu's wings and climbing it like a tree. He held on tight despite the frantic thrashing and dug his fingers into the exposed brain before letting loose several minor pulses of electricity. The Namu seized and automatically released him. Izuku would have plummeted to the ground if it wasn't for a slide made entirely of ice catching him and rolling him straight to the group. He couldn't do it anymore. His body was on fire, stomach churning and head pounding so much he couldn't even see anything in front of him. He had barely pushed himself up onto his hands and knees when he puked, everything catching up to him at once. When Izuku woke up in the hospital, he wanted to scream. He was, once again, left mentally beaching about being in a hospital. There was a dull ache behind his eyes, but for the most part his headache had almost vanished. Thank the gods for that one. He could feel the IV in his arm and sighed, scanning over the room. Shouta and Hisashi were there as well as several of his friends, including Toga. Oh goody, you're awake just in time to wish me luck, Toga said, a cheerful smile on her face. At her words everyone's head snapped to him at once, like some kind of horror movie. How are you feeling, sweetie? Hisashi asked. He reached out and pressed the back of his hand to Izuku's forehead before breathing a sigh of relief. Seems like your temperature has finally gone down a bit. Oh, he had a fever. Wonderful. Tired mostly. He rasped. What happened? Shoto reached over and pressed a bottle of water into his hands. There was an attack on the camp. There were probably 12 Namu overall. No one's really sure, but there are a lot of different descriptions, so there had to have been quite a few. None are in custody, so we may never know. Kurogiri warped them all away when things didn't go according to their plan. But they were after you. We were almost back to the main building when one grabbed you. We managed to get you free, but you passed out not long after you hit the ground. Right, that happened. It wasn't a horrible nightmare. His brain finally caught up to him as he downed half the water bottle and his gaze turned to Toga. Wait, why am I wishing you luck? Actually, now that he was paying attention, she was dressed really nicely. A black suit with a silky-looking, crimson undershirt and black tie. Shoto was dressed up too and had pulled his hair half up into something more presentable. He even shaved. What in the world was happening? We're going to a press conference, Shoto said. Somehow, the attack on camp was leaked and the vultures are out for blood. Someone has to set the record straight, so Nedzu, Kan, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and I are required to be present. Nedzu for obvious reasons, and the rest of us are the homeroom teachers of all the classes present during the camp. And Toga. Toga is a special guest and an example. She's good with people and can handle any arguments sent her way. He was still confused but didn't have the energy to argue, so he simply nodded. Xiaoda's expression softened a bit. I'll be back soon, I promise. But don't wait up for me if you feel like you'll fall asleep. The doctor said you needed rest. He reached out and ruffled Izuku's extra messy green hair on his way out the door. Toga followed close behind, giving everyone a wave on her way out. Everything became clear the moment the press conference aired. He wished he had the energy to be angry. He wished he had the energy to be upset when they started berating the people who had reached out a hand to him when no one else would. He wished he had the energy to get up and defend her when they started ripping into Toga's very existence. He did have the energy to be proud when she gave twice what she got, all with a smile on her face, a smile that practically screamed for their blood. Toga was going to be a good lawyer one day, and she was well on her way to proving it. He couldn't stay awake for the entire conference, but he knew he'd be able to find recordings online later. He was sure his friends wouldn't mind rewatching it with him. They could have popcorn and laugh at the stupefied looks on the reporters' faces when a teenager ripped them to pieces. Himiko glanced over her face and hair in the compact mirror that Nimiri gave her one last time before snapping it closed and sliding it into the side of her bra. The suit was nice, but it was a rush job, and whoever made it forgot to add pockets. She'd be having a talk with them later, but until then she would deal. She couldn't afford to show a single crack in her facade tonight. Not when her future was under fire. But it wasn't just her future in jeopardy here. Shimura and Ayama were counting on her to pull this off. If she failed, then there was no telling what would become of the three of them. So, no, failure was simply not an option. Not right now. She followed Aizawa into the room and took her seat beside him, right at the end of the table. Then it was only a matter of playing the waiting game. She kept a pleasantly neutral expression on her face the entire time, through the insults and baseless accusations those bastards were throwing around. And what did they know? Not a damn thing. They spoke out of their asses and shit out of their mouths. It was starting to piss her off, watching them berate the only people who helped her. None of them had ever raised a hand to help. None of them donated to charities that help people like her. She knew because she looked into each and every one of them when Principal Nedzu asked for her help. They just wanted a platform to destroy people with wild accusations that were based on fear. Is it true that you've implemented a villain reformation program? How can you be so sure that the attacks on Yui and its students haven't been because of these villains? Some no-name reporter shouted, ignoring any and all social politeness. They always seem to forget basic manners when they've been given a microphone. We have implemented a program designed to give those who had a rough start to life a second chance, and I can assure you that this is not the reason behind the attacks on Yui. But I believe there is someone here better suited to speak of this program. I may have created the program, but she is one of 3 who are currently enrolled, Nedzu explained. Himiko sat up a little straighter as she reached forward and clicked the on button of the mic in front of her. This is exactly the kind of thing she'd been studying law for. All she had to do was consider it practice. One step closer to her future. A future she sure as hell wasn't going to let anyone take from her. Hello, my name is Toga Himiko. I am the most recent person admitted to Yui's villain rehabilitation program, and I'm here to tell you all a story. My story. She was going to tear them to pieces, and she was going to love every single second. I promise. I am not going to roll over and die as soon as you leave the room, Izuku said, slightly exasperated. They wouldn't be discharging me if they weren't sure I would be just fine. Besides, I won't be alone. Yagi is going to be keeping an eye on me while you go over all the paperwork. If I have a problem, I am sure he will be able to let you know immediately. Besides, what kind of moron would pick a fight with All Might? He loved them, he really did. But Shouta and Hisashi were complete worrywarts. For a good reason. It wasn't like he didn't understand why they were always so anxious. After all, not everyone had a centuries-old supervillain that was suddenly looking to change his custody arrangement as a sperm donor. But he would still like to get back home before it got dark. He was looking forward to sleeping in his own bed, hopefully surrounded by every blanket and pillow he owned and a cat or two. Hisashi huffed, shoulders seeming to sag a bit as he finally relented. It only took him 45 minutes. All right. We'll be back as soon as we get everything signed and dealt with. How do you feel about picking up some katsudon on the way back home? I will never say no to katsudon, though I do prefer yours, he added with a grin. That seemed to get a laugh out of him and relieve whatever tension was left. Yeah, you're definitely feeling better. Come on, Zashi. I'm sure we'd all like to get home sometime today. Shouta ushered him along. Hisashi leaned down and pressed a quick kiss to his forehead before promising once again to be back soon as he left. Shouta stopped and looked down at him, cocking his eyebrow and giving him an amused smirk. Don't think I didn't catch that, problem child. Who taught you how to subtly manipulate Zashi? Shouta asked. He grinned up at him. Himiko gave me some tips when she stopped by, but other than that, I just learned from watching you and Hisashi. You two really know how to manage each other. Shouta's hand dropped onto his head, ruffling the already messy curls. Brat, I better catch up with Hisashi before he either comes back to drag me to the nurse's station or starts harassing them himself. Izuku sighed as Shouta shut the door behind him with a soft click before turning his attention to Yagi, who was sitting in the corner of the room wearing an awkwardly amused expression. I hate to bring the mood down any, but I need to talk to you, Izuku said. Yagi seemed to straighten up a bit at that. Of course, my boy, what is it? I would like to officially accept your offer. Training camp made it abundantly clear that waiting isn't going to do me any good because All for One is coming for me, whether I like it or not. The more defenses that I have against him, the better. One for All is probably the ultimate defense, and with it essentially being a 9th-generation quirk, I have a feeling that I'm going to need time to acclimate to it. Yagi processed his words, nodding seriously. You do raise a good point. I will be upfront and say that I, personally, had no issues when I took the quirk, but I was also much bigger than you when I was given it. That being said, I may not be able to help as much as I would like when it comes to training you. Gran has much more experience as both a teacher and dealing with One for All from an outside perspective. I have no doubt he would be willing to lend a hand, should you need or want it. He thought over Yaga's words and nodded. I'd appreciate any help I could get, he said, honestly. He wasn't about to turn down free help for a centuries-old quirk. That would be illogical. Now that you've come to your decision, Yagi started. He smiled and stood, clearing the room in 2 strides. He reached up and pulled a single hair from his head. Eat this. It took a moment for his brain to process what Yagi Tashinori, All Might, #1 pro hero, symbol of peace, had just said to him. I'm sorry, what? One for All requires a DNA transfer to be work. Or I could just. He trailed off as he stuck his hand out for a handshake, letting the gesture finish the sentence for him. If he didn't have to eat hair, he sure as hell wasn't going to. Yagi blinked and sheepishly dropped the strand of hair. You have a point. When Yagi took his hand, Izuku almost shuddered at the absolutely massive feeling that One for All carried. The quirk was a monster with the power of 8 people behind it, and now it was his. The quirk gave very little resistance as he took it, which was still more than he was used to. The quirk had to be somewhat sentient. There was no way that it would have put up any kind of fight if it didn't have some kind of sentience. It was probably the factor that allowed it to be passed on in the first place. The average, everyday, normal quirks just don't do that. He released Yaga's hand and sat back in the hospital bed, analyzing the quirk as best as he could without activating it. He wouldn't be physically capable of handling 100% of the quirk. The hero course and all the extra training he does has done wonders for his physical fitness, but he still wasn't quite there yet. He could probably use about 50–60% safely, and Amor would be pushing it. He would definitely like to have Gran Torino's opinion while training it. Before he could poke around the quirk anymore, there was a knock on the door before it opened, revealing Hisashi and Shouta. All right, time to go home, problem child, Shouta said. Oh, thank God, he said. He slid off the bed, pushing down the thrill of getting a new quirk for now. He wanted to eat katsudon in the living room, surrounded by cats. He didn't even care if he had to guard his bowl the entire time as long as he was finally home. You want anything? Yagi, Hisashi asked as they made their way out of the sterile, 2 white halls and into the real world. My treat. No thank you. I've actually been invited to dinner with Naomasa and his sister. He's been getting on to me about only seeing him when a crisis is occurring, Yagi said. Yeah, you are kind of a workaholic. Hisashi, I know you did not just accuse someone else of being a workaholic. As if you don't have 3 jobs and practically inhale energy drinks when your schedules clash. Shouta was leveling him with an accusing frown. Hey, I never said I wasn't. Izuku exchanged amused smiles with Yagi as the scene played out in front of them. Shouta turned to Yagi for a moment. We can make it back to campus. Don't let us keep you from dinner. Thank you for letting me visit, young Ayama. I know it was last minute. I'll see you all later. They parted ways and Izuku walked home clutching a takeout bowl full to the brim of katsudon like a lifeline. His parents on either side of him with their own food. The moment he stepped into the apartment, a tension that he hadn't even realized was there seemed to dissipate. It was good to finally be back home. It was the day before school was due to be back in session. He knew something was wrong the moment he woke up and Kazumi wasn't curled up against his back like she usually was. He kind of shook it off as he packed his bag to head back to the dorms. He only paused when he stopped by the kitchen and saw both of his parents sitting at the kitchen table, slumped over, with an aura of misery practically clouding the air around them. Are you guys okay? He asked hesitantly. He wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer, to be honest. Whatever it was, if it had them like this, it must be bad. Hisashi lifted his head from his hands looking as if someone had sucked his soul straight from his body. Parent-teacher conferences. His mouth formed an O and gave them a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, you guys have managed to survive them so far. Oh, we'll survive. There's no question about that. But this year we've got to survive parents who are twice as worried about their kids because of the recent attacks. Shouta said, barely lifting his head from its place on the table. Don't forget they're also getting a tour of the dorms, Hisashi added. Right. Shouta's head made an audible thunk as it hit the table. Can't forget about that. Izuku winced in sympathy and eyed Kazumi, who was sitting on the table between the two of them, purring so loudly that she sounded like a lawnmower. She was really working overtime on this one. Well, if it makes you feel any better, you can keep Kazumi for the day. You clearly need her more than me. He made his escape while he still could and followed the path to the wanted dorms. He had a feeling today was going to be crazy. He had just dropped his bag off in his dorm room and made his way back down the stairs when the gravity of the situation really seemed to hit him in the most ridiculous of ways. He had only been in his room for 5 minutes, at best, and yet the Todoroki family had arrived somewhere in that span of time. Well, most of the Todoroki family. Endeavor was nowhere to be seen, but Shouto was sitting beside his brother, Natsuo. Yeah, he was pretty sure that was his name. While Fayumi, who Shouto talks about all the time because she pretty much raised him, was apparently making mid-morning snacks for everyone. He caught sight of Hitoshi lounging on the couch, watching them all intently like it was the most entertaining thing he'd ever seen. Shouto had probably shown him the conspiracy board at some point. Otherwise, there was no way he would be so invested. Once Izuku followed his gaze, he understood exactly why, because there Dabai was, sitting in the corner, sweating buckets and wearing an obviously fake beard, a Bronze Age All Might beanie, and thick Present Mic brand of sunglasses. Izuku immediately schooled his expression into something normal. His eyes were watering under the strain of trying not to burst into laughter, but he held it back as he joined Hitoshi on the couch. He was not missing this train wreck. No way in hell. He almost wanted to record it. For posterity. He was sure Shouto would enjoy it, because there was no way Dabai could keep it up forever. Yeah, he was gonna record it. As soon as he was sure he wouldn't laugh as soon as he opened his mouth, he leaned over, close to Hitoshi, and whispered the question burning in his mind. So, why exactly is Dabai here? And why is he hovering in the corner like a chaperone that very much does not want to be here? Hitoshi slapped a hand over his mouth and buried his face in one of the couch cushions to muffle his laughter. When he came back up for air, his shoulders were still shaking slightly, but he let out a slow and steady stream of air to calm down. All Might was asked to watch the wanted dorms because the rest of the staff has no faith in any of us to not cause chaos and destruction when they're trying to make a good impression and put everyone's parents at ease. Dabai was with him because he's technically on the clock, though realistically he won't admit he enjoys All Might's presence. Anyway, All Might got a phone call about 3 minutes ago and stepped out to take it, leaving Dabai on guard duty. It also happened to be right when Shouto and his family showed up. Hitoshi whispered his reply. He nodded as he processed the information and turned his attention back to the 3 Todoroki siblings that were taking up residence in the kitchen. Fayumi looked delighted as she busied herself making a bunch of delicious-looking finger sandwiches, probably more than anyone present could eat. Judging from what Shouto had told him about Fayumi, she was going to make extra for everyone. So, Shouto, Fayumi said as she began cutting the sandwiches into triangles. How have you been adjusting to the dorms? Is everyone treating you well? How are your friends? Are you all still getting along? Natsuo snorted as he swiped one of the sandwiches. One question at a time, Yumi. He's not going anywhere. You've got plenty of time to grill him for the details. Shouto simply smiled as a plate was pushed in front of him. It's nice here. It's loud. I think the only time it's quiet is when everyone is asleep, sometimes not even then. Everyone is nice. It took a little time to get used to living with each other though. The first week was rough, but after a dorm meeting and some basic conversation and rules, everything was sorted. Sounds like an upgrade. I know when I moved into my university dorms it was like a breath of fresh air. I bet the best part was getting away from Endeavor's unholy screeching at 5 in the morning, though, Natsuo said, grinning. And at that moment, Dabai slipped up. He snorted and let out a sarcastic, talk about an understatement, before he realized exactly what he just did and his body froze up. Oof, not even 5 minutes, Hitoshi whispered with a grin. After several long seconds, the other Todoroki siblings, minus Shouto, brains seemed to catch up and register what they just heard, and they both whirled around, stopping when their eyes landed on Dabai. Dabai was the first to react, making a break for the front doors to the dorm building, but he just wasn't fast enough. Natsuo lunged, knocking his chair over in the rush to get to his brother. Dabai was fast, but apparently not much of a match in comparison to his younger brother. Natsuo latched onto the collar of Dabai's shirt with an absolute death grip. Izuku's pretty sure Dabai was lifted off the ground for a few moments. It was something reminiscent of a misbehaving kitten being grabbed by the scruff of the neck. He was very glad he was recording this now. Natsuo practically ripped the sunglasses, beanie, and beard off of Dabai, and silence fell over the room. Tauya, Fayumi questioned. She was staring wide-eyed and mouth agape. If Izuku thought Dabai was sweating buckets before, then it was really bad now that he had been caught red-handed. I can't believe Shouto was right, Hitoshi whispered. In the dead silent room he might as well have been shouting. I mean, he was pretty convincing when he told us everything, but still, in sync. The other 3 Todorokis turned their gazes to Shoto. You knew? Dabai shouted, outraged. How? Shoto reached down, picking up a board no one had noticed that was propped up against the island. As soon as it was in his hands, he flipped it around, revealing his proof that Dabai is Todoroki Taoya board. It looked as if there were some new additions to the board that he hadn't shown anyone yet. The mere presence of that board seemed to stun his siblings into silence. I was going to show Fayumi and Natsuo and ask their opinion, but this simply proves I was right all along, Shoto said. He had a tiny, pleased smile on his face, like all his dreams had come true. Natsuo seemed to recover the quickest and plopped his older brother onto one of the bar stools at the island before picking up his own seat from the ground. All right, we don't have time to unpack all of that, so, Taoya, start talking. We thought you were dead. Explain everything. Now, Dabai sighed, slumping over the counter. He reached out to grab a sandwich, only to receive a harsh smack to the hand from Fayumi. No, you don't get any of my cooking until you fess up, she said, a stern look settling onto her face. Yumi, Dabai whined. Don't you Yumi me? Start talking. Dabai broke down and started the long story of his life. When he was finally caught up with everything that had happened since he had last seen his siblings, minus Shoto, Fayumi didn't say anything. She simply pushed a plate of sandwiches in front of her brother. She seemed to be processing the entire shitstorm of information that was just dumped into her lap. Holy shit, Natsuo mumbled. You said you gave your quirk away. How does that even work? Fayumi asked, tilting her head. Dabai pointed to the couch where Izuku was still sitting with Hitoshi, watching the entire thing go down. Izuku almost wanted to shrink himself out of existence when all eyes landed on him. No, he did not have a quirk for that, but he would love to have one at the moment. He seriously considered running, which was a much more viable option than spawning a godlike quirk out of the blue, when Fayumi walked out from behind the counter and headed straight for him, at least until she stopped in front of him and bowed lowly. Thank you for helping my brother. I'm assuming that you're the reason he's doing so well now. No problem, he said, ignoring the indignant hey. That came from Dabai. You can take quirks, right? That means that you can take mine. If I asked, she stated. Yumi, Natsuo was looking at her a little concerned. Relax, Natsuo. If I had known this was an option, I would have taken it much sooner. I completely understand where Taoya is coming from. She slowly rolled up the sleeves of her top, revealing large patches of discolored skin that could only be scars from her quirk. Sometimes I use my quirk on instinct, and it never fails to leave me with more scars. If you would be willing, I believe you may get more out of Glacier than I ever could. Hitoshi did a double take when Izuku pulled out one of the spare contracts that he usually kept on hand. Never know when someone might want to make a deal. He'd walk down the street after meetings from his support group and run into people who were apparently seeking him out. He eventually learned to be prepared for it, and boy, had that saved everyone a lot of time and energy. Did you pull that out of your ass or something? Where the hell were you keeping it? Hitoshi asked, flabbergasted. Izuku chuckled and held the contract out to Fayumi, completely ignoring Hitoshi's question. Letting his friend wonder would be more entertaining. Just read over that and sign if you want it gone. Do you have a pen? She asked while she scanned the document. Always. Never know when you need to take on-the-go notes, he said, pulling a pen out of his pocket and handing it over. He always carried at least 2 pens in case one ran out of ink. Tenya would be so proud of how prepared you are, Hitoshi said. The room seemed to fall into an almost awkward silence after Fayumi gave away her quirk. Thankfully, Natsuo seemed to be a master at destroying awkward silences. So, he faced Dabai, looking like a kid in a candy shop. You said you work with All Might. Now, you have to tell us what it's like. Dabai chuckled. I only agreed to work with him because the job paid well, and working for Endeavor's biggest enemy was like a dream come true. But it's honestly the best job I've ever had. He's a genuinely great person, which isn't something I really expected after dealing with Endeavor for so long. I guess I started to believe that the higher you were in the hero billboards, the worse of a person you were. He kind of smashed that belief into tiny little pieces. I'm glad to know you think so highly of me, Dabai, All Might said happily. He had made his way inside the dorms at some point and taken the seat that Dabai had originally been sitting in before he was unceremoniously dragged to the kitchen island. They all nearly jumped out of their skin. No one had heard him come in. Izuku didn't even sense him because One for All was currently in his possession. The fact that the number 1 hero could be so stealthy is not exactly a common thought. Most people just believed that there was no way anything about All Might could be subtle. But Izuku had gotten to know Yagi, and if there was one thing he knew, it was that the man could escape any and all notice if that was what he so desired. Something he was easily proving at the moment by giving several people heart attacks. Holy shit. All Might, Natsuo breathed out. My apologies, I didn't mean to scare anyone. But I also didn't want to interrupt your discussion either, Yagi, while wearing his All Might persona, sheepishly said. He clearly found it funny. He was just being polite. Although, I am afraid that I will have to steal young Aoyama away for a few moments. Izuku tilted his head a bit confused but got up and followed Yagi out the door. What is it you needed to talk to me about? Yagi sighed as they strolled down a lesser-known path a ways away from the dorms so no one would overhear them. I'm going to officially retire in a few weeks' time. Even though he knew this was coming, hearing the words was still a shock to his system. He was left speechless for several moments before he finally sighed, shoulders sagging. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised. It's going to be hard doing hero work when you don't have your quirk. Yagi chuckled at that. It's not so much about not having my quirk anymore. One for All is a strange quirk and I do still have access to the embers of it, which is more than enough to do the majority of my patrols with. He looked up at Yagi, brows furrowed in confusion. But if that's not why you're retiring then, why? My body simply can't handle it anymore. I've been pushing myself to my limits every day since my injury and it's starting to catch up with me. First it began with only being able to use One for All for maybe 12 hours, then 7, then 3. Now, if I'm lucky I have a full 50 minutes, but I'm rarely so fortunate anymore. Yagi was wearing a bitter smile as he stared ahead. Izuku couldn't say he didn't understand. All Might had been an active hero for decades. He didn't take breaks. He didn't slow down. He never stopped. Suddenly not being able to do it anymore must be a hard pill to swallow. Yagi sighed. But that's not why I pulled you away all of a sudden. I was on the phone with Gran Torino and he's agreed to stop by and help you out with One for All. Really? That's great, Izuku honestly said. You think he has any ideas on how to break it to my parents that I have the quirk of the #1 hero? Yagi's eyes widened. I was under the impression you had already informed them. Well, I was going to, but after you made the offer, Tenko and Himiko had stopped by for lunch and dinner. Then training camp happened. Then the hospital. I've just never had a good time to tell them, and the longer time passes the more I don't know how. You just did. Izuku froze for a moment before he slowly turned his head until his eyes landed on Shouta, who looked to have been heading to the One dorms. It seemed like the bags under his eyes had darkened even more since Izuku had seen him an hour and a half ago. Shouta sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. We will all sit down and talk about this later. Yagi, I thought you were watching the dorms until I got there. I'm afraid I had to step out and take a call. Then have a quick conversation with young Aoyama. But I left Dabai in charge. He seemed to be getting along quite well with everyone currently present. Yagi said. Right, well let's get back there before something pops up that he can't handle, Shouta said. That's probably a wise move. They all hurried off back to the dorms, and Izuku only paused at the doors when Shouta's hand dropped into his curls. You're not in trouble, problem child. So stop worrying so much. Try to enjoy the day as much as you can. A small weight vanished from his shoulders and he nodded, sending Shouta a small relieved smile. On his way to Shouto and Hitoshi, and also to those finger sandwiches because he knew they had to be delicious, he caught sight of Natsuo and Dabai approaching, All Might looking fairly serious. Briefly, he wondered what that was about but shrugged it off as he sat between his friends. Toshinori considered himself to be good at reading people. It came from years of dealing with both the press and the public. After so long it became second nature to read someone's body language, the subtle signs that told him exactly what they wanted from him, what they wanted to hear him say. It was rare that he was unable to read someone. He could tell at the beginning of the year that Aoyama was expecting the worst when interacting with the class. The boy put up walls of steel and looked eerily similar to the blank expression that Aizawa gave him on their first meeting. The only person that had ever truly stumped him was Nedzu. And that wasn't much of a surprise, it was what the mammal thrived on. All that being said, Toshinori wasn't sure what to expect when Todoroki Natsuo approached him and requested a private meeting with him and Dabai. All he knew was that it was nothing good, and judging by Dabai's recently revealed parentage, he had a not-so-funny feeling that whatever was going on involved Endeavor. Endeavor involves a whole new can of worms. He knew the man never liked him and he never knew why, though he did try to remain civil. They were all adults. Whatever problems the man had with him were not more important than having enough cooperation to do a job together should the need arise. At least that was his opinion on the matter. He went into the meeting as Yagi Toshinori and guided Todoroki Natsuo through all the paperwork, taking extra care to make sure the NDA was completed. He was set to officially retire from hero work in 3 weeks, but he would not be revealing his true form to the public. He doubted that he would be able to hide it forever, especially since he fully intended to continue teaching, but he would prefer to keep it to himself for as long as possible. His true form provided him with a bit of peace whenever he went into public, and he wasn't quite ready to let go of that. Not that he necessarily believed Todoroki would say anything, but it was better to be safe rather than sorry. Once everything was signed and squared away, he revealed himself to Todoroki. He was almost afraid he would have to call for recovery girl with the way the boy jumped out of his skin. At least Dabai seemed to be amused, though he had a fairly similar reaction when he discovered the truth as well. What the F? Todoroki whispered aghast. I know, it's a bit shocking. Toshinori said as he let his grip on One for All go, reverting back to his true form. No shit. Now that is out of the way, what was it that you wanted my help with? I didn't say I wanted your help. Todoroki composed himself, straightening a bit in his seat. He smiled at that. Perhaps not in so many words, but when someone requests a meeting with the number one hero and says that it's urgent, that's as good as asking for help. But I need to know what's wrong in order to do anything, so I'll ask again. What do you need help with? Todoroki almost deflated, expression twisting into one of concern and mild discomfort. I need help in keeping Shadow away from Endeavor, preferably removing him from Endeavor's custody completely. Maybe throw in a restraining order too. Toshinori took as deep a breath as he could and slowly exhaled. All right, I'm going to need to make a call. What? Who? Todoroki's face melted into something scared and distrustful. A friend of mine. He's a detective with the Musutafu police. He'll be able to question you more thoroughly, so every little thing is on the record and no one will be able to deny it because he has a lie detector quirk. I'd prefer for him to be here before we go into any detail so you don't have to repeat yourself half a dozen times. You'll likely be doing that enough in court. I'll also be contacting Nedzu once Naomasa is finished interviewing you. Yui has a policy that allows them partial custody of their students, and if they feel a student is safer away from their guardians, they are capable and willing to refuse access to the child. As soon as he got a wide-eyed nod of approval from Todoroki, he made the call. This couldn't afford to wait. With any luck, arresting Endeavor may be the last thing he did as a hero. The thought made him want to smile. Any respect for that man went down the drain the moment Todoroki insinuated that the man was a danger to his kids. He briefly took the time to text Gran that something came up and he wouldn't be able to oversee young Ayama's first training session. Something inside of him twisted painfully at the thought of letting his successor down already, but this just couldn't wait. He prayed the boy would understand as he silenced his phone. He had to give this case his full attention right now. Naomasa, the absolute blessing of a man he was, arrived at Yui in record time. He was grateful that he'd decided to have the meeting here instead of all the way back at Might Tower. Naomasa took the free seat beside him and clicked on the portable recorder he brought with him. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Quirk, lie detector. I am about to conduct an interview with Todoroki Natsuo and Todoroki Taoya regarding allegations of child abuse, child neglect, spousal abuse, and illegal Quirk marriage. Do I have permission to record the following conversation? As soon as his friend received confirmation, he began the interview, leaving no stone unturned. By the time the interview was complete, Toshinori was silently fuming. He would never give Endeavor the pleasure of becoming the next number one hero. Not after all of this. He would have to push the courts to oversee the case soon, but he wasn't worried about that. He was well aware that his word held a lot of weight, and if he asked for a date, he would get it. Throwing his name around wasn't something he did often and never lightly. But he sure as hell wasn't going to allow a child to return to their abuser. He took the time to see his friend off campus after thanking Todoroki for coming to him. Once Naomasa had vanished from sight, he took out his phone to check on any messages from the past hour or so he'd been in the meeting. Gran, you sure know how to pick M. Gran, video. He furrowed his brows in confusion before clicking on the video, only to be sent into a violent coughing fit as he watched the video Gran sent him of young Ayama clinging to the steel support beams of the ceiling like a lifeline as he continued to float higher and higher. How the hell was young Ayama using Nana's quirk? Izuku was practically bouncing off the walls. He was about to go to his first training session for what was probably the most beautiful quirk he'd ever seen. Needless to say, he was excited. He wanted to start. He wanted to activate the quirk and launch himself across the gym in a single leap. He was ready to. We're starting with meditation, Shouta said. He practically whined. It was smart. He wasn't going to argue with that. But he wanted to get to it. The best part of getting a quirk was using it. He's right. Meditation is a good start, especially since you haven't even activated the quirk yet. Gran Torino agreed. Yeah, he sighed, deflating a bit. They weren't wrong. One for All was a powerful quirk, and one wrong step could mean serious injury. But still, he plopped down on a cushiony mat that was laid out. His butt would be thanking whoever said it out later. He just knew it. Meditation sessions always took forever. Shouta's hand ruffled his curls. I know you want to hurry up and get to it, but it's better to take it slow. Think of it this way. The sooner you get this part over with, the sooner you can start actually using your quirk. He nodded. It didn't stop it from sucking. But nevertheless, he straightened his spine and closed his eyes. As soon as his breathing evened out, he reached out and started to get a better feel for One for All. It was a strange quirk. That much was perfectly clear. There was something about it that was so massive compared to his other quirks. It dwarfed all of them easily and almost gave him a sensation of being full. Almost like he ate just a little too much. As odd as that description was, it was the only thing he could think of that suited what he was feeling. But that wasn't the only strange thing about the quirk. It almost felt like his own, which made sense considering its origins, or, to a lesser extent, similar to that of the Namu he'd encountered. No, that wasn't right. It was almost as if it was a middle point between the two. It definitely felt like it had multiple quirks in a similar fashion to the Namu. But instead of having quirks awkwardly shoveled into a small space, the quirk had expanded to fit them, the same way that exchange allowed for him to hold multiple quirks. It seemed as if each holder of the quirk left behind a facet of themselves that remained a part of the quirk. He paused for a moment before essentially saying F it and reaching out for the closest facet left behind. It was warm and comforting, not dissimilar to the feeling of an electric blanket on a cold day. He couldn't help but compare it to his mother's embrace, before everything went wrong, that is. It made him feel light, almost like Ochako had used her quirk on him. It was nice. Izuku, Shouta sounded concerned, and further away than he had been when Izuku sat down. He cracked his eyes open in confusion only to come face to face with the steel beams supporting the ceiling. He gasped and leaned away from the beam a bit, not quite expecting it when his whole body moved several feet back. He was left flailing in the air awkwardly as he silently begged the quirk to keep him from moving anymore. He reached up and latched onto another beam within reach. Best to have something to secure him in place. It was only then that he turned his eyes to the ground and realized just how far up he was. Well, at least he knows what exactly those facets that each holder left behind were. It was apparently a buy one get six free kind of deal. Walking into the classroom 2 weeks later, they were greeted with an ominous sight. Shouta had gotten there before them instead of rolling into the class in his sleeping bag. Speaking of the sleeping bag, it was folded up neatly and placed in the chair in the corner of the room. Shouta himself was standing at the podium, a somber look on his face. "Hurry up and take your seats. We have some very important things to go over today," Shouta said. No one wasted any time. They all took their seats as quickly as possible. No one had a good feeling about this. You all are aware of the general timeline that is set for hero students over the course of their education. Normally, second years would be taking the provisional license exam, and the license would last them until they passed the official hero exam. However, this year things are changing. Due to several incidents that happened this year, the USJ, Hasu, training camp, Nedzu has requested special permission for first years to take the exam. 3 days ago, the Hero Public Safety Commission officially agreed to this request. Several students let out cheers and excited chattering filled the room, until Shouta held his hand up, bringing it all to a halt. "I know you're excited, but this is not something to celebrate. You all should not be taking the exam yet. You wouldn't be taking the exam if there weren't so many catastrophes this year. That being said, it is happening. You will all have 2 weeks to train, to upgrade your costumes, to find any flaws in your fighting style and fix them. We're going to head to Gym Gamma and meet Cementos and Ectoplasm for training the next 2 weeks. Grab your costumes and get changed. Your time is already limited. Don't waste what you have left." Before long, they were all crowded together in Gym Gamma listening to their teachers explain their role in helping them develop super moves. The entire time Izuku's mind was racing, replaying Shouta's words over and over and over again as reality seemed to settle. They had to get their licenses. There would always be another chance, sure. But after everything that happened the past year, they simply couldn't afford not to have them anymore. Thanks to the precautions that the school took during the sports festival this year, their faces and names weren't out there for the entire world to see. That doesn't mean that no one knew who they were. Anyone dedicated enough could find out each and every member of the class if they went through enough social media accounts. The sports festival didn't directly announce their quirks either, but it could be pieced together for the most part. But they would also be going into the provisional license exams in full costume. The UE Sports Festival was broadcasted everywhere, and they would undoubtedly be recognized on the field of the exam site. No one's costume had changed drastically since then. That, coupled with the fact that they were first years who hadn't had near the amount of training as the second and third years that would be present, most likely meant that they would be walking targets for all the other schools. "Guys," he called, gaining their attention before they had time to split off to work on their super moves. "We need to make a plan. If we all want to pass this exam." "What do you mean?" He got some confused looks coupled with the statement, so he explained the entire situation that had been running through his head since Shouta had announced the exam. There's usually a 50% pass rate, but after all the events that have happened, and several that hadn't come to fruition just yet, like All Might's inevitable retirement, the pass rate is probably going to go down. They can't afford for people to make more mistakes, and if the exam is more challenging, then that will mean that those who pass are actually ready to be out in the field. That does make sense. There's been an uptick in villain activity, bolstered by the attack on the USJ. Even though it failed, a group of villains taking such a bold risk seemed to inspire other villains to take more risks in the hopes that they will succeed. Momo had crossed her arms and was tapping her fingers against her skin as she spoke. He wasn't sure if it was out of anxiety or frustration, or both. "Realistically speaking, we need these licenses more than anyone else taking the test. We've been attacked multiple times this year, and even when we weren't outright sought out, some of us managed to stumble upon serious life or death situations where we've been forced to defend ourselves. Technically, it's illegal to use our quirks in public at all. However, because we're hero students, using our quirks to defend ourselves is even more illegal. It's a stupid law, but it's not going away anytime soon. So far, we've gotten lucky, and Yui and its teachers have backed us up each time, but they've taken some serious criticism for doing so, Izuku said, a frown settling on his face. It was bullshit, but there was nothing they could really do about it. No one was going to listen to a group of teenagers, despite said teenagers being the ones having to fight for their lives on multiple occasions. Yeah, their opinions suck, Denki said. If one of us had kicked the bucket in any of those attacks, they would have used that to tank Yui's reputation altogether, but they're still trying because, God forbid, we don't roll over and die when someone tried to kill us. I wish they could make up their damn minds. I'm really starting to understand why all the teachers hate reporters and journalists. That's exactly why we don't have a choice but to pass this exam. If we have our provisional licenses, then we have the authority to act and use our quirks if necessary. That doesn't mean we need to go around and act like a fully fledged hero. But if a situation finds us, at least we'll have our bases covered and Yui won't be under fire for allowing us to defend ourselves. Alright, so basically we're going into this with no choice but to win, and everyone will automatically be targeting us and just making our lives harder overall, Ochako summed up, with a grimace. Essentially, yeah. So what's your plan? We all know you wouldn't have brought this up if you didn't already have an idea of what to do, Hitoshi drawled. So lay it on us. If there are any flaws, we're gonna need to iron them out sooner rather than later. Before Izuku could say anything, their attention was drawn to Yagi calling for Shoto. Dabai was standing beside him, dressed up in a nice suit, waiting with a clothes bag draped over his arm. Shoto schooled his face into something neutral, but Izuku could see the way his fingers twitched nervously at his side. What's going on? Mina asked, looking between Shoto and Yagi. I can't talk about it yet. Hopefully, by the time I get back everything will be settled, but I'm not sure. If it is, I'll let you guys know, Shoto said. We'll fill you in on any plans we make when you get back, Izuku said. Thank you, I appreciate it. I should be back before dinner. With that, Shoto made his way over to Yagi and Dabai and exchanged a few words with them before they all left together. Izuku watched the door shut behind the three of them with a frown. He wished he knew what was going on. Whatever it was, Shoto would let them know when he was ready. Until then, they could hammer out the details of the test, so he had one less thing to worry about. He turned to his friends, a determined look on his face. All right, here's what we're going to do. It was almost curfew and Izuku couldn't bring himself to get any sleep. Someone had to be up to make sure Shoto ate dinner and caught him up on everything they went over after he left. Did that someone necessarily have to be him? No. He had no doubt that Hitoshi was laying in bed with his nose 300,000 words deep into a fanfic to combat the boredom of simply laying there awake all night. But he was worried. There, he said it. He was worried about Shoto because Shoto was his friend and probably the person he was closest to. Something had clearly been upsetting his friend, and he was going to be there in whatever way Shoto needed, whether that be making sure he ate and leaving him alone or keeping him company or anything in between. Though, he did secretly hope that he would want company. A familiar blip on his metaphorical radar, his quirk, caught his attention. He wasted no time in walking over to the fridge and putting the bowl previously set aside for his friend into the microwave. With any luck, it would be finishing up by the time he walked through the doors. The same set of doors he was pretending not to be keeping a close eye on. He almost let out an audible sigh of relief when the doors finally opened and he caught sight of his friend. He looked him up and down, taking in the really nice suit Shoto must have put on after he left, and only stopped when he got to the relaxed expression and easy smile the other boy was wearing. It looked like 1,000 weights had been lifted from his shoulders. He looked nice, really nice. Was it hot in here or was he just imagining things? Wait, oh no. Izuku, what are you still doing up? Shoto asked. He was kicking off his shoes by the door before he set them neatly onto the shoe rack that Momo had generously provided. They each had 2 slots labeled with their names, as well as several unlabeled slots for their teachers and any guests that stopped by. Waiting for you, of course. You didn't exactly seem thrilled when you left. Besides, I promised I would fill you in on whatever we came up with while you were gone, he said. The microwave finally beeped and Izuku pulled out the bowl of udon before setting it in front of an open seat. Shoto smiled and sat down. Thank you. You didn't have to do all this for me. I wanted to. It was silent for a while as Shoto ate. About halfway through his noodles, he finally spoke. I suppose you're wondering about where I went today. I mean, yeah. You left pretty suddenly and you have been kind of off for the past few days. Most of us were starting to get concerned, but we didn't want to push if you weren't ready to talk. Well, I'm pretty sure it will be all over the news before the night is out. It will definitely be the biggest story by the morning. That's not ominous at all. Should we be worried? I would be more concerned about the public outrage. I won't be leaving campus unless absolutely necessary for a while, at least until the news dies down a bit. Even then, I won't be leaving without supervision and some kind of disguise. Will you still be taking the provisional license exam? Yes, it's like you said earlier. We can't afford not to have our licenses, so it's considered a necessary trip. A rush of relief flooded his system. He didn't want Shadow missing out on anything because of whatever happened today. That's GR. Endeavor was put on trial today. That's why I was gone. I was required to testify. Holy shit. Shadow snorted. Yeah, that was why I was in such a bad mood the past few days. I was convinced that nothing would come of it and that we would just be going through the motions for no reason. I was wrong. Taoya, Natsuo, Fayumi, and I all testified about the abuse and neglect, about our mother. It took 3 hours for the verdict to come back, but they ruled in our favor. Endeavor's hero license was immediately revoked and he is going to prison. He also has to pay some pretty hefty fines, one for each act of violence and neglect that he committed. That was before they got around to the illegal Quirk marriage. It's something that's normally hard to prove, but he actually kept the paperwork that proved he bought my mother. Izuku almost wanted to laugh. Are you serious? I know that you're supposed to keep important documents, but keeping ones that basically scream I have committed several crimes doesn't seem like the smartest thing to do. It may not have been the smartest, but it certainly worked in our favor. So, how is this going to work for you? You're still a minor. He almost felt stupid for pointing out the obvious, but it was a valid question. Custody was a tricky issue in normal situations, and Shadow's mother wasn't fit to be a parent. She had been in a mental hospital for the past 10 years, and the reason why she was there would make anyone apprehensive to put his friend in her care. She didn't have a job, and finding one after being out of the job market for a decade, probably longer, would be difficult, especially one that would pay tuition for Yui, rent, bills, and food. He could probably apply for a scholarship like Ochako did. Taoya was granted custody of me. Actually, he works for All Might, so he's definitely paid well enough. It was between him and Fayumi, but they decided that Taoya was a better fit since he has more availability to take care of a minor. I'm glad. Fayumi deserves a break. She pretty much stepped up and became the entire backbone of the family when she was 13 and mother was put in the hospital. That's good then. It seems like everything is going to work out better this way. He paused, pursing his lips. What's going to happen to your mother? Taoya was granted power of attorney for her as well. He's going to make sure everything is ready for her if or when the doctors approve of her release. It may be too much for her now, considering how long it's been. They're worried about her not being in a controlled environment. She may be moved to a long-term care facility that focuses on rehabilitation without compromising her mental health. I can't believe this all happened in a few hours. How do you feel about it all? Honestly, I'm not sure. Shadow stared down at his lap, his face twisted up in a mixture of doubt and hesitance. I feel like if I go to sleep, I'll wake up in the morning and it will all just be a wonderful dream. I know how you feel. I felt like that when I was offered a place at Yui. If it makes you feel any better, I promise this is real. The conversation we're having right now is as real as that udon you just finished. Shadow chuckled. Just you being here makes it better. I think if you weren't here when I came in, I would have just gone to bed and laid awake all night, staring at my ceiling. Hey, you can't be taking after Hitoshi. We only have room for one insomniac, and that position has been filled for a while. A pleasant, peaceful silence settled between the two of them before an idea struck Izuku. Hey, you know what this calls for? He asked, with a grin. What? Some celebratory cookies. Tenko and Sato did some baking this afternoon. He made his way to the pantry and pulled out a large box, then set it on the island between the two of them. Why do I get the feeling that it wasn't just some baking? Because they get carried away easily, and the fun baking session turned into Sato teaching Tenko a few techniques from his family. We have so many cookies to eat. We're probably gonna have to give some away. You're underestimating our classmates. Shadow picked up one of the strawberry wafer cookies. He glanced back at the pantry that held at least 4 more boxes of cookies. You may be right. No one mentioned Shadow's absence or the fact that a video of Endeavor being dragged away in handcuffs, by All Might of all people, was circulating the internet when they went down for breakfast the next morning. Shadow seemed grateful for the lack of attention, something that Momo and Tenya likely already figured out the moment the news hit and informed the others not to hover. Shadow actually laughed when Izuku showed him the video. It was an ugly, loud, wheezing laugh that filled his bedroom, but it was probably the most beautiful thing he'd ever heard. If they spent the entire morning watching it on repeat accompanied with shitty internet memes just so he could listen to his friend laugh like that again, well, that was his business and no one else's. If only he could keep his stupid heart from racing so much. 2 weeks was barely enough time to get a hold of the quirks that manifested from One for All. Well, technically, he had 4 weeks with Float, but Black Whip was a much more recent acquisition. Unfortunately, time had no sympathy for his problems and definitely didn't have any mercy. Thankfully, with a lot of extra training, he managed to get them under control in time for the exam. The only thing that he was hoping, but didn't dare say aloud, he wasn't in the mood to jinx himself, was that no extra quirks developed during the exam. They had everything planned and prepped for the day. He did not need to have a quirk awakening in the middle of their very important test. A familiar hand dropping onto his head to ruffle his hair broke his mental spiral. He looked up at his dad with a smile. "You all will do just fine. Stop worrying so much, problem child." Genuine question. "Does that ever work when you tell Hisashi that?" Shouta snorted and dropped his hand. "Cheeky brat. Get in there with the rest of your class. You're going to need time to change." He grinned all the way to the changing rooms. He had a good feeling about today. Shouta sighed in relief as he took a seat in one of the empty spectator sections. He was counting his blessings that he managed to avoid Joke for the first time in who knows how long. She was like a bloodhound sometimes. He liked the woman, though he would never admit it out loud, especially around her, but he could only handle her in small doses. She was like Hisashi plus Nimuri plus Pixie Bob, but multiply their personalities by 10. She was just a lot, too much, to handle for long periods of time. And worse, she was a dog person, a racer. Long time no see. Looks like observing his kids in peace was not going to be an option today. Joke, geez, lighten up, Eraser. You sound extra miserable today. Joke took the seat right beside him, despite the fact that there were over a dozen empty chairs nearby. You can't tell me you expelled your entire class this year. I saw them on TV. Congrats, by the way. It's always hard to meet your standards. I did expel a few, he said, keeping his eyes on the field so he could see when the kids enter. Oh, what for this time? They just not put in enough effort. Or were they like that one girl a couple years back who did everything she could to get expelled so her parents couldn't complain when she transferred to that art school? Discriminatory behavior and aggressive tendencies. Joke's face twisted into a grimace. Lovely. Glad you nipped that in the bud. We have enough problems without sending more judgmental people into a field that is supposed to be dedicated to saving people. Like Endeavor. Oh, so you saw the news. Joke snorted. I knew you had a joke in there somewhere under all that angst. You'd have to be living under a rock not to know about that catastrophe. She grinned widely. The look on Endeavor's face when All Might put the cuffs of him as already being memorialized. I have to admit I never thought I would see the man look so constipated. Shouta snorted. She wasn't wrong. He's pretty sure Nimuri saved a screenshot of the exact moment Joke was talking about so she would have something to laugh at on bad days. Joke's face turned a bit more serious. I heard the Todoroki boy is in your class. How's he handling it? He has a good support system and has been set up with the help he needs otherwise. I won't say anything more than that on the matter. Joke nodded, a bit of tension leaving her shoulders as she turned her attention to the field in front of them. So, I take it you didn't tell them about the crushing of Yui. He scoffed. I would never. It's a challenge they should all be able to adapt to. Besides, they figured it out themselves this year. The day that I announced that they would be taking their provisional license exams. Actually, really, seems like you have some smart kids this year, Eraser. But will that be enough in the end? And just like that, Shouta was presented with a golden opportunity. An opportunity that he would be a fool to even think about passing up. A grin spread across his face, causing Joke to look at him in suspicion. How about a bet? 15,000 yen says that every single one of my Kai students pass both sections of the exam. Joke's eyes shifted back to the field that students were slowly flooding into. She pursed her lips as she thought on it for a few minutes. Time's ticking. Joke. Fine. 15,000 yen. No offense to you or your teaching abilities, Eraser. No matter how prepared or how smart your students are, they're just first years. They're going to be up against people who have had twice or 3 times the training that they have. The odds that every single one of them will pass are slim. We'll see about that. Joke chattered away about her students as they watched the kids move around the field quickly, getting into place before the proctors called for them to begin. He had no idea what exactly his students had planned. They had been hush-hush about the entire thing, not even letting the teachers hear their ideas. He supposed that they wanted their plan to be a complete surprise to anyone observing, even him unfortunately. His curiosity had been killing him for the past 2 weeks. Whatever they had up their sleeves, he knew it was going to be good. And he was proven right the moment the proctors told them to begin. Every other school seemed to throw themselves right where they last caught sight of his class. The only problem with that was that they were completely gone. Shouta leaned forward, brows furrowing slightly. He hadn't even seen them go anywhere, too busy making his bet with Joke. Worried Eraser. Joke had a smug grin on her face. She couldn't fool him though. She hadn't noticed their sudden departure either. He scoffed. Of course not. He was more worried about a villain attack during the test than he was about any of his students failing. By the gods, he hoped he hadn't jinxed anything. He narrowed his eyes as he caught a flash of light. After enough staring, he could just barely make out thin lines of metal crisscrossing over the open area of the arena. It didn't seem that the ones on the ground could see them. They were too busy scouring the area for his class instead of looking down. The purpose of those lines became abundantly clear in a single moment. His students had waited until the other applicants had spread out over the otherwise empty section of the field before Kaminari used his quirk on the metal lines. It wasn't enough to knock anyone out, but enough to lock their bodies in place. It was smart. Most people couldn't use their quirks without extreme focus, and being mildly tased would definitely disrupt that focus. While Kaminari was restraining them, his students ran up and took the points that they needed to pass, completely unbothered by the electrically charged ground. He had the strangest feeling that Power Loader's problem child, Hatsum, if he remembered correctly, had given them all a costume upgrade specifically for this reason. Within 5 minutes, every single one of his students passed the first round and were happily making their way out of the arena. Joke was staring, jaw dropped in shock and disbelief as her eyes tracked his kids. He didn't bother to hide the fact that he took a picture. He would relish in this moment forever. After thinking for a moment, he sent the picture to the UE teachers group chat with a quick explanation. They might as well share in his joy. He was feeling generous today. Eraser, what the hell are you teaching these kids? They came like that, he said proudly. Yeah, he was proud. He would admit it. His kids kicked ass. He was going to have to do something nice for them soon. They earned it just for the picture he managed to get of Joke's face. And when they win him 15,000 yen, it will be that much sweeter. Joke sat back in her seat with a pout and a dramatic sigh. Apparently, several of her students had gotten themselves caught up in the trap that had been set and were subsequently taken out of the test. He watched as every examinee made their way out of the arena, most likely headed to the communal area. They would be given a break long enough for the field to be reset or altered for whatever they had planned for the rescue portion of the test. Shouta was thankful he had them pack a lunch before they left. Gods above, why did he sound like such a dad? One kid was enough for him. He didn't need to mentally adopt his entire class. So, how's Mike been doing? He get tired of your crap yet? Joke asked, a sly smile on her face. He buried his face further into the confines of his capture weapon. Only in your dreams. If Hisashi hasn't gotten tired of my crap by now, after 16 years of knowing each other, 7 of us being married, the chances of it ever happening are slim. Besides, he's been over the moon since we took in a kid. Now he has even more people to dote on. God, he loved Hisashi. He loved his husband so much. Taking Izuku in and eventually adopting him only made him love his husband more. He never thought they would actually get the chance to take in a kid, but he was glad it was Izuku. He wouldn't trade his little family for anything. And then his mood took an immediate dive when he remembered just how fragile the balance of his family was. What with a megalomaniac, centuries-old supervillain sperm donor looming over them because he decided to be a effing parent all of a sudden. Almost instantly noticing the shift in his mood, Joke frowned. He could say what he wanted about her being a lot in general, but she was incredibly emotionally aware, something about a minor mental mutation she inherited from her father. He still wasn't fully convinced it wasn't just her being freakishly observant. Is something going on? She asked. He sighed. More than I can legally talk about with someone who isn't on the case. Hell, I'm not even on the case. The only reason I'm being updated like I am is because I'm the guardian of the affected party. I can say that it's not good. Every day that passes by just feels like something horrible is coming our way. Someone actually, but that's just semantics, can all for one even be considered a person after the atrocities he's done. Joke had a contemplative look on her face as she stared him down. You know, if you ever need backup, all you have to do is call me and I'll be there, right? Actually, I'm pretty sure you have an entire list of people that will have your back in a moment's notice. Whatever you're dealing with, if it does get bad and you or Hisashi or even your kid need anything, just say the word. I can't promise I'll be able to fix anything, but I can sure as hell lend a hand, if it comes down to it. That actually seemed to put his nerves at ease a bit. She was right. He wouldn't dare say so out loud and within earshot of her, but he did have a long list of contacts, and so did Hisashi. And if he asked nicely, Nedzu would happily pull out his mile-long list of people who either owed him favors or were willing to help. I know, he whispered. Thank you, Joke. She beamed at him. Anytime, Eraser. Just say the word. Silence settled between the two of them as a handful of her students, who hadn't managed to avoid the trap his students set and therefore failed the first portion of the exam, made their way into the observation room before taking seats somewhere behind them. It wasn't exactly smart to talk shop in front of uninvolved parties, after all. Watching his kids take charge and coordinate rescue efforts made the corners of his mouth twitch up into a smile. Yaoyorozu made communicators for everyone who didn't already have one, essentially everyone who wasn't part of their class, and triage units were set up in various safe locations with select people guarding them to keep civilians out of the line of fire. They were all performing exceptionally and further cementing his decision to do something nice for them. They could all probably use a day away from campus, away from hero stuff, and away from the animosity other classes seemed to direct toward them. They could use a break. They were far overdue for it. He was sure Nedzu would approve a day off campus as long as he could get adequate supervision. For 20 students, that would probably mean at least 5 teachers. For any other class, that number wouldn't be so high, but this class seemed to have a beacon attached to them that screamed "Target me," directed at the nearest villains, and he sure as hell wasn't going to send them out without proper protection. The last thing they needed was a day out where they were supposed to be enjoying themselves getting ruined by another random villain getting a wild hair up his ass to attack a group of kids. So yes, 5 teachers supervising 18 children was fairly reasonable. He knew he would be okay with going, and Hisashi would likely jump on it in a heartbeat. Nimari could easily be convinced, and all he would have to do is mention to 13 that Nimari was going for her to join. He might be able to talk to Hound Dog about tagging along. If anything went amiss, he'd probably be the first to notice, so he'd be a good addition. "What are you thinking so hard about?" Joke whispered so as not to draw the attention of her students. Not that she would have much luck there. They were too busy mourning the lost chance at their provisional licenses. No way in hell was he going to admit to her that he was trying to plan out the logistics of a trip out of UA for his students. She'd never let him live it down. He would forever have the word softy attached to his name if it was up to her. Instead, he grinned as the buzzer went off announcing the end of the rescue portion of the exam. "What perfect timing. I'm thinking that you owe me 15,000 yen. Hey now, don't get ahead of yourself. They haven't calculated the scores yet. Who's to say all of your kids passed? You better get your wallet ready, Joke. It won't be long now." He stood, intending to head down and meet his students before they got out of the changing rooms. Joke stood, motioning for her students to follow. "If all of your students passed, I will kiss your ass." Shouda's face twisted up in a grimace. "No thanks. I have a husband for that. I'd prefer if you kept yourself as far away from my ass as you can." She laughed loudly. "I guess I can do that. Wouldn't want Mike to think I'm encroaching on his territory. Now would I?" He rolled his eyes as they came to a stop outside Yui's designated changing rooms. Fate seemed to have it out for him, or maybe Joke, because Ketsubutsu's changing rooms were right beside Yui's. They must have learned to put Shiksu and Yui as far away from each other as possible after last year's incident. On one hand, he would have to sit there and participate in whatever conversation she decided to have while they waited for their kids to finish. On the other hand, she wouldn't be able to escape when she found out that all of his kids passed. Realistically, did he know that they passed for sure? No, of course not. He wouldn't until they shared their results. But he wouldn't have made that bet if he didn't have the utmost faith in them. Tenya was the first one out, with a smile on his face. He paused when he saw Shouda standing there. "Sensei, the others are almost finished changing back into their school uniforms, and then we'll be ready to go. I cannot speak for the girls, but I am sure they'll be finished soon." "Good. Wait with me until everyone is finished. We'll all head back to the bus together." "Yes, Sensei." One by one, his students trickled out of the changing rooms until they were all surrounding him. There wasn't a disappointed look in sight, except for Joke, who realized that surely if one of the kids failed they wouldn't look so happy. She grumbled as she dug her wallet out. "Unbelievable. See if I make such high bets with you again. Or any, for that matter." She slapped the 15,000 yen into his awaiting hand. "You should have known something was wrong the moment I made such a high bet. Hopefully this will be a learning experience for you." He grinned as he tucked the money into one of his pockets. "Sensei, did you bet on us?" Kaminari asked, grinning widely. Ashido gasped dramatically. "He did, and he won. He believes in us guys." Shouda shrunk into his capture weapon to hide the burning he could feel on his ears. "Hellspawn, no more dawdling. Time to get back on the bus." Izuku started walking to the bus alongside him, proudly showing off his provisional license. Shouda instinctively dropped his hand into the mess of curls on his kid's head. "You did good, Izuku. I'm really proud of you," he whispered. This was between them. They didn't need the entire world to witness this for the moment to be special. Izuku beamed up at him and opened his mouth to say something. He hesitated, probably overthinking things as usual before he steeled himself. "Thanks, Dad," he said. He didn't even give Shouda time to react before running off to join his friends, leaving Shouda to stare after him. A familiar warmth settled in his chest as he watched his son help everyone pack their costume cases into the luggage compartment under the bus. He pushed back the stinging feeling of tears as best as he could. Of all times for his damn dry eye not to be acting up. His son really had bad timing when it came to making him feel things. He had the feeling that he did that on purpose. He was definitely taking after Hisashi. Something was wrong. Something had been wrong since he took Tamura to the USJ for the attack. His charge had been so careful in planning. He couldn't understand why he left Tamura there. He could. His primary objective was to serve all for one. He couldn't do so if he was captured. His master's focus had shifted abruptly. When he discovered that he had a child, he no longer cared about making All Might suffer. That was an objective that was effectively put on the back burner for the time being. It was set aside so thoroughly that the master hadn't even tried to retrieve Tamura. It was understandable. Of course, he would want to retrieve his son from the grasp of heroes first. If his master's son had the same quirk as him, he would naturally be in more danger around heroes. Kurogiri's secondary objective had always been Shigaraki Tamura's well-being. Instead of looking after his charge every day, like he normally would, he was left time to think. It was all he was able to do anymore without having to clean up after a teenager, young adult. He was no longer a teenager, though just barely, with a destructive quirk. He was thinking so much that he realized that things weren't quite right with him. He had always served all for one. He had always taken care of Tamura. So why was he finding himself thinking of a time before then? It would be off-the-wall things. He would catch something familiar in the corner of his eye and think of someone that he had never met. The names Shouta, Hisashi, and Nimuri would plague his every waking thought, and he couldn't understand why. He knew no one by those names, so why were they constantly there? Why did they make him feel such strong emotions? He didn't understand where these thoughts and feelings came from. Were they memories? If they were, then whose memories were they? He didn't know what was happening to him. But that nagging voice in the back of his mind told him to keep it to himself. He knew he shouldn't. He should go to his master. He should go to the doctor for recalibration. But he wouldn't. It was unnecessary to bother them with such trivial things. And perhaps he was being a bit selfish for once. Perhaps he wanted to know more. He wasn't sure where he was, but he felt like he was floating. Like the concept of the ground simply didn't exist for him yet. Yet, does that mean it would eventually? How did he know that for sure? 9. A voice echoed all around him. Or was it voices? It sounded oddly disjointed, eerie, like several different voices layered over top of the one that stood out the most. 9. A light appeared in the void. Several lights actually, all reminiscent of the lights he found within One for All. Izuku, was that where he was? Was he within One for All? He'd never heard of being within a quirk, but it felt right. He'd certainly never done it before, but not all quirks were like One for All. Izuku, wait, where did the other voices go? There were more, he could have sworn, but they weren't echoing as one like they had been. It was just one now, one that felt warm and familiar. Izuku, we need to talk. A soft green light appeared in front of him. Something touched his cheek as he gazed into the light, staring straight into eyes that mirrored his own. Green with white pupils. It felt so familiar, so warm. His eyes snapped open and he raised from the bed a bit, looking around the room with blurry vision before he couldn't hold himself up anymore and his arms gave out on him. He buried his face in his pillow and groaned. It was too early for weird dreams. He was just coherent enough to hear his phone vibrate, indicating a new message. He groaned again, this time throwing all his grief for the sleep he was missing into it. It was too early for texts too. Never mind that it was actually mid-afternoon. He was trying to get a nap to combat his shitty sleep schedule as of late. He felt around his bedside table until his hand landed on his phone and he opened it, pulling up the message app from habit alone and squinting to read the text, despite the light brutally stabbing his eyes. He wasn't quite sure what he was seeing. Izuku stared down at his phone blankly. He wasn't sure if he should be confused or what. Confusion was winning him over by a lot. It was the only thing that was decipherable enough to make sense. Cthulhu, I met someone I think you would be interested in. Konami wasn't the type to hang around people his age, and she was even less the type to play matchmaker. So where in the world did this come from? And how did he tell her he was very much not interested? Not with how much Shouto had been taking up his mind recently. He was happily keeping that to himself, though. No need to ruin a good thing with emotions. He pursed his lips as he typed out his response. Local cryptid. That's nice of you, but I don't think I'm interested. He hit send and it didn't even take a minute for her to get back to him. Cthulhu, who are you and what have you done with Izuku? The Izuku I know is never not interested in a possible new quirk. As soon as he read those words, he froze. He had to read them 3 more times before the regret really started to seep in. Oh no. There was no coming back from this. Did he stick to his guns? No, he couldn't. Not when a quirk was at stake. Curse his stupid sleep-addled brain. Local cryptid. Forget I said anything. What's this about a new quirk? He groaned, letting his head plant into his desk when he didn't immediately get a message back. Then a flurry of messages came in at an instant. Cthulhu, wait a minute. Oh, my God. Did you think I was trying to set you up with someone? Like romantically? Oh, that's hilarious. Adorable. Precious. Good job. Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? Wait, does that mean you do have someone you're interested in? Local cryptid. Let me die in peace. Quirk, please. I need it. Cthulhu, lies. You just need an out. But fine. I'll bite. There's someone I met who would benefit from having their quirk removed. The only problem is that his quirk has done some serious damage to his mental health and he needs to talk to a quirk expert. Like you, preferably soon. He stared at his phone, a thoughtful frown on his face. It wouldn't be the first time that a quirk has negatively affected someone's mental health. He would have to talk to them in person to see if taking the quirk would do more damage than good. If it was something that severely affected the user in a negative way, he would take it and let it fade to the back of his collection. If he didn't touch it, he wouldn't have to deal with the negative effects like the original user. Local cryptid. On a scale of 1-10, how quickly do I need to see him? Cthulhu, probably a 9. He's mostly stable at the moment, but that can change at the drop of a hat. He needs help, like yesterday. Local cryptid. Let me talk to my dads. He clicked his phone off and walked out of his dorm room to the elevator. Shadow was bound to be in his own room directly off of the common area by now, considering it was Sunday. They usually spent at least part of the weekend at the apartment before heading back to their respective dorms. Izuku for obvious reasons, and his dad so they could supervise during the week. He knocked on Shouda's door before walking in, seeing him sitting at his computer. Shouda glanced up before clicking out of whatever he was working on and turning his full attention to him. What's up? I was contacted about meeting someone for their quirk. It's apparently urgent. I was wondering when we might have time to go talk to this person. Shouda looked down at his computer, probably checking the time, before standing. We've got time now if we can grab another teacher to come with. Great. He grinned and whipped his phone out to send Konami a message with a location. He chose the cat cafe near campus once again. If they had to wait for a while for this person to arrive, at least they could enjoy that time. He decided to wait at the front doors of 1A's dorms until his dad managed to get someone else to come with them. Are you going somewhere? Shoudo asked from the couch. Yeah, picking up a new quirk, if I'm lucky. If you're lucky. Hitoshi looked up from his game, head tilting curiously. His answer seemed to get the attention of most of those present. Yeah, he said. It's never a guarantee on whether or not I'm going to leave with their quirk. Some people change their minds. Some people can't get rid of their quirk fast enough. It all depends on them. I don't know why, but I never really thought about the whole process with your quirk. Like, at what point does someone decide they don't want their quirk? How do they even find out about you? Zero asked, leaning over the couch with clear interest written all over his face. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, of course. But I think we're all pretty curious, Jiru said, getting several nods and hums of agreement. It's not really a super glamorous process. I have a bunch of pre-written contracts that were approved by a lawyer that one of my friends pointed me in the direction. Before I take anyone's quirk, I always have them look over and sign it so they can't accuse me of stealing it and just keeping me out of legal trouble in general. As for why someone wouldn't want their quirk, there are a lot of reasons. Sometimes a quirk can cause someone constant pain, or it's the reason they can't get the job they want, or any job really. Sometimes they don't see the point in having a quirk they'll never use. Sometimes people get old and they start forgetting how to control their quirk, and that can get dangerous very quickly. He explained. Okay, but how do they know about you? Do you have, like, a website or something? Kirishima asked. He snorted. No, I don't have a website. It's a good idea, but I doubt I would be able to keep it up for very long before it was forcefully removed. It's mostly word of mouth. I joined a support group, and when they found out what my quirk was, a few people approached me asking me to take their quirks. After that, word started spreading and people would approach me. Eventually word got around to nursing homes and then other support groups and so on and so forth. It was essentially something that was beneficial to everyone, especially me. What do you mean by that? Hagakure asked. Well, to put it in simple terms, my quirk has an appetite of sorts. It craves other quirks. Eventually, if I don't take a quirk in a long period of time, it becomes all I can think about. I managed to figure out a balance when it came to donations that would keep me from getting to that point. And if I didn't have any donations coming in, there were a couple of people that let me take their quirk for a few minutes before I returned it, and that really helped. Honestly, I hadn't thought about those kinds of things before, Momo admitted. I mean, if you think about it, we're all training our quirks to be stronger and more precise. What's going to happen if we get older and can't control them as well? What happens if we eventually hurt someone because we can't control them like we can now? Denki asked, staring at the floor with a frown. You all are still teenagers, Hazashi said, out of nowhere. Sometime during their talk, he and Shouda had come inside. You have your entire lives ahead of you before you need to worry about those kinds of things. Besides, there are other ways to accommodate any quirk issues you may have. Think about the accommodations that had to be made to each of your rooms to keep things from going wrong. Kaminari, you have rubber lining your window latches and door knobs. Jiru and Shoji have soundproofed rooms so they can actually have some peace and quiet at night. There are running lights in the hallways in Takoyami's room for dark shadow. Uraraka has specialized windows. When he saw the slightly confused faces, he summed it up for them. My point is that you have nothing to worry about. You're still young, but even if you were old and couldn't control your quirks anymore, there are safety measures that can be taken to avoid hurting anyone. It seemed to put everyone somewhat at ease, not that he was surprised. Hazashi was good at making people feel better. You all can have an existential crisis with Hound Dog. That's, quite literally, his job as a counselor, and he can help you through whatever you're feeling a hell of a lot better than us. Trust me, he's seen it all. Izuku, we have places to be. Let's go, Shouda said, holding the door open for him. The cat cafe was amazing. More so than the last time he came here. Mostly because he actually had time to enjoy the cats now. As soon as he got settled in the seat of his choosing, he activated heat generation and grinned as the cats flocked to him. He loved this quirk for this exact reason. It didn't do much to help him except to stave off the chill in winter because it was a relatively weak quirk for the user. It worked better when using it on other people or objects. He managed to use Black Whip to get a good picture of him under a pile of cats. Was it the best use of the quirk? Probably not, but it would make Hitoshi so jealous when he saw the picture. He could practically hear the outraged whines from here. Besides, the cafe allowed free quirk use, within reason, and he would be stupid not to use that to his advantage. Shouter raised an eyebrow as he stared at him. Really? He passed over a tiny gray kitten that was more fluff than anything else as a blatant bribe. It worked. Shouta held the kitten in his arms like a baby, now content and no longer looking unimpressed, as Ashi was staring at the both of them, not even trying to fight off the exasperated smile. Izuku almost felt bad for him considering he had to put up with the both of them. Almost. He would probably have more sympathy if his dad hadn't literally signed up for it. They had been there for about 30 minutes when the door opened again. Someone walked in, a mask over his head, and held the door open for the next person, a woman in a wheelchair that he immediately recognized. Konami was technically able to walk but found moving on land much more hassle than she was comfortable with considering her octopi mutation left her without the average human legs. She never left her house without her wheelchair, and it was rare that she came to Quirk consultations herself. She usually just stuck to pointing people in his direction and acting as a go-between. As soon as she caught sight of him, she guided the other man over to their table. He followed behind her, body language practically spelling out his hesitance, but sat down, albeit as far away from everyone as he could while still being at the table itself. I'm glad you agreed to meet on such short notice. This is Jin, Konami said before jumping right into explaining why exactly she brought him there. She wasn't one to waste time on such important matters. Izuku grimaced through her retelling of Jin's background. He definitely lived through something terrible. It was no wonder his quirk traumatized him. He turned his attention to the man, eyeing him up and down. So, you're worried about giving up your quirk because you aren't sure if you're a copy or not, he summed up. When he got a nod in return and nothing else, he hummed. It was a pretty simple fix, if the man would listen to logic. I can tell you with absolute certainty that you are not a clone. How can you know that for sure? You don't know a damn thing. Well, there are actually two things that tell me that you're real. One, I can sense your quirk. I wouldn't be able to do so if you were a clone. It wasn't strictly true. He'd come across the same thing with ectoplasm. He could still sense the quirk in use, but it was like a tiny minuscule fragment rather than the actual quirk. Those little details wouldn't help his argument here though. 2. Quirks like yours wouldn't survive if the user was dead. If you were a clone, you would need the original to be alive in order to supply enough energy to sustain yourself. Therefore, the original cannot be dead. Because you are the original. Jin stared at him with wide eyes, not saying anything as he seemed to be processing the information presented to him. If you need further proof that you are real, he started, motioning to Shouta. This is Eraserhead. He's a pro hero whose quirk allows him to erase others' quirks. I'm sure he would be more than willing to help you. Yes, please. Not a chance, hobo. Ignore him. Don't you dare. Shouta sighed and activated his quirk while staring Jin straight in the eyes. Jin flinched violently before freezing. He seemed to take in the fact that he was still living, breathing, and, more importantly, not fading away while his quirk was erased. He almost started sobbing. He was clearly choking back tears as everything finally seemed to register to him. That he was real and not a clone. Please take it. Take my quirk. I never want to have to guess if I'm real again. He eventually got out. Surprisingly, the other voice didn't make an appearance. Izuku slid over one of his contracts and went through the usual routine but stopped Jin before he got up. Hey, listen. I don't want to force you into anything, but I think you might ought to talk to someone. Konami knows a lot of people that help with quirk-related trauma, and I think it would help. That's just a suggestion though. It's obviously up to you whether or not you want to go, he said. Yeah, I'll consider it, Jin said, scrubbing away his tears. Not a chance, pipsqueak. Jin headed for the door, but Konami stayed for a moment. Thank you, Izuku. I know it was sudden, but I think this really helped him, she said. No problem. Stuff like this is the entire reason I agreed to start taking quirks to begin with. She gave him a smile. I know, kid. Doesn't mean you don't deserve a thank you every once in a while. He shrugged, trying to ignore the embarrassed flush he knew was plain as day. I'll see you later, Konami. See ya, kid. I'll be in touch. She wheeled out of the cafe, skillfully avoiding any cats that darted in front of her. Izuku watched them go, petting one of the cats the entire time. Thank you guys for bringing me here, he said, not looking at his parents. Problem child, Shouta said fondly. What he means is that we have no problem doing this and we never have. You don't have to thank us, Izuku, Hazashi said. He sank a little further into his seat. He really loved his dads. They spent probably another half hour in the cat cafe, enjoying their time together, before calling it a day and deciding to head back to Yui. Izuku almost crashed into someone when he stepped out of the building, but the man narrowly avoided him, rushing down the street while looking around wildly before turning down a different street that led away from the school. Something about that guy rubbed him the wrong way. He just wasn't sure what it was. The plague mask was a little weird, but he could have been going to a con or game session or something. He didn't say anything when his parents finally walked out of the cafe. Hisashi must have finally convinced Shouta that they did not need another cat, which was untrue, but he wasn't getting involved in that mess. He just made a mental note to keep an eye out. It was only when they were halfway back to Yui that something actually happened. The young girl crashed into his legs, barely managing to keep herself from hitting the ground by grabbing onto his pants. She had giant tears in her eyes and was seriously out of breath. Her little fist was turning white from how hard she was hanging onto his pants. "Please, help me." Her voice was barely a whisper, but they all heard it loud and clear. Izuku wasted no time in bending down to pick her up. "Don't worry, we'll keep you safe. Can you tell me your name?" Hisashi placed his palm between Izuku's shoulder blades, silently urging him to continue walking to campus. He and Shouta kept a close eye on their surroundings. Eri, well, at least they knew her name, judging from the way she buried her face in Izuku's shirt and sobbed. "Zashi, Izuku. Go on, I'll take care of this. Get back to campus. I hit the panic button, so you should meet the others on the way in. Explain the situation," Shouta whispered before turning to stop whoever had been heading their way. They were only a block from the front gates. Panic button. Izuku had never known about a panic button. Other than his own, was this a new development? Every Yui teacher has one. It immediately sends out the teacher's location straight to Nedzu so he can send backup, Hisashi explained. They were practically running down the streets, and a wave of relief washed over him when they saw Yui's front entrance. Several teachers already heading their way. As soon as they passed through the gates, Kayama was handing over Hisashi's directional speaker and soundproof headphones. "What's the situation?" Snipe asked, loading his guns. "Looks like child abuse, but nothing concrete." Eraserhead stayed behind to stall. "We need to head that way quickly." "He's only a block away," Hisashi explained. "Well, you all go ahead and go. Ayama and our guest can come with me." "A cup of tea sounds lovely right now," Nedzu said pleasantly, hopping down from Ectoplasm's shoulder. Hisashi looked over and gave Izuku a bright smile. "We'll be right back, Izuku. Promise." "Hurry," he said. He watched the four of them rush out of the gates before he turned and followed after Nedzu, still holding Eri close. He looked down at the girl, finally taking notice of all the bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. He had a really bad feeling about this. "Eri, how are you feeling?" "Okay," she murmured. She was clearly not okay. He could relate. "Principal Nedzu." "Yes, Ayama. Maybe we should have recovery girl meet us in your office," he suggested. "Not to worry, she's already there. I was in the middle of our monthly medical supplies report when I received the message. Unless an emergency came up, she should still be there." His shoulders relaxed a bit, abated by Nedzu's words. Something was telling him that Eri would do better in a more personal environment rather than an infirmary. Nedzu's office was definitely personal. What with all the various tea sets decorating the office, as well as the many books, and even a few games like chess and shogi stacked away, all ready to be used at a moment's notice. "Hey, Eri," he said, keeping his voice soft and level. "You don't have to worry anymore. You're safe now. No one can get to you here." It was just enough to get Eri to unbury her face from his shirt and look around the room. She wasn't smiling, but there was something akin to awe in her eyes. She seemed particularly fond of the hand-painted tea sets. He took one of the available seats, not even trying to set Eri down. He doubted it would have done any good with the death grip she still had on his shirt, and let Recovery Girl look her over while Nedzu brewed tea for everyone. "Can you tell me how old you are, Eri?" Recovery Girl asked. She was looking under the bandages on Eri's arms, a warm, inviting smile on her face the entire time. 6, Eri mumbled. Once she was done, Recovery Girl sat down with a sigh. "She's too small for her age. Malnourished as well. I also don't like the amount of scarring on her arms and legs, though there are no fresh wounds." Izuku bit his tongue. He really did not like the implications of that. Nedzu filled the silence with pleasant chatter, engaging Eri the entire time, and he was thankful. He doubted he could do that right now, and a distraction was exactly what the 6-year-old on his lap needed. It was only 10 minutes after Nedzu had managed to engage Eri in conversation. He was surprisingly good at getting people to relax. When Hisashi returned with Shouta and the others, it took another 30 minutes for Eri to let go of his shirt so he could return to the dorms. He didn't hear anything about the situation until the next day. "She's staying with Recovery Girl?" he asked, a bit surprised. Shouta nodded. "She's the most qualified to look after her until she's in proper health. It'll probably take a while for Eri's documents to come in. Everything in the government runs at half speed on a good day. After that, we're not quite sure. It's very much a we'll see when we get their situation. However, the real issue is the man who was abusing her. We don't have all the details yet because the hero agency that was looking into the situation is currently raiding their main base. They decided to take advantage of the fact that the leader is currently in prison to move forward. We'll have more information on what he was doing later today, possibly tomorrow, Hisashi explained. Izuku nodded, processing the information before he froze and looked up at his parents. Should you guys be telling me this kind of stuff? They both sighed and Shouta went on to reveal the reason behind their current conversation. Normally, no, we wouldn't be saying a thing until the case was closed. Maybe not even then. However, your services have been officially requested. My services? As Wyasa. Yep, your first official request as a hero, Hisashi said. He was grinning ear to ear at the announcement. Provisional hero, Shouta corrected. Semantics. What do they want me to do? He cut in before they could delve further down the rabbit hole. Right, sorry, Hisashi said sheepishly, clearing his throat. From what we can gather, they're having problems containing that man's quirk, the one who had Eri. It's very powerful and they're having to keep him constantly sedated to keep him from being able to activate it. The Hero Public Safety Commission requested that you take the quirk so they no longer have to have someone sedate him to keep him from causing issues. He blinked. They actually want me to take his quirk. I thought this would be something the Hero Commission would have a problem with. They didn't exactly enjoy it before I took Nedzu's offer. I mean, they literally assigned someone to arrest me. So why would they change their minds so quickly? It's less that they're changing their minds and more that they view you as less of an immediate threat since you've been placed in the hero course. They still don't like you because you scare them, but they're not going to do anything right now because you have Nedzu and All Might in your corner. All Might may have officially retired, but the world still views him as the #1 hero and probably will for quite some time, so if he expresses any displeasure in how they treat you, the public will be out for their blood. That being said, I want to stress that you should absolutely not go anywhere alone with any HPSC member, Shouta said. In Hawks, Hisashi added. In Hawks. Hawks? What's wrong with Hawks? He asked, tilting his head. No one is really sure what's going on there. All we know is that Hawks works very closely with the Hero Commission. It's safe to assume that they pretty much have him in their pocket. While I don't want to outright say avoid him, he's actually a pretty nice person. I will say that you should be cautious because something is not right with his relationship to the Hero Commission, Hisashi said. Lovely, he sighed. I got a chuckle out of the both of them before Shouta spoke up. So, do you want to accept or reject the request for your help? Wait, I can reject it. Of course, they can't make you do anything you don't want to do. Though if you decide to become a spotlight hero, you need to be very careful about what you accept and reject. Public opinion and all that junk. Hisashi would be able to tell you more about it than I could. Though, you do go over this stuff in more detail toward the end of your second year and throughout your third year. Good to know. I think the best thing to do is accept a request for my help, though. I don't want to risk this guy getting out and trying to hurt Eri again. It may give her some peace of mind. Shouta nodded. We'll let Nedzu know. I imagine they'll probably want you down there sooner rather than later. Just let me know when we need to go and I'll be ready. Don't worry, I will. Now, you need to try and get some sleep before classes tomorrow. I have an announcement to make and you are all going to want to be well rested. He was quickly realizing just how anxious he had been and how draining it was. With some clarification on everything after a long night and day where his mind had been racing the entire time, his lack of sleep was hitting him all at once. Yeah, he said. Sleep sounds like a pretty good idea right now. I'll see you guys in the morning. Love you. He was yawning on his way out the door but smiled at the good nights and love yous that followed him. It was slow going, but he was starting to get used to feeling so happy, so loved, as much as it had stung at the time. His mother signing away custody of him had probably been the nicest thing she'd ever done for him. He did not sleep as well as he was hoping he would have. Instead, he was once again plagued with strange dreams and familiar voices, leaving him with a feeling of exhaustion deep in his bones. His only savior was the god-awful concoction that Hitoshi had apparently gained a reputation for making during big tests. Hitoshi had taken one look at him and offered to make something that would definitely keep him awake. Then he asked him a few questions about his heart health. That was probably the point that Izuku should have been concerned, but he just didn't have it in him. Next thing he knew, a chilled drink was being pushed into his hands. Once he took a few sips, he definitely felt more alive than he had when he dragged himself out of bed. The taste was questionable, indecipherable, but not bad, just strange, something he would probably have to get used to. Although Hitoshi had clearly stated that he would not be making him anymore for at least a day or two for safety reason. Another comment that almost definitely should have been considered concerning. He was still clutching the cup like a lifeline while Tenya ushered everyone to the classroom. No one was ever late on his watch, not since the dorms were installed. He settled into his seat and took another sip of his drink as everyone waited for Shouta's arrival, chattering quietly as they all tried to shake off sleep. Some were more well-adjusted than others. He would never quite understand morning people. Most of the time he had to drag himself out of bed and hope he woke up enough to take a quick jog around the dorms without face planting into the dirt. On cue, as soon as the bell rang, Shouta slid the door open and strolled inside the classroom. He scanned the room, noting everyone present before nodding ever so slightly in approval and standing behind the podium. Congratulations. You have all earned your provisional licenses, and what's even more impressive, no one scored below an 85. While I would love to say that everything is great now and you can take a break, you can't. It's just one more step on your path to becoming full-fledged heroes. Your next step is going to be work studies, Shouta said. What are work studies? Ochako asked, leaning forward in her seat almost in anticipation for anything that was being thrown at them. I was getting there. Shouta gave a half-hearted glare that was more tired exasperation than anything else. Work studies are similar to the internships you all went on, just more hands-on. You will learn and experience more about the ins and outs of hero work, patrolling, paperwork, managing an agency in some cases. You'll also likely have a chance to be put on an active case, though that is not a guarantee. Each mentor you have has the authority to pull you off a case if they think it's too dangerous, which, considering you all are just first years, is more likely than you may think. Most cases that heroes work tend to be more dangerous. They're things that the police alone can't handle because quirk usage may be necessary to complete and they don't have that authority. That being said, work studies are very conditional. You will likely be split between school and the agency. In special cases, you may even be pulled out of school for a day. In order to continue wherever you may end up, you will be required to maintain your grades. If you do not feel that you can balance both, then you don't have to take one on. Work studies are not a requirement this early in your education. If you need time to learn how to balance school and work, then I suggest you take that time. Now, any questions? Will we receive requests like we did for internships? Mina asked. For the most part, no. You will have to do some serious research and reach out to the agency you choose on your own. There are some agencies that do headhunting outside of internships, but that's fairly rare. I suggest that you ask second and third years for their opinions. They may be able to give you insight into agencies you would be better off avoiding. Unfortunately, some heroes do end up taking advantage of students working under them or simply provide terrible environment. If you find yourself interested in whoever they're doing their work study with, they may be able to put in a good word for you. It would be a much faster way to get yourself in the door than an email. Something to keep in mind is that sometimes heroes just don't have the time to answer emails unless it's case-related, especially if they're a particularly popular hero. If you don't get a response in about a week, you should move on and try to find someone else. On occasion, someone may reach out to a particular student, but I am urging you to seriously do your research before accepting. You may be able to back out whenever you want, but having a bad experience during your work study is something that is best avoided if at all possible. It once again boils down to asking around. Ask your senpais or us teachers before you commit to anything. We are here and we are more than willing to help. Besides, a teacher needs to approve before you can go. There are some that will not be approved simply because the cases they take on are too dangerous for students. Shouta stared at them seriously as he tried to instill a modicum of caution into everyone. Judging by the others' expressions, it was working. Any more questions? He seemed to relax a bit when no one said anything. Great, moving on then. You will all have a couple of weeks before you are allowed to send out requests anyway, because in 3 weeks we will all be taking a trip off campus. And by all I mean both Class 1 and Class 1B. Most everyone perked up a bit at that, the somber mood lifting every so slightly to be replaced with curiosity. Where are we going? Hagakure asked. Shouta stepped to the side and swiped something on his phone. A holographic projection came to life in front of them, showing a very large building that looked like a modern-day fortress. He couldn't quite see the surrounding area well, but it didn't look anywhere near civilization. This is a training facility that is co-owned by a handful of hero schools. It's where we do joint training between schools to try and foster relations for when you all graduate. After all, it's wise that heroes at least be civil with one another, and we discovered it's best to start early on that front. You all will be going there for a training exercise at least once a year until you graduate. We try to fit in at least 3 trips, but schedules between schools are sometimes conflicting, Shouta explained as everyone stared in awe. What other schools are going to be there? Siro asked. Shiksu, Ketsubutsu, Seijin, and Sei. Now, pay close attention. The rules and details for this training exercise will be emailed to your class president and vice president, but you're getting your objectives now. This training exercise is going to be very different from what you're used to. It will test different skills along with your ability to plan and work as a fluid team. You already proved you can do so during the provisional license exam, but this will be more extensive. You will be staying at this facility for an entire week. Not a work week, a full 7 days, no exceptions. If the planned training program is completed before the 7 days are up, the remaining time will be spent sparring and building relations with the other schools. You will also be required to form a team. No less than 5 people to a team, though there is no limit on how large a team you may have. The only limit is that your team must consist of only UE students. Now, you will have several objectives to complete during this exercise. The first objective is stealth-based. Each team will be assigned a set of targets, and it is their job to get those targets back to their base without getting caught. Each target has a certain point value, and the more points you have, the better. But we don't expect perfection from you all. If you do happen to get caught, the people on your team are allowed to retrieve you unless you have been killed. Being killed means that you have been hit in an area that would cause death should the fight be real. Of course, in order for it to be indisputable, everyone will be provided with a weapon of their choice that will cover the area you have been hit in paint. Think of a paintball gun but customized. It could be a whip, a knife, a spear, anything. So be careful. Head, neck, and chest are vital areas. Protect them or you will be considered dead. Your second object is intelligence gathering. Shouta grinned widely at some of the groans he got just from those cursed words. Apparently the final exam was still on some people's minds because even Tenya was grimacing. Yes, students, intelligence gathering is a vital part of hero work and you all need practice with it. You will have to put all of your skills to the test and gather as much information about other students and their abilities as possible. Your final objective will be to use all of your resources to execute a plan to take down every other team in the facility. You must complete this objective in order to win. However, that does not mean you get to slack on the other objectives. How well you do on those will determine how well you do overall. A warning to you all. The other schools will not pull punches. They may not have allowed their first years to get their provisional licenses, but that does not mean that they have been slacking off this year. You have to be smart about this if you want to get anywhere close to winning. You have 3 weeks to plan, don't waste them. Almost as if on cue, the bell rang signaling the end of homeroom. Izuku's mind was whirling the entire day. Even after Hisashi let him know during lunch that they would be heading out so he could take the quirk from the man who hurt her. It wasn't because he was nervous. He was, kind of, but that was beside the point. No, it was because he had an idea forming. And it was a damn good one. All he had to do was get a good look at the rules they would have to abide by. The ride to the training facility they were going to be spending the next week at was beyond time-consuming. They left before dawn and didn't arrive until almost dusk. The worst part was probably the last few hours of the trip, as there was no stopping to stretch their legs or use the bathroom if needed. It wasn't because they were on a time crunch or anything. They just got to a point that there was no place around that they could stop. So this place was effectively in the middle of nowhere. And it was huge. Obviously, the size wouldn't be to scale in the picture they were shown, but the building towered over them all and stretched far into the distance. They really weren't playing around when they built it, and he had a feeling the inside was going to be just as remarkable as the outside, if not more so. Damn, even I have to admit this is pretty impressive, Tenko said. He stood next to Kayama, Himiko, and Taoya while eyeing the building up and down. He had ridden the Wana bus with Shouta and Hisashi and had once again cemented himself as everyone's favorite by bringing cookies with him. Tell me about it. I've seen some shit, but this is out there, Taoya said. He had accompanied Yagi on the 1B bus with Kayama and Himiko. Truthfully, Yagi hadn't even been assigned to supervise this trip originally, at least not until he found out that Taoya was interested in seeing his baby brother in action. Taoya didn't know it, but Yagi had already pretty much mentally adopted him. It was actually sweet to watch them interact because neither seemed to realize how much they enjoyed being around the other. So, Tenko turned to them, looking over both classes critically. Is anyone going to let me in on the plan? Izuku grinned. Not a chance, Tenko. You're just gonna have to observe and figure it out like everyone else. Yeah, you don't get special treatment. Himiko tried to pout but couldn't hold it long, and it just gave way to a toothy grin. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see Izuku's team win. You don't even know who's on his team. How do you know they'll win? Tenko looked exasperated. Not that anyone could blame him, because Izuku is on it. Don't act like you don't know he'll win. You're just as biased as I am. All right, everyone, Shouta called, gaining the attention of the two classes. Each school has a personal section for accommodations. It includes a kitchen and dining room as well as 2 large rooms separated by gender where you will be sleeping tonight. Your rooms do have bathrooms attached to them so you won't be wandering around. I know it's not ideal, but it will be similar to how you all spent training camp. Tonight, you will be sleeping in and using these rooms, but tomorrow your exercise will begin. Izuku raised his hand. By tomorrow, you do mean midnight, right? Shouta narrowed his eyes slightly. But Izuku could tell from the way he tucked his head into his capture scarf that he was smiling. He knew where they were going with this, or rather, he had an inkling. Yes, problem child. Most days do begin at midnight, and tomorrow is no exception, Shouta said. Now, follow us and stay close. You will not be allowed outside of Yui's section until tomorrow, and I don't want anyone getting lost. It took them a few minutes to get to their section, and from there it was simple. They started prepping their futons for the night, and Izuku pulled his phone out and sent a message to the group chat he made specifically for this exercise. Vyasa, I will be setting an alarm for 11:45. It's 6 now. If we eat dinner quickly, we should be able to get a couple of hours of sleep. By the time everyone is up and around and finished with their breakfast, we should be able to start scouting. Everyone in agreement. He didn't put his phone away until he got a response from everyone. It was unanimous. They were going to have to be smart about this. Class 1 wasn't used to working with anyone else outside of their class, a sad reality that needed to be fixed, but especially not 1B. Obviously, they had a pretty solid plan, but it would all fall apart if they couldn't find a well-hidden place. They had a limited supply of pre-prepared meals, courtesy of Lunch Rush, but they were the ones responsible for finding a safe way to preserve that food. Thankfully, Yui seemed to have had a hand in making this place because the mock city that would be their home until they won this was very realistic. They included fridges, TVs, everything you would find in a normal household. They spared no expense. They eventually found a nice and secure place within the subway tunnels and were already setting it up. Denki, Momo, Awase, and even Tenyu were busy trying to get everything hooked up to a generator, courtesy of Momo's Quirk. Their biggest concern was the 2 large fridges that they had taken from a couple of the nicer houses in the city. Izuku wasn't sure how they would have pulled any of this off without Kodai in their corner. She had already taken a huge load off their shoulders by shrinking their food and equipment and then did the same to the giant fridges that they picked up along the way. It made moving around the city much more efficient. Asking 1B to team up with them seemed like the obvious solution. It was better to have as many allies as possible when dealing with unknown odds. So he had Momo and Tenyu reach out and request a meeting that the other class, thankfully, agreed to. "You want to team up?" Kendo questioned. She sounded incredulous and almost suspicious. "Is that even allowed?" I looked over the rules very carefully. The only rule about team sizes is that each team can have no less than 5 people to it. There's no limit on how large a team can be. The only thing that limits how large a team may be is the fact that only people from the same school are allowed to team up, he explained. Kendo made eye contact with her vice president, who shrugged. "I have no problem teaming up. I'll talk to the rest of the class, but I doubt they'll have much issue either. Any that do have a problem, I can talk them into it without much fuss." Izuku grinned. "I look forward to working with you all then." "Iyama," Jiru called. She was sitting against a wall with her jacks plugged into the ceiling above them. "It seems like the other classes are finally settling in. They've been moving around for a while, but activity has slowed down. There was already a territory fight and a couple of students are out." She grinned widely. "One group went to one of the mansions we stole a fridge from. They seemed pretty damn confused and had to find another place to set up." Snorting, he shook his head. "What are the odds of that?" "Thanks, Jiru. Keep me updated," he said. She was probably going to have a killer headache after all this, with how much she was using her quirk. He turned to Koda. "Koda, do you think you can send some animals to keep a closer eye on the teams?" Koda nodded and got to work, keeping to smaller animals and insects that would be more likely to go unnoticed. "Huh, got it," Denki cried in triumph. Izuku looked over and saw the fridges powering up. It shouldn't take too long for them to cool down considering it hadn't been that long since they picked them up. His eyes wandered to Momo, who was already having to break into one of the meals after making that huge generator. Pursing his lips, he let his thoughts roam. They weren't going to last long with the food that they had. Sure, theoretically it should provide just enough for everyone until the end of the training session, but there were 38 teenagers with an extremely active lifestyle with a few that needed more than just 3 meals a day. Normally, he would expect Lunch Rush to accommodate that. He was a very thoughtful person, but he didn't this time. So it had to be on purpose. Another test of sorts. This exercise was designed to push them. They weren't necessarily supposed to act like heroes for once. Luckily, he had an idea. One that would be to everyone's advantage. Hopefully, it would slow down the other teams quicker as well. Their first meeting could have gone better, but it had revealed something about Monoma's character that Izuku actually enjoyed. Beyond the insecurity and the insatiable need to prove that he earned his place in the hero course, Monoma genuinely wanted to help people. He was the first to react when Izuku had nearly been kidnapped, before Shadow or Hitoshi or Denki, even before Tamaki, who had more experience jumping into the fray than anyone that had been present. So Izuku owed him. He may also be interested in spending more time with the blonde for the simple fact that their quirks were marginally similar. Monoma was probably the only person around that could relate to him on that level. It was the reason why he volunteered to be there when Monoma started practicing with quirks from one student. "So you can copy any quirk and use it freely as long as it's within the 10-minute limit?" he asked. He had his notebook in hand, primed and ready to analyze Monoma's quirk as soon as he started dishing out information. Monoma grimaced slightly. "No, not quite. I can copy a quirk, but that doesn't necessarily mean I can use it. I also try my best to avoid major mutation quirks. I wouldn't try to copy something like Ashido's or Ada's quirks. I likely wouldn't have the resistance for acid that Ashido does in rapidly growing engines out of my legs only for them to fall apart when my quirk times out seems painful." He nodded. "That does make sense. What did you mean by being unable to use certain quirks though?" "Accumulation quirks don't mix well with me." Monoma shrugged, though he seemed resigned, as if he had been disappointed, but it was simply a reality he had to get used to. I would be able to copy Fatcom's quirk, but I wouldn't be able to use it because it requires an accumulation of fat that I simply don't have. Anything that requires a stockpile of something is a no-go for me. I also have to be more aware of my limits and abilities in general than anyone. I wouldn't be able to effectively use Yaoyorozu's quirk. Honestly, I wonder how she keeps it up sometimes, because I don't have good enough judgment on what would be a reasonable creation and what would incapacitate me. I also don't have the insane amount of knowledge when it comes to atomic composition that she does, so I probably wouldn't even be able to use creation at all. Izuku sat back, processing everything Monoma just shared with him as he made a mental list of quirks for him to practice with over the next 3 weeks. That was when he was hit with an epiphany. So you can copy mutation quirks as long as they aren't too out there. Monoma, he called as he made his way over to the blonde. Monoma looked up from whatever it was he was doing. What is it? How much practice have you gotten with Jiru's quirk? Over the past few weeks, quite a bit. I tried to alternate between all the quirks I could copy, but I put in extra hours for quirks that would be more useful, like earphone jack, brainwashing, size, and softening. Great, I'm gonna need you, Kodai, Kiwaro, Tsu, Shizaki, Shouto, and Takoyami to come with me. We're going to make a raid. Calling their names seemed to gain everyone's attention, and the aforementioned people moved closer. A raid? Shouto asked. Exactly. If we keep this up, we're going to run out of food before we can win. Momo can't afford to go on just the rations that she has, and none of us need to starve to feed someone else. So we're going to raid other teams' supplies. Kodai, Kiwaro, Tsu, and I will be loading up their food and anything useful we may be able to find. Shizaki, Shouto, and Takoyami will be providing a distraction. Monoma, I'm going to need you to keep watch using Gyro's quirk so we can move around the city easier and avoid unnecessary conflict. If we're lucky, we may even run into a couple of our targets for our first objective. Is that really the right thing to do? Shizaki asked. It doesn't feel right to just steal someone else's food. Honestly, we don't have much of a choice. It's a good plan. If leaving them without food bothers you, then we take out whatever teams we raid as quickly as we can. We also have to keep in mind that we won't be the only ones taking out teams. They may not last long anyway, and the food outside of this arena isn't on a limit, Kodai pointed out. We were given these weapons to use them, not to let them sit around and collect dust, Shouto said. He was looking down at the retractable whip he had requested. Besides, it's not necessarily our job to be the good guys in this. It's our job to complete the exercise with as many objectives complete as possible. Shizaki sighed softly. You aren't wrong. Very well. If we are going to do this, then now is the time. The sooner we get more supplies, the better, correct? Monoma, Izuku said. You've got that lock of Jiru's hair ready to go. Obviously, this wouldn't be much of a hero costume if I didn't have access to quirks when I needed them, would it? I guess not. If everyone is ready, then let's move. Their plan went off without a hitch. They did what they had to do and got out, taking out a few people from Seijin along the way. Shouta had to admit, he was pretty impressed and, dare he say it, proud of his students. 1B didn't do too bad either, though Izuku did take quite a bit of a shock from one of the Seijin students with some kind of electric quirk. It was nothing his regeneration quirk didn't compensate for. I'm going to be honest, I expected realism after seeing some of Yui's training grounds, but I didn't expect to see so many people in the streets. And a functioning town square. Isn't it dangerous for civilians to be in the middle of this? Shimura asked. He was sandwiched in between Talia and Toga, a comically large bowl of popcorn shoved in his hands for easy access, as he watched the screens. If they were normal civilians, yes, it would be dangerous for them to be down there. But they're not. They're all vetted volunteers that have had some hand in heroics at one point. Some are retired pros. Some are active pros that have taken the week off. Some are certified informants, analysts, or first responders of some kind. They all took time off in order to give the students a more realistic grasp of what it's like to work in the field without actively putting someone inexperienced in danger, Shouta explained. How long has this been going on? Yagi asked. It certainly wasn't around when I was a student at Yui, but that was a long time ago. I can't help but think it would have made my first disaster experience easier. I could barely find a place to myself before I threw up. Yui just couldn't replicate the real-life experience back then. This exercise has been in place for about 8 years now. I remember hearing rumors of a huge training facility owned by all the major hero schools beginning construction in my final year at Yui. I personally never got the chance to use it, and I have no idea what year the construction actually started, but it took a few years to complete everything. I'm sure you can guess why, considering how massive this place is. Does it actually help, though? I mean, they know that this is an exercise. They know it isn't real, Talia pointed out. Nothing will ever compare to the real experience of a disaster, of organized villain attacks. But this is the best we can do without throwing them straight into the line of fire. The thing that we want to absolutely avoid at any cost is someone freezing up in the middle of a real fight because they saw something shocking, and this is usually a good indicator of who to watch out for. like those students from Seijin that didn't expect one of their classmates to take a whip straight to the throat out of the blue. They all panicked and were unable to recover in time to avoid the others taking them out one by one. This is also a good eye-opener for their teacher on what they need to work on before they become full-fledged heroes. Better to be humiliated in an exercise than dead on the streets, Toga said, popping a handful of popcorn into her mouth as she kept her eyes glued to the screen. Exactly. He took a sip of his coffee as he turned his eyes to the screen once again. Why do you think they chose the subway to set up their base? Toga asked. It seems kind of counterproductive to have a space so cramped as a home base. It's all about access, Nimuri said. They didn't even know the subway tunnels had maintenance offshoots until Kota got word back from some bugs, and the subway does actually run during the entire test. All maintenance on them is done a couple of days before the students arrive. That means that during the test the subway won't shut down for maintenance, and there's no way someone could get to them in a typical fashion. Hell, the only way they were able to get there was because they used Honuki's quirk to move through the walls. It's not without risks, though, Shimura pointed out. They are underground and they are taking a huge risk of the place collapsing. That wouldn't just happen out of the blue. This place has enough upkeep so that wouldn't happen. Toga turned to the adults in the room, a sudden worried expression crossing her face. That won't happen, right? Not naturally. No, Nimuri said. She sympathetically patted the younger girl's head. She was good at hiding the pain at this point. Shouta and Hizashi, not so much. They didn't particularly care for that line of thought either, but they weren't going to worry Toga more than she already was. But it is possible. We have no idea what kind of quirks the other schools have among them. If they decide to do something drastic, it could get really bad, Shimura said. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Taoya cut in. They may not be playing heroes, but that doesn't change the fact that they are hero students. There's a certain moral compass that should have been drilled into them by now. The likelihood that they would do something that could potentially kill other students is low, but still there. What happens if someone goes there? You can't ignore the risks. They are still kids, moral compass or not. There's still a chance they could get carried away or simply be careless. That's another reason why all those acting as civilians are in the hero industry in some way. They can recognize a disaster and move to help in ways that people like the Help Us Company cannot because they all have a certain amount of training behind them, Shouta explained. As for the student who, theoretically, brought down thousands of pounds of debris onto other people, well, that student would be dealt with appropriately. Probation, retraining, possible expulsion, depending on the teacher. They would not go unpunished for their actions. I can promise you that. It was silent for several long moments before Toga straightened herself up. Good, she said, before shoveling more popcorn into her mouth and turning back to watch the two hero classes work. 3 days in and they came to the conclusion that it was time to speed things along. They had a hefty stack of objectives they had acquired sitting in a corner essentially collecting dust, and it was time to move on. So they came up with a plan. It was risky and it might not work, but if it did, it would damn near demolish what was left of their competition. So how could they pass up that opportunity? They scouted the cityscape a full day before and found the perfect area to execute their plan. There was a small crop of mid-sized buildings that gave a good vantage point straight to the ground. It was also one of the few areas that had little to no foot traffic. That meant that there would be less chance of getting a civilian caught up in their plan. They left a handful of students in the base and made their way out to the location. About halfway there, Komori, Monoma, and Sue broke off from the group to handle their end of the plan. Everyone else wasted no time in setting up inside the buildings. Jiru was propped up against a wall that led right to their trap, her jacks plugged in so she could keep an ear out for the signal they were all waiting for. Caught sight of Komori, Monoma, and Sue. They're almost there. Suburaba's voice came over the comms. That got everyone to straighten up, anticipation evident in their faces. Soon enough, Jiru picked up on something and motioned for the attention of everyone in their chosen building. I can hear them. They're getting closer. Almost in position, she said. Momo walked across the room and sat down in front of the window where she'd set up her rifle, looking through the sights. Several moments passed with everyone holding their breath before Momo sat back. They're here. Masks on, everyone. Almost as one, they slid the gas masks that Momo had made everyone onto their faces and secured them. Momo slid hers into place and leaned back down to look through the scope once again. Suburaba's, Izuku said through the comms. On my mark. He kept his eyes glued on Momo as the seconds ticked by. She raised her hand, formed into a fist. Now, he walked over to a different window and watched as a barrier of solid air slowly came into being, effectively sectioning off the block and trapping everyone inside. He was really glad he had double. It was such a useful quirk. Looking down, he saw the chaos happening. Sue, Monoma, and Komori had ducked behind a barrier, hiding from the other hero schools they had led into the trap. The former two had already donned their provided gas masks, and they were all waiting patiently for their cue. From what he could tell, most were Ketsubatsu and Shiksu students, but there seemed to be a couple of students from Sei who had lasted. They were all clashing with each other, desperate to kill off some of the competition, seemingly forgetting the fact that they had all been chasing 3 UE students moments before. Komori, Monoma, Tsuburaba said, "It's all up to you two now." Momo instantly fired off an array of shots and canisters full of water sprayed the street. She wasted no time in switching out the canisters with the paint bullets needed to kill. Monoma leaned past the side of the barrier and smacked his hand on the ground, instantly softening the area that the other hero students were standing on. Komori ran out from behind the barrier, dragging her hands along anything within reach, letting her quirk spread as quickly as possible, aided by Momo's water bombs. It didn't take long for the combination of attacks to take effect. They were unable to move to escape the mushroom spores traveling rapidly through the humid air. They were left coughing and fruitlessly trying to retreat. That was when everyone else made their move. Momo fired off round after round, each shot hitting its mark. Shadow stepped out of a building and his whip lashed out at the nearest sitting ducks. Mina was having the time of her life with her boomerang. It was pure chaos and it was wonderful. Shadow knew something was off when they got back to the observation rooms and saw Hisashi grinning like a maniac. His beautiful, wonderful, amazing husband had been smiling a lot since they took Izuku in, and it was great. But not this smile. This smile was the one reserved explicitly for shit stirring, or watching someone else do the shit stirring. His husband was too fond of chaos. Wow, that's not unsettling or anything. Not at all, Shimura said, sarcasm dripping from his voice as he took a seat. Okay, what the hell did we miss? Taoya asked. He was scanning the screens with a concerned frown until he came across the view of the leftover hero students from other schools either dragging themselves out of the arena or being wheeled out on stretchers. The intercom connected to the entire building flickered to life and a message played for everyone to hear. This concludes the joint training exercise. Students, please gather your belongings and return to your school sections for the night. All collected targets should be handed over to a supervising teacher. That had Shouda's back going ramrod straight as he looked at the screens in bewilderment. What the hell? We were gone for an hour, if that. What happened? Our kids are geniuses. That's what happened. I figured out what they were so busy doing yesterday too. Hisashi was practically bouncing in his seat. He was so excited. They would probably have to make use of the sparring rooms available if he was going to get any sleep that night. Wait, really? Toga asked. It's over. Who won? Was it Yui? Yes, it's really over, and yes, Yui won. Hisashi spun his chair back around and reached out to the controls. Come on, I'll show you guys the playback. Wait, how do we know they won? It didn't look like they did any of the second objective. Weren't they required to do at least some intelligence gathering? Taoya asked as he took a seat. Oh, they completed the second objective a week ago. Huh, is that even allowed? I thought they weren't supposed to start until Monday. It is technically allowed, Shouda cut in. They were given a specific list of rules they had to follow, and those rules only explicitly mentioned the first and third objectives. It was a way for us to test their ability to read between the lines. Like vigilante laws. Toga grinned widely. Technically, the law only considers someone a vigilante if they use their quirks in defense of themselves or someone else, which is stupid, by the way. So the easiest way to skirt by that law is to not use your quirk or to make it impossible to prove that you used your quirk. Should we be concerned that you're so well versed in vigilante law? She rolled her eyes, but her grin just widened. I am studying to be a lawyer, you know. Yeah, but you're going for hero family law and quirk law, not vigilante law, Shimura pointed out. You'd be surprised at how often they overlap. I know I was. They all collectively decided not to question the girl on something she was passionate about. She'd clearly been working ahead in her studies if she was getting to overlapping sections of the law. Anyway, back to the original topic. So they did all their intelligence gathering before the exercise even started. How did they manage that? They never even left campus, Taoya said. Social media, Shouda and Hisashi said in unison. The other schools don't seem to take their students' social media presence as seriously as you. We'll be sure to mention that to the teachers before we leave. If my students can find out as much as they could, then villains could as well. Even dedicated stalkers could be an issue. There are some real creeps that get into hero students, and they need to know how to avoid giving out so much information, Nimuri said. Her arms were crossed and she had a frown on her face. It made sense that she was so upset considering she, Power Loader, and Hound Dog were the ones that did the cybersecurity presentations each year and pressed upon every UE student, not just hero students, to be careful of what information others have access to. Seeing other schools neglect the basic security of their students must put a bad taste in her mouth. The last thing we need is for a trafficking ring to get an idea. Students from hero schools would be a prime target for those bastards. Just getting into a hero school is enough to catch unwanted attention, Shouda said. They need to do a better job of protecting their students. The conversation died down at that point, and Hisashi replayed the video of their students' success with glee. It was just as brutal and efficient as Shouda suspected it would be. Obviously, there were some issues, but they were only first years. They would learn. What was most important was that they had completed the exercise only 4 days in and without losing a single member of their team. It was pretty damn impressive. Working with a team comes with a lot of issues, and those issues only grow in number the larger the team. To have 38 people on one team was unheard of, and for them to work together so seamlessly was downright shocking. He would have to talk to Ken about doing more training sessions with their classes in the future. See, they were amazing. Hazashi was nearly bouncing in his chair. He was so excited. He chuckled, shaking his head. Yes, Zashi, they were amazing. Let's get back to the room and collect the targets before they overwhelm Yagi. He may have been the #1 hero, but no one is immune to hyperactive, overexcited teenagers. Talia snorts and leads the way out of the observation room. I wish I could say you were wrong, but I can barely handle Toga on her own, and I'm only 23. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or not, so I won't say anything. This time, Toga said, following him out. When they got back to their room, it became abundantly clear that Tenko had been busy in the kitchen while they were out doing the training exercise. Judging by all the red velvet, Himiko had helped him out as well at some point. The real sight was Yagi looking around the kitchen and dining room for somewhere to sit and eat. Several of his classmates and members of 1B wasted no time in helping him clear a space. Yes, they cleared it out by eating all the offending desserts that were stopping the former #1 hero from eating his meal. It worked, and so it was an effective method. 10 minutes later, Izuku was 3 cupcakes, and when he was suddenly scooped off the ground into a back-breaking hut. The remnants of the cupcake he had been holding dropped to the ground, and he whined at the loss. He would mourn that delicious cupcake. He didn't care if he only had a few bites left. I'm so proud. Hazashi's quirk was wavering as he screeched, which meant he was trying to keep it under control but ended up sounding like a broken microphone. Zashi, come on. We've got to take the targets to the judges' area, Shouta said. His exasperation was mostly drowned out by the amusement in his voice. But shoo, the sooner we get there, the sooner we get back. That means you get to spend as much time as you want showering everyone with praise. Izuku was gently set back on his feet, but he could practically hear the pout in Hazashi's fine. A hand dropped onto his head and he looked up, following the arm straight to Shouta, who was wearing a small but proud smile. Good job. He ruffled Izuku's curls fondly and, as an afterthought, added, problem child. He grinned up at his dad. Hurry back. We're gonna need help eating all these desserts, and celebrating our win isn't gonna be the same without you guys. Shouta chuckled. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Don't just fill up on sweets. I'm sure Nimuri, Talia, and Toga would be happy to help you make dinner. They're pretty good cooks. Don't let Shimura help. For some reason he can make sweets all day, but if you put him in charge of dinner it just tastes weird. Hey, I tried, Tenko shouted in outrage. He laughed and waved his dad off. Don't worry, I won't. At 2, the look of offense on Tenko's face was almost enough to send him into hysterics. It was a shame good things don't last forever. It had all been going so well. Too well. They all slept soundly, proud of themselves for taking first place in the training exercise they planned 3 whole weeks for. They had a wonderful breakfast the next day before they were ushered into another section of the facility by Tenko and Toga. Apparently their teachers had a scheduled video call with Nedzu to discuss their results among other things, so they couldn't take them to the training room themselves. This one was lined almost wall to wall with padding. There were several machines in one corner that would make any gym jealous. There was a rock wall that went all the way to the ceiling. There was even a setup for aerials if someone wanted to try that out. All in all, it was pretty impressive. They clearly spared no expense. Of course, that was made pretty obvious before they even stepped foot into the building. But still, every new part they saw was just one more step up. He had turned around to ask if someone wanted to spar, but caught sight of Hitoshi making a beeline for the aerials section. He was probably trying to get in some more training with his capture weapon. Hopefully, he didn't get himself tangled up in it again. Doing that in front of everyone would be embarrassing, and Izuku knew he would laugh too. He would help, sure, but after he got through taking pictures. Achako and Tsu were already making themselves at home in the weight section and terrifying anyone who dared come close when they saw just how many tons of weight Achako was holding up with her quirk. It didn't help that Tsu was mercilessly throwing more at her with her tongue. Would you like to spar? Shouto asked. Izuku was left trying to pretend his heart wasn't racing, and that he didn't have the dumbest looking smile on his face. He really had been trying to avoid the growing crush he had on his best friend almost as avidly as he was trying to ignore his sperm donor's existence. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful at both. I'd love to, he squeaked. Then he wanted to crawl in a hole and die because of course his voice would choose that moment to crack. Could this day get any worse? Thankfully, Shouto was merciful and didn't comment. No quirks, he agreed. At first, we can move on to quirk sparring after a few rounds. It'll be fun. They didn't even have time to throw a punch when portals of black mist opened and a dozen or so Namu flooded into the room. When he asked if the day could get any worse, he did not mean it as a effing challenge. His heart was racing. It was beating so hard he could hardly hear the screams or the blaring alarm over it. People were rushing past him, heading straight for the nearest exits as they tried to avoid getting crushed or brutally smacked away by one of the many Namu that had, and still were, invading the training area. A flash of pale blue hair caught his attention, and Izuku's head snapped around just in time to see Tenko drive one of Himiko's pocket knives right into the exposed brain of a Namu and leap away from its falling body with surprising ease. His eyes wandered to the Namu in the room, and it didn't take long to notice that most of them were heading his way, slowly but surely. A feeling of doom seemed to overtake him. There was no getting out of this one, was there? Not with Namu still making their way through the portal. All for One had clearly been building up to this for a while now with the sheer number. He must have been planning on overwhelming everyone to get what he wanted. And it was working. Izuku. A chill filled the air and a wave of ice impaled a Namu that got too close for comfort. We have to go. Suddenly, an idea struck him. It was half-baked, and there was a chance he was going to end up imprisoned and stuffed full of enough quirks to essentially make him immortal so there would be no escaping his sperm donor. But it was better than nothing. Shadow, work on evacuating everyone safely. Block off access behind you. Shadow looked as if he had been struck. What about you? That made Izuku pause for a moment and close the distance between them, wasting no time in hugging his crush, his closest friend, tightly before letting go to look him straight in the eyes. I need you to trust me. Please. Shadow was hesitating. Honestly, it was smart considering Izuku's track record. Fine, he eventually said while reaching out and gripping tightly onto Izuku's hand. Please, promise me you'll be careful. I promise I'll try. Izuku wasn't stupid enough to make promises he couldn't keep, but he could try, and that was what mattered. Shadow stared into his eyes, squeezing his hand the entire time, before he nodded and slowly let go. I suppose that's as good as I will get. I'll see you soon. Izuku watched him turn around and start running, throwing up ice walls left and right to block off the Noma's access to other students. As soon as a wall of ice blocked his view of his friend, he turned and scanned the area once again. As soon as he found who he was looking for, he booked it in that direction. Tenko. Tenko's head snapped toward him violently enough that he wondered if he managed to get whiplash from the motion. Izuku, you need to get out of here. No time for that. He came to a stop in front of Tenko. Do you have your phone on you? Yes, but why? Hand it over. Tenko dug into his pants pocket and held the phone out for him. Izuku wasted no time, practically snatching it out of his hand. He made sure it was on silent before he slipped it into his shoe. What are you doing? I need you to tell Nedzu that I have your phone. It's a long shot, but I don't have mine, and yours has probably got half a dozen trackers, so there's a better chance of me being found, he explained. The phone was uncomfortable in his shoe, but one look and it was clearly unnoticeable to anyone else. Not that he would have even needed Tenko's phone if his bracelet tracker hadn't been shorted out during the training exercise. It wasn't a foolproof plan, but it was all he had on such short notice. He could only hope that it worked. You can't seriously be thinking about giving yourself up. Tenko, look at that portal. They are not going to stop coming until they get me. There are a limited number of pros in this facility, and most of them won't be able to handle one of these things, let alone more. I will do everything I can to manage, but they're going to need your help. You know All for One better than anyone else right now. You know where he would likely be, and you are the one most familiar with how he works. They're going to need you. Izuku reached out, his hand brushing against the skin of Tenko's forearm. So please, go. Tenko looked like he wanted to do anything but that, but bit his tongue and nodded in agreement. Fine, kid, just be careful. Izuku smiled ever so slightly. He was getting a lot of that right now. I will. Now go, while I distract the Namu. He wasted no time, turning around and launching himself at the nearest Namu. Powering up one for all, he landed a vicious kick straight to the spine of the creature, practically burying it into the floor. That seemed to get the attention of the other Nomas present. Great. He was regretting this stupid, half-baked plan already. They did so well. They really went above and beyond for this exercise, but you'll see that for yourself from the recordings and notes we took over the past few days, Hisashi said. His husband had practically been singing the kids' praises ever since Nedzu got on the line. He couldn't really deny anything that was said. They did perform exceedingly well, especially for first years. Next year's training exercise would surely be even more entertaining and impressive depending on what Nedzu and the other principals decided on. That's wonderful to hear. I take it they will be using the rest of their time taking advantage of the training areas and, hopefully, building relationships with their fellow hero hopefuls? Nedzu asked. Shouta snorted at that. Sure, they'll build relations as long as they don't manage to scare the other students away. They're kind of feral compared to previous years. Is that really surprising after everything that's happened this year? They couldn't exactly afford to pull any punches, Taoya pointed out. It's made them all work harder so they can get farther in the shortest amount of time possible. I'm pretty sure I walked in on one of their study sessions and they were working ahead of their classwork. They're all under a lot of pressure. Perhaps it is time we scale back a bit and let them be children while it's still an option for them. Nedzu frowned, ever so slightly. His eyes had trailed off camera, likely looking at the schedule. Shouta couldn't help but agree. He had wanted to give them all a weekend off, but with the training exercise being moved forward so suddenly, he hadn't wanted to distract them. They could push back any work studies requests for a week. Let them have a normal week of school and a weekend off. It would probably do them all some good. He nodded. That seemed reasonable. He voiced his thoughts aloud and received a hum of approval from Nedzu. That does work. I will have to adjust some of the schedule so they have a bit more time off every month. The last thing we need is for first years to be experiencing burnout before their careers can even begin, Nedzu said. This is great. I'm pretty sure Shouta was planning a trip off campus a while ago. They'd probably appreciate the change of pace and not being so cooped up, Hisashi commented. It'll be. Their conversation was cut short by alarms blaring around them. The alarms that were only supposed to go off if there was a breach. Shouta didn't waste a single second. He practically flew out of the room, and he could barely register the sound of the others right on his heels in his panic. It wasn't long before he was rushing past injured and scared students, but he paid them no mind and focused on getting to the head of the problem. But there was nothing he could do. By the time he reached the training area where they were supposed to be training for the day, the only thing he had caught sight of was the swirling black and violet portal snapping shut. He heard whispers of Namu, but there were none. It was a vivid mirror of the training camp attack. The only difference was that there were no third years to lend a hand and protect their kuhai. It was just a bunch of first-year students, most of them not having had the bad luck of being caught up in multiple villain attacks throughout the year. But why would they just leave? What did they gain from just showing up, scaring a bunch of kids, and vanishing just as quickly? Eraserhead. Shouta whirled around and came face to face with Shimura, who was pulling an expression similar to some detectives he'd seen breaking the news that a family member had died. He didn't understand at first. At least, he didn't want to understand. He didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to even think about it. It wasn't until he heard Hisashi asking where Izuku was in a wobbly voice that he realized he didn't have a choice. The worst-case scenario was happening. The one thing they swore they would stop with everything in their power had come and gone while they had been too busy reporting it. Reality was crashing down around him, and it wasn't a pretty sight. It might have been easier if his goddamn eyes weren't burning so bad. Toshinori was cursing himself viciously in his mind. This whole situation was exactly what they wanted to avoid, and now they were neck-deep in shit. He tried not to think about the statistics, tried not to remember that most children did not make it out of kidnapping scenarios unscathed, and that was without adding in that the kidnapper was the original supervillain and a downright monster that had lived far beyond his years. Tried not to think that with every minute ticking by, young Ayama was being subjected to who knows what. He tried not to think about how Aizawa and Yamada were coping. It had taken a total of 15 minutes for their students to grab their stuff and load onto the buses. They had already explained that they wouldn't be making any stops on the way back to try and cut down on travel time. None of the students had raised a complaint so far, and it was already going on 11 hours that they had been stuck on this bus. It shouldn't be long before they arrived back at Yui. Mixing the rest stops and pushing the speed limit was, thankfully, cutting down their time. Kayama and Taoya had switched buses to try and ease the load off of Aizawa and Yamada considering the situation, but left young Toga and Shimura with him to try and help keep the 1B kids calm. He wasn't doing a very good job, his own anxieties and personal experiences clouding his judgment. But young Toga seemed to be a natural at this. She took control of the situation and was keeping the kids so immersed in conversation that they wouldn't even have a chance to fall into themselves on the ride home. This responsibility shouldn't have fallen to her. She shouldn't have to hold everyone together until they're in a safe enough place that they can break down. But this was all beyond him. These weren't things that he was good at. He had spent his entire career saving people, but he very rarely had to spend time in the aftermath, and the times that he did was never for very long. He was always spouting his catchphrase, saving one person after another, and then rushing off to the next disaster. He almost wanted to cry in relief when the bus turned and their Yui was in all its glory. He could even see a handful of teachers waiting for them just beyond the gates. It was enough to make him jittery until they parked and the students flooded off the bus. Anyone who was injured, head on to the infirmary. Recovery girl is waiting for you. Everyone else, please take your bags and return to your dorms. Lunch Rush has prepared dinner for you all, and I'm sure you would like to rest from the trip, Nedzu calmly announced. He was perched upon Snipe's shoulder and likely had been during their entire wait. Toshinori watched a few students shuffle off to the infirmary while the rest started unloading the bags, including those belonging to their injured classmates, before hauling them to their dorms. It was only a minute or so later that 1A's bus pulled into school grounds and Nedzu repeated the announcement. The only difference was that 1A was clearly reluctant to leave. They wanted answers just as much as everyone else, if not more so. Their friend was captured right from under their noses, and they were likely dealing with a lot of guilt and anger. After several long moments, young Ida and young Yaoyorozu stepped up and began guiding everyone back to their dorms. Eventually, they were out of sight, leaving only Toshinori, Taoya, Shimura, the rest present at the training facility, and the staff that had been waiting for their arrival. Let's not waste any more time. You all need to be debriefed, and I have already prepared one of our most secure rooms for this, Nedzu said. The sooner we get through this, the sooner we can find a solution. Aizawa and Yamato were eerily silent as they all hurried off to the room awaiting them. Toshinori exchanged a glance with Kayama, but she just shook her head. Fair enough, he wasn't stupid enough to try and say something to them right now. Not when their child was missing. There was simply nothing that could be said. He was just thankful that his hero license hadn't expired yet. There was no way in hell he was going to sit this one out. Not when he still had access to the embers of One for All. It wasn't much, but it would, hopefully, be enough to retrieve Aoyama from that monster and the hell that followed him. Shadow stared down at the bowl of soba in front of him. Normally he would be devouring it, but after one bite he didn't think he could stomach anymore. Not when it tasted like ash in his mouth. Not when it made his stomach roll. He promised that he would be careful. Shadow's first instinct was to feel betrayed that Izuku had so boldly lied to his face. The only problem was that Izuku wasn't the type to do that to him. The boy who took his quirk to prove a point. The boy that had his back whenever he needed it. Lying to him wasn't in character, so Shadow took some time to think. He spent the last 12 hours of his life doing nothing but thinking. Izuku wouldn't straight up lie to him like that, so he must have a plan. He must have something up his sleeve. He just wasn't sure what it was. It would have been so much easier to think if he wasn't so furious. With himself, with the situation, with everyone. He had to do something, but he couldn't form enough coherent thoughts to pull some kind of plan together. He knew he should probably leave it to the heroes, but he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he sat by and did nothing. You need to eat, Momo said, drawing his attention to reality. He looked up at her and then back down at his food. It was still just as unappealing as it had been 5 minutes ago. I'm not very hungry, he said quietly. That wasn't a request. If you don't have that done in the next 20 minutes, I'm benching you. You won't be of any use in saving Izuku if you collapse from your own stupidity. His head snapped up as soon as he processed her words. What? You heard me, unless you magically went deaf during that attack. We have our provisional licenses for a reason. We aren't just going to sit back and watch when we can actually do something. At least, I won't. But if you don't eat and make sure you're in tip-top shape, then I will sedate you and leave you duct-taped in your dorm room. I should warn you that I've been working on creating sedatives with my quirk. Sedatives that even you won't be able to burn through. He blinked as he processed the clear threat laid out for him before he picked up his chopsticks and started taking bite after bite of noodles. They were cold now, but that was all right. He preferred cold soba anyway. It still didn't taste amazing, but it was less like ash than it had been previously. There was no way in hell he was going to be made to sit this out. Not when saving Izuku was an option. He was apparently hungrier than he thought because he finished the entire bowl in half the allotted time, and it wasn't just because he had external motivation to do so. He didn't have the courage to admit out loud that Momo was right. Not even bothering to waste time by putting his bowl in the sink, he stood up and strode across the common room, heading straight for the cluster of his classmates huddled around the couch. What's the plan? Shadow asked, as he took one of the only available seats left. His voice drew everyone's attention to him, halting their conversation for a moment before Ochako spoke up and explained everything they had so far. It was underwhelming to say the least, and it became quite clear just how much they relied on Izuku for his strategies. However unbelievable they may sound at first, unfortunately, it was all they had. There is no way we're going to pull this off, Denki said. So Shadow wasn't the only one a bit closer to the reality of the situation. Think about the final exams. We had the perfect plan and it took a few days to pull it off right and we still failed. There's no way we're going to be able to pull one over on the entirety of Yui's staff. You do have a point, Momo said. However, we already have a much better chance at getting the information this time. Our teachers will be distracted. They're going to be too busy figuring out a plan of action to get Izuku back. Now is the best time to try and get the information we need. We simply cannot afford to wait. Not when Izuku is who knows we're having who knows what done to him. Where you could just ask to be included in the mission, a feminine voice called. Everyone's head snapped to the door where a third-year student was standing. She was one of the third years that Izuku frequently spent time around, and he could have sworn she was the student helping him during the training camp. He was pretty sure her name was Namine or Nejire or something similar. He had only spoken to her once during the first training session he had with Izuku, and it was very brief as he spent most of the time getting his ass kicked. Truthfully, he had been more focused on Izuku during that time anyway. That was starting to become a pattern for him, it seemed. Who are you and what are you doing here? Ciro asked. He almost looked like he was sweating, which was valid considering they were planning to spy on the teachers and follow them straight into what would most likely be a terrifying battle. Also, the fact that they clearly just got caught red-handed. My name is Nejire. I'm a friend of Izuku's. When I heard the news I came to check on you all and I'm glad I did, she said. Shoto wasn't certain. He may have gotten her name right on the second try, but he wasn't up to fully relying on his memory of her for answers. But he was pretty sure she was being uncharacteristically serious. Wait, what did you mean about asking to be included in the mission? Ochako asked. Nedzu shrugged. It's exactly as I said. All you have to do is go up to one of your teachers and request to be on the mission to rescue Izuku. You all have your provisional licenses, so there's no real reason that you have to sit out. It is true that they could deny your request, but I doubt they will. They probably wouldn't put you right into the fray because you don't have the experience for it, but from what I know, this fight will most likely cause a lot of damage. They would likely put you on evacuation and guarding civilians. It would really help, because with you all doing that, then more experienced pros would have a higher chance at getting Izuku to safety. So, your help would almost definitely be appreciated. The rest of his class shared a look before shrugging. I mean, it's worth a shot. If asking is all we have to do, then we should do it, Mina said. She stood from her seat on the floor and brushed her pants off. Best not to waste any time. Who wants to come with me? I doubt we'll need everyone there as long as we make it clear that we're all ready and willing to help in whatever way we can, so let's keep it small. Shoto didn't waste a second to stand up. I'm coming. He was soon joined by Momo, Ochako, Hitoshi, Denki, and Tenya. He really should have expected that. It was fairly obvious in hindsight considering they were all close with Izuku. But it didn't matter. All that mattered was that they were going to save their friend. Maybe when they got him back they could relax for a bit. The room was filled to the brim with pro heroes and hero students alike, all who had volunteered the moment they caught wind of the situation. They had to move to Gym Upsilon and have Cementos modify it quickly to fit everyone in for a good enough view of the information they would be presenting. It wasn't perfect, but it was the only place large enough for everyone that also had the security they needed. Shouta held back a sigh as Nedzu briefed everyone on their role. He had already gone over the information 12.5 times on his own. He just wanted to get started so they could get his son back home where he was safe. His eyes wandered to Shimura, who would be accompanying him alongside Midnight, Ms. Joke, Lemillion, Suneater, Nedzu-chan, and the Wild Pussycats. Nedzu had granted him a temporary license due to his knowledge of All for One's operations. Shouta had been a bit skeptical at first, but watching Shimura staring seriously at the holographic projection on display, those worries were put at ease. As long as Shimura stayed close and guided them through the warehouse that they were raiding, he was perfectly fine working with him. All that mattered was getting Izuku back home safely. Nothing else. If they could get rid of that bastard for good, that would just be a bonus. He turned back to the projection and eyed the map critically. There were a series of warehouses they would divide between themselves, surrounded by a residential area. Class 1 and 1B would be focusing on evacuation as a precaution. Hopefully a precaution was all it would be and civilians could return to their homes once the raid is over. His group would be raiding the warehouse in the center of everything. The one where the signal tracker on Shimura's phone was. The one where Izuku, hopefully, was. If this fell through, they would be back to basics. They had no other leads. If Izuku wasn't there, then there was absolutely no telling where he was. If he was okay. If he was even still out. His Ash's hand squeezed his tightly from under the table, cutting off his spiraling thoughts. He took a deep breath, squeezing back. He couldn't afford to go down that rabbit hole. If he did, then he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Worst-case scenarios could wait. They would burn that bridge when they got there. When Izuku woke up, he immediately knew something was wrong. Something he had done for as long as he had this quirk was reach out after waking and get a feel for the quirks around him. It was comforting in a sense, the familiarity, knowing that there are people around who cared about him. The habit had dimmed a bit when his mother began seriously distancing herself, but he picked it up again when he moved in with his dad's, and he'd been doing it consistently within the dorms. He liked being able to feel the warm lights of his family and friends first thing in the morning. It was a pretty nice wake-up call. So it was insanely obvious that he wasn't home or in the dorms. It wasn't as if he was alone. He could feel the presence of an ungodly amount of quirks, a collection that put his to shame. It was like comparing a tiny puddle in the middle of a sidewalk to an entire ocean. It was terrifying. He didn't open his eyes. Whatever he was laying on, he had a pretty good guess that it was a bed, was really comfortable, and it was best that his guest, if he could call him that, did not know he was awake just yet. For a moment he couldn't remember how he got there. He almost wanted to panic. And then it all came flooding back to him. As soon as Tenko had made it out of the room, he sealed the exit off with Glacier and turned to face the horde of Namu. He managed to drain the quirks of several Namu before one practically tackled him through the open warp gate. From there it was empty. He likely hit his head on something hard enough to knock him out for a bit until Regen kicked in. But he wasn't sure how long he had been unconscious for. Regen activating would have surely meant he would wake up fairly quickly, but this man had so many quirks that he very well could have used one of them to put him to sleep for an undetermined amount of time. A new fear rose to the forefront of his mind. There were a few quirks out there that could induce a stasis, There was a possibility that his sperm donor had one, or a dozen, and he had no doubt the bastard would use it on him if he felt he had to. He could have been asleep for ages and be completely unaware of it. No, that would be the worst-case scenario. He would operate as if it hadn't been long. I know you're awake, little Izuku, his father practically cooed. I can hear your heart racing from here. You don't have a thing to worry about anymore, I promise. I am here now. I will protect you. You will never be alone again. That did not help his anxiety the slightest bit. But he's pretty sure he won't get away with pretending to sleep until the old bastard leaves him alone to plan his escape. So he cracked his eyes open and took in the room around him. The walls were a light grayish blue, which was accompanied by soft cream-colored carpeted floors. There were 2 doors he could see, and he was going to assume neither led outside his new prison. It left a closet and bathroom. All for one probably got in the room via portals, so why would he even need to put in a door to the outside? Other than the 2 doors that held absolutely none of his interest, the room was pretty bare. The only thing other than the bed was a nightstand and dresser. And then his eyes landed on the deadbeat himself. He couldn't contain the flinch, which all for one somehow noticed despite his lack of everything but his mouth, probably a quirk. Yes, I am aware I am unsightly, but you need not be afraid, my son. I had to pick up several extra quirks to make up for the lack of sight, but I make it work. I actually had intentions on obtaining a particular quirk that would allow me to locate anyone within a certain range, but those plans fell through for the moment. You were a higher priority. Oh, wonderful. Was he supposed to feel flattered? Because he very much did not feel flattered. But he didn't have a chance to say as much because all for one continued on. He briefly wondered how much his sperm donor liked the sound of his own voice. The truth is that the reason I was unable to be in your life, the reason that I look the way I do, is all because of All Might. Wait, what? Seeming to sense Izuku's surprise. Probably another quirk he stole from someone, he explained. For the longest time I wasn't able to be present because All Might and his dogs were hunting me down relentlessly. I lost so many loyal followers to that man, all for one lamented. Eventually, he caught up with me and did this. I barely survived, and, as you can imagine, having your skull crushed doesn't do memories any favors. I would have been there. I would have taken care of you. You don't have to worry about a single thing anymore, my Izuku. You are home. No, it took him a moment to realize that word had fallen from his own lips. He almost wanted to regret it. The smart thing would have been to not say a word unless asked a direct question. He didn't regret it though. Not when it was the truth. His home was probably far away from here. His home was back within Yui grounds in an apartment with his dads and all of their cats. This was not his home. This was a prison. He wasn't going to pretend it was anything else for the sake of this man. All for one's lips twitched downward into a clearly displeased frown. No, oh, I see. You seem to have inherited many qualities that my foolish little brother had. Not only is your quirk as stubborn as his, but you are as well. It's no matter. Technology has progressed quite a bit since then, specifically technology regarding the containment of quirks. Realization hit him like a bullet train, fast and merciless, taking no prisoners. Well, no prisoners except him. Something All for One had apparently noticed as well, considering the smile was back on his face. However, a mocking, self-satisfied version had replaced the carefully neutral smile from before. This one seemed to be more real. Not that that was a compliment. It was more like he was showing his true colors. I had to repurpose an old quirk containment facility as well as make some upgrades. I had no clue as to what quirks you managed to bargain for, and my caution has clearly paid off. I never would have expected that blonde oaf to hand over my brother's quirk to you. I would have thought his distaste for me would have gotten in the way of making such a decision. I suppose I can't complain very much. While I would have preferred to torture that ba, he cut off abruptly before clearing his throat and continuing, swine until he returned it to me. I can accept this. Having one for all back in the family is a sufficient outcome. He wanted to scream. He wanted to cry and scream and curse this son of a beach. All for One has absolutely no claim to him. He could spout whatever excuses he wanted for being an absent father. Izuku really didn't care. He had a dad. He had 2 actually, and they were amazing and wonderful and everything that he could have ever wanted. They would look for him. Hopefully, they were looking for him right now. He didn't say a word, though. He kept his mouth firmly shut and bit down on his tongue hard enough he thought it might start bleeding, because it was better than having an actual conversation with that bastard. The silence would speak for itself, and it did. As the silence stretched on between them, the smile slowly faded from All for One's face once again. He was fairly obvious in his displeasure. I suppose it is too soon. You should get used to your new home. I'm sure it isn't much to look at the moment. Once you've settled in, we can talk about filling the room a bit more. All for One stood, and Izuku could feel the beginnings of a quirk activating before it abruptly halted. Oh, it seems as if I have almost forgotten. I've been made aware that isolation isn't the best for people, especially children, so I have made arrangements to ensure you will always have company. She will also double as your bodyguard. A black sludge-like liquid bubbled into existence before fading away, leaving behind a Namu. It wasn't like the other Namu that Izuku had seen, but he could feel multiple lights shining beneath its skin, so there was no mistaking it. It had large bat-like wings attached to its back, and smoke seemed to emanate from its skin to the point there was little to no form underneath. It actually resembled someone he recognized. However briefly he had seen the man. It had a similar form to Kurogiri, only with smoke replacing the mist. The fact that Kurogiri may be a Namu was unsettling when taking into account how human, how normal, the man seemed. "I will leave the two of you be. I am sure you have much catching up to do." That sentence had his head snapping in all for one's direction, a sick feeling growing in his chest, but the bastard was already gone, the remains of black sludge vanishing with him. He slowly turned his attention back to the Namu across the room. There was nothing recognizable about the person in front of him. No hints as to who this used to be. At least, not to the average person. Izuku wasn't the average person, though. He swallowed and reached out with exchange, just to get a feel for what quirks it had. There were 9 quirk lights, and he could feel some kind of warping right on the surface. It was almost an exact copy of what he felt when All for One warped the Namu into the room. That brought a load of questions and worries to the forefront of his mind. Namely, the fact that there was apparently a way for quirks to be copied. Had it been because of a quirk? Had it been because of some disturbing technology he invested in? Or was it a case of twins with the same quirk? The last one was a lot less disturbing, though he would feel bad for whoever got caught in All for One's radar, because as he was discovering, it was not a pleasant fate. He knew he had picked up multiple shock absorption quirks, but he thought they were all different quirks entirely. Now, he wasn't so sure. Not with the same exact warping quirk that All for One had sitting inside this Namu. Warping quirks were too rare for them to be different. He wasn't sure what the next quirk was, but it felt sneaky, for lack of a better word. The next was clearly related to the smoke emanating from its skin, and the one after that felt familiar to an extent. Something to do with the wings. The only thing he could place about the next quirk was that it was mental. He couldn't get any more details off of it unless he took it for himself. There was a healing quirk in there as well as a regeneration quirk just like his own. Some kind of protection quirk. He wasn't sure what exactly it did. He hated that he was excited. He hated that all he wanted to do was take each quirk, break it down, and find out all of its little secrets. And all interest faded as soon as he brushed over the final quirk in the collection. It was immediately replaced with an urge to vomit so intense that he had to cover his mouth until he got himself under control, or as under control as he could in these circumstances. He would never not recognize that quirk. It was a quirk he had felt nearly every single day of his life prior to this year. One he would never be able to forget the feeling of, no matter how much he wanted to sometimes. Tears were practically pouring out of his eyes, and he viciously wiped them away. He stared at the Namu, barely blinking, trying to find some resemblance to the woman he once knew. "Mom," Tenko anxiously picked at the retractable gloves that had been given to him by some insane first-year support student. He had decay back, and it was back with an unfortunate vengeance. He hadn't been able to stop the insatiable itch that he could feel all over his body. It was slowly driving him insane. He wanted nothing more than to scratch at his skin until it bled. But he knew it wouldn't help. Why Izuku had slipped him the quirk was still a mystery to him. It could be anything when it comes to that kid. All he could hope was that the brat would take it back when he was safe at home. It didn't help that he was knee-deep in playing the waiting game, which was not something he was ever a fan of, especially when the stakes were so high. But they also couldn't afford to rush, so he was left doing every single thing he could think of to abate the itch for as long as he could. He eyed all the pro heroes as they did final checks of their equipment or went over the plans one last time. It wouldn't be long now. Thanks to his phone, they had been able to track Izuku's location to a single warehouse, and once they got in range, they would have ragdoll check with her quirk to make sure they were on the right track. Then she would guide their team to Izuku's exact location. The team he would be going with was pretty large for something that was supposed to be mostly covert, but with All for One they couldn't afford to go in with minimal numbers. They needed the manpower and a well-rounded team. Whoever put their team together did a pretty good job at covering all their bases. It didn't stop him from feeling out of place in the group. Tenko wasn't cut out for hero work. Heroics was something that had been completely off limits when his therapist encouraged him to look into the future. But with decay back in his hands for the moment, as well as his previous knowledge of All for One's tactics, he was a requirement for the raid. Maybe that was why Izuku returned his quirk to him. He could only hope that it didn't turn out like his first major attempt at villainy. They really didn't need such an abject failure. He frowned when he saw Nedzu's overly cheerful smile. It was polite enough by normal standards, but if you looked closely you could see the sharp edge to it. Whoever he was talking to was clearly irritating him, if not downright pissing him off. "It's the Hero Commission," a familiar feminine voice said. He turned and came face to face with Ragdoll, who was wearing an uncharacteristically serious expression. She met his eyes and gave a brief, and kind of sad, attempt at a smile. "They're trying to stick their nose where it isn't wanted. They want to try and ban you from coming on this mission." What they don't realize is that they have no power at the moment. Her tone turned almost gleeful, and the viscous edge to her grin was interesting. But it's the HPSC. How do they not have any power here? He hesitantly asked. The politics honestly flew over his head most of the time. He knew enough to know that no one liked the HPSC. Not villains, not heroes. It was still up in the air about civilians, but he could take a guess. He only had a 50/50 shot at being wrong. Because pro-heroes have been granted the power to give civilians a temporary hero license in desperate times or specific situations. Both technically apply with you right now. That's all that's being done, and it is the law that grants pro-heroes this power. So they have no real say in the situation. All they can do is bitch about it, and that's exactly what they're doing. Silence fell between them for several long moments. He could feel Ragdoll's eyes boring into him until he couldn't take it anymore. What? He asked. He did his best not to bite at her, but he wasn't sure how well he succeeded in that department. Thankfully, she didn't seem to take it personally. Instead, she smiled at him. You shouldn't worry so much. You're a good person, enough so that you made Kauta laugh when you helped out during summer camp, she said. He didn't quite freeze, but it was a close thing. What was it with people being able to read him so easily? It hadn't happened until he went to therapy, so he was going to blame his therapist on this one. He didn't quite like being an open book, but he apparently didn't have a choice in the damn matter. Furthermore, she just kept going. No matter what the Hero Commission says, you have a lot of people in your corner. You have for a long time. Probably since Nedzu first gave you the offer of leaving that cell that they put you in, or maybe since you first talked to Ayama. Either way, you have more than proven that you deserve to be here. Please stop, he choked out. He could feel his cheeks burning, like someone had set him on fire. Compliments were not something so freely given in his life, and he'd managed to skate by with only a few at a time since he showed up to Yue. She grinned widely but nodded nevertheless. All right. I'll quit, kitten. She turned to walk away, probably to head back to join the rest of her team, but paused and looked back at him. One more thing before I go, kitten. When we head into that warehouse, I want you to know that you aren't going to be alone. We're all going to be relying on you and everything you know about this, all for one character. No pressure or anything, he mumbled, suddenly feeling a bit nauseated. He received a light bop to his head for that which had him leaning back in his seat from surprise. Let me finish. We're all going to be relying on you, but when you're doing things as a team, it goes both ways. You don't have to shoulder everything alone anymore. You can, and should, rely on us as well. At his skeptical look, she gave him a half smile and continued. I'll let you in on a secret. We're all scared, terrified, really. This job is not easy. Having someone's life in your hands is the scariest thing in the entire world, especially when you're dealing with criminals and villains who don't hold life in the same regard as you. My team focuses on rescue, and most people think our particular field of heroics is all about natural disasters, things that cannot be avoided. But we deal with so much more. We rescue civilians from horrifying situations. We work on missing persons cases. Sometimes we deal with the worst of the worst, and it all leaves its mark. But we have to move on because there's always someone out there that needs us. There's someone that needs to be saved. So it's perfectly normal that you're afraid. I would be more concerned if you weren't. He sat there for several long moments, staring at Ragdoll, almost astonished. That actually helped. A little, kind of. Well, he didn't feel like he was going to throw up as badly as he did before, so he would definitely take it. He felt weightless, almost like Ochako had used her quirk on him and he was just floating in the middle of their heroics class. Only, when he opened his eyes it was dark. Not completely pitch black though. He could faintly see a source of light in the distance, but it was too far away to make out anything specific. How he got there, he had no idea. The last he checked, he was still stuck in a glorified cell with an unholy amalgamation of people, including his mother, across the room from him. Closing his eyes, he sighed. Time to put together the facts. He had no idea where he was. The likelihood that dear old dad took him out of the cell he went on and on about for ages making specifically for him was little to none. There was no way that Namu was going to let anyone take him out of there. And there was absolutely, positively, no way in hell that he was going to blink and miss a rescue plan. Looking over all the evidence, there was only one read conclusion. He was. You're asleep, ninth. Don't worry, you are safe. The voice was familiar, soothing, like someone he fondly knew from long ago but hadn't seen in a while. A scoff. Don't lie to the boy, first. Right now he is anything but safe. Izuku's eyes snapped open. He was no longer in darkness. The room around him was crumbling, but in the center there were 9 really fancy, kind of gaudy, chairs, almost like thrones, and all but one was occupied. Realization hit him like a train. The one speaking was called first. There were 9 holders of one for all in total. 9 chairs in total. He was inside the quirk. He was inside one for all. His face scrunched up in confusion. How is that even possible? He'd never experienced something like this with any of the other quirks he'd picked up over the years. I'm sure you have questions, Izuku, but I'm afraid we don't have time for that at the moment, the same voice said. The one he could vaguely recognize, that was referred to as first. You've got to get out of there. Ninth, a woman said. She had muscles that put quite a few pros to shame, but that was almost secondary to how similar she looked to his mother. I don't know if you have some kind of plan or not, but if you do, now's the time to tell us so we can hammer out the details, a man wearing goggles said from his seat. Eighth is rallying forces for your rescue, but you may not have time to wait for them. You need to move before All for One does. He doesn't know about my quirk. Izuku found himself speaking his thoughts before he even realized he opened his mouth. The silence that immediately filled the room was awkward at best. I hate to break it to you, Izuku, but my brother is absolutely aware of what your quirk is, First said, a sad, sympathetic, forced smile on his face. He shook his head. That's not what I meant. Exchange isn't like All for One. Sure, the base elements are the same, but mine is a more evolved version of the quirk. He can't take quirks from a distance. He has to be touching someone for it to work. I don't. If he knew, I doubt he would be so keen to be within my range. As far as he knows, my quirk is exactly like his. So you're going to try and take his quirks? He wasn't sure if it was possible for someone to sound so skeptical before this conversation. No, that would be stupid. I would only do that as a last resort. The Namu that he left in my room has a safeguard specifically designed to address the drawbacks of his quirk. Whenever I got within arm's reach of her, there would be some kind of dome that appeared around me, keeping us separated. It's a reasonable distance, but since the training camp, I've managed to extend my range just enough that I should be able to take her quirks. Even the thought left him slightly nauseous, but he was doing his best to push it aside. He had to get out of there. How's that going to help? What kind of quirks does it have, other than? Never mind. What kind of quirks are we talking about? The one with goggles asked. Some of them I'm not too sure about, but I know she has some kind of warping quirk. That's the one I need to take first. If I can manage that before she can do anything else, I should be able to shock her enough to get out. I can come back for her late. A hand landed on his head, gentle fingers sinking into his curls, immediately silencing him before he could start up a stream of mumbling. He looked up and his eyes met with a soft, almost sad pair of gray eyes. The woman who spoke before. Kid, I know that you had conflicting feelings regarding your mother. I know you don't want to hurt her any more than she already has been, and that it's the only thing that stopped you from doing anything before you fell asleep. But Izuku, your mom is gone. She's not gonna come back from this. The reassuring smile on this woman's face was a bit dimmed from the tears welling in her eyes. Your mother is gone. You can't hesitate right now. That Namu will do everything it can to keep you from leaving. So you need to drain every single quirk it has and get out. Save yourself, kid. But, no, you have to do this. You might not get another chance like this, or at all. Eighth may be pulling together a rescue opus, but you can't rely solely on that because All for One is a tricky bastard and he doesn't let go easily. If you're lucky, you can meet them halfway, but only if you act. I know you don't like this, none of us do, but we believe in you. We know you can do this, kiddo. A hand came to rest on his shoulder, and when he managed to pull his gaze away from her, he came face to face with First, his uncle, or with you, Izuku. First smiled. It was all mischief and unhinged glee. Besides, with one for all in your hands, you have a few tricks up your sleeve that my brother will not be expecting should it come down to it. 6 to be exact. And you have the original quirk users to help you right here. Well, it wasn't ideal. Not by a long shot. But it was all he was going to get. They couldn't wait for the evacuation to begin. It was too likely that it would tip All for One or the doctor off if they waited until the civilians were out of range before moving. The students were instructed to wait for 10 minutes before going in teams of 3 building by building, starting with the ones closest to the raid. They were already given exits to take civilians out that would minimize the likelihood of tipping anyone off. Tenko didn't really like it. 10 minutes didn't seem like a long time in the grand scheme of things, but a lot of things could go wrong in 10 minutes. They could all be dead in 10 minutes. The entire block could be leveled in 10 minutes. With All for One at the helm of things, the possibilities were endless, and the man's penchant for disaster did not bode well for anyone. All for One did not care about casualties. He wouldn't bat an eye at a pile of bodies, not when he'd been alive so long. Not when he'd amassed a kill count that seemed completely unbelievable to the average person. Tenko really didn't want to admit it, but he was scared. Terrified, actually. He had no idea what he was going into. He had no clue what he was guiding this team into. A team that was putting their faith in him to keep them alive long enough to save Izuku and hopefully bring him home. A lot can change in just 10 minutes, and it had been months since he'd had any contact with All for One. There was no telling what changed in that period of time. Even if he somehow had more recent contact with his old sensei, there was no guarantee he would have been able to help them any better. Not when it was so glaringly obvious that the monster had been keeping things from him his entire life. He hadn't known that All for One had a son. He hadn't even dreamed that Izuku could exist until his attack on the USJ. His old sensei never gave off the I have a secret family vibes. Sure, looking back on it, there were plenty of times when Tenko was younger where he had vanished without a word, let alone a goodbye. But how many of those times were for Izuku, and how many of those times were for some project other than Shigaraki Tamura? After all, no smart man put all his eggs in one basket, and All for One was a very smart man. Shimura, stay close, Eraserhead whispered, drawing him from his spiraling thoughts. Right, he mumbled. He couldn't afford to screw this up for them. Not now. Entering the warehouse was easy. Ragdoll made sure the way was clear. No chance of anyone interrupting them. Though she did inform them that the room was full of Namu. That may or may not be non-functional. Vital signs from bioengineered monsters were not as easy to read as the average, everyday person apparently. Who would have thought? Lemillion took one for the team and phased through the wall and into the building. After several long, anxious moments, a hand popped back through the door, giving everyone a thumbs up. Eraserhead didn't waste a second and picked the lock, pulling the door open and leading everyone inside. As expected, the main floor of the warehouse was lined with tanks upon tanks of Namu. Thankfully, none of them looked to be in working condition. They skirted along the edge of the room, following Ragdoll. She came to an abrupt halt and her mouth twisted into a frown as she looked down. He's below us, several stories below. I don't see any stairs, she whispered. Her eyes were flitting across the room quickly, trying to find some kind of entrance. Pixie Bob, you're up. The blonde immediately knelt down, pressing a hand to the floor before standing and quietly rushing over to the computer set up in the center of the room. Over here, help me move the desk. Careful not to jostle anything. We don't want to let anyone know that someone was here if we can help it. Before long, a locked hatch was found. It took longer for Eraserhead to pick that lock, but within the minute he had the hatch open and they were all piling down a set of stairs. Tenko looked back at Lemillion before he was ushered along. Go, hurry, I'll put everything back and meet you down there, Lemillion said before closing the hatch on him. He made a mental note that 10 minutes had likely passed by now. 10 minutes and no obvious disasters yet. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any deathly security measures. It honestly didn't seem like anyone had used these stairs for a long time. Not that that was very surprising. Not when warp quirks were involved. Who needed stairs when you could cut out the middleman and just appear wherever you need to be? Coming up on Vyasa, Ragdoll commented. They turned a corner and came face to face with a wall. Ragdoll, Eraserhead, was frowning as he stared at the wall as if it personally insulted his mother. He's behind the wall. No mistaking it. Search has never failed me before and it isn't now. One by one they all turned to him. You're up, Shimura, Eraserhead said. With the press of a button, the gloves that were suppressing his quirk retracted. He didn't waste a single second, pressing his palms flat against the wall, separating Izuku from his freedom. His mind was so foggy he could barely remember what he had been dreaming about. He was so warm and content, it was almost like any other day, except the fingers that were gently playing with his hair. If he didn't have the remnant of voices echoing through his head, he would have almost sworn it was a weekend and one of his dads were waking him up for breakfast. But he wasn't home. He wasn't at Yui. He wasn't safe in his bed waiting for the weekend to start. He was stuck in a cell with an abominable amalgamation of people that included his mother, who he did love despite his mixed feelings about her, and likely his biological father, judging by the massive amount of quirks he could feel nearby. Almost instinctively, his quirk reached out, simply taking in the hundreds, if not thousands, of quirks. It wasn't until he heard All for One's amused chuckle that his eyes snapped open and his mind cleared the hazy fog of sleep that had been clouding his mind. It was like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water over him. He lurched away from the hand in his hair, just barely remembering to pull his quirk back, out of reach. He didn't get very far. The bed he had taken up residence on was against a wall that he ended up essentially propelling himself into. He wasn't sure if he considered himself lucky that the walls seemed to be padded or if he was just insulted. A small frown formed on All for One's face, and if Izuku didn't know better, it almost seemed like the man was disappointed. He briefly wondered if All for One even felt things like disappointment after living for so long. Then again, who was he kidding? He probably was disappointed that Izuku wasn't going to lay down and play his games. All for One sighed as he stood from the edge of the bed where he had been sitting, smoothing out the suit jacket he was wearing. I suppose it is too soon to expect you to be anything other than resistant. Not to worry though, it is nothing that can't be worked on and, soon enough, we will have all the time in the world. All for One stepped away from the bed, giving him some much-needed space before he continued. I had some things moved in while you were resting. The fridge is fully stocked, as is the pantry. I picked up some books as well to keep yourself entertained. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I chose a few from several different genres. I was on a limited time frame, so I was unable to get you anything more for now. A cursory look around the large room showed him the fridge, pantry, and bookcase that had somehow been moved in while he was asleep. He wanted to be surprised that he hadn't heard anything, but, judging from the half-asleep glance he had gotten at All for One's plethora of quirks, there was almost no doubt that he had a quirk or 5 for that. I wish I could stay long enough to join you for breakfast, but I am going to have to leave again. I know the timing is rather unfortunate. However, there are a few loose ends that I must take care of. No need to stress. I promise I will do so as quickly as I can and return to you. Is his luck really that good? He's already leaving and Izuku has only been awake for maybe 15 minutes. Praise whatever deities have blessed him today. Silence stretched between them for several long moments before All for One finally sighed. I understand. This has all been a shock to you. You may not wish to speak at the moment. We will have plenty of time to talk when I return. In the blink of an eye, that black sludge overtook him and he vanished from the cell, finally leaving Izuku alone. Almost. Izuku didn't move from his spot on the bed for several moments. Better to be safe than sorry. He had no idea if the bastard may have forgotten something he would have to come back for. After a handful of minutes passed by, he decided he couldn't sit around and waste any more time. He didn't like the way that All for One had been talking, and he definitely did not want to spend an extended amount of time with that bastard. He could only thank the gods once again for All for One's sheer arrogance. Izuku's entire plan relied on him assuming he knew the truth and that no one would ever be as bold or smart enough to outmaneuver him. His feet touched the ground and he practically ran over to the Namu, only stopping when a pale blue dome appeared around him, keeping him from moving any closer. It was perfectly fine, though. He didn't need to be any closer. He was already in range. Just barely, but barely still counted. Quirk after quirk was quickly and brutally yanked into his own collection. He almost hesitated when he finally got to Inko's, but it joined the rest as well. Seventh was right. Inko was long gone by now. The only thing left of her was her quirk. The Namu collapsed, unable to do anything more without the quirks keeping it afloat. He refused to look at it. He couldn't afford the breakdown if he saw its real body now that the smoke quirk was in his possession. He turned around and closed his eyes, reaching out to the warp quirk, trying to figure out what activated it would be what took the longest. From what he could tell, it wasn't like Kurogiri's quirk. It couldn't open a portal, that much was obvious. He'd only seen it used a limited amount of time, but he was pretty sure it was only used on people. Almost like pulling someone from one place to another. Displacement. So all he had to do was displace himself. But what was the trigger? It couldn't be objects. Every warping quirk needed some kind of anchor. For Kurogiri, it was the place itself that was an anchor, and that wasn't an option here. People seemed like the most likely anchor. All he would need to do is focus on a single person and pray he ended up where they were. He reached out and gripped onto the warp quirk. Shouta. He wanted to be wherever Shouta was. He wanted his dad. It was probably the safest place for him. He would be far away from this place. There was no way anyone would clear him or Hisashi for a rescue mission considering his personal involvement in the matter. They were probably at home, together, worrying about him over several cups of coffee. The quirk practically consumed him. It felt like he was choking on the sludge. And then it was over. He opened his eyes and he was in the exact same spot he was standing in this stupid cell. Why had it not worked? He tilted his head as a strange sound made its way through his ear. It sounded like cracking. He turned around and came face to face with an entire wall of his cell disintegrating, revealing Tenko. Behind him was a group of heroes including the big three, the Wild Pussycats, and Shouta. There were a few more he didn't quite pay attention to, but he wasn't focused on them. Dad. He practically launched himself into Shouta's awaiting arms. Stress he didn't even know had accumulated. He really shouldn't be surprised. Being kidnapped was definitely stressful, was melting away. He buried his head in the fabric of his dad's hero costume, fingers gripping tightly as if his life depended on it. He could practically hear his dad's heart pounding in his chest. All of a sudden, he was struck by the intense desire for all of this to just be over. He wanted to go home and curl up on the living room couch with a bowl of katsudon, surrounded by his family. I hate to break this up, but we need to get out of here. Ragdoll's voice cut through the quiet moment they were having. She was staring at the ceiling, a concerned frown on her face. The main team has engaged with All for One. It looks like All Might has taken the lead and the others are backing him up, trying to keep the damage as centralized as possible. All Might. He found himself questioning if he heard her right. This is one fight he came out of retirement for. His hero license hasn't expired just yet, so he's still allowed on the front lines, Mandalay explained. No more wasting time. Let's go before the building collapses on us all, Shouta said. He ushered them all down the hallway they apparently came from. Izuku fell into pace beside Tenko and sent the older boy a smile. Thank you. I knew I could count on you. He politely averted his eyes when Tenko's face very obviously flushed, but that didn't stop the smile. They came upon a set of stairs and Lemillion went on ahead, something about clearing the way. Soon enough the hatch at the top of the stairs opened and they all piled out of it. The building they were in was relatively unscathed, but it was impossible to ignore the sounds of the fight happening outside. His focus was split between the fight and the tanks upon tanks of Namu. He could feel quirks hovering just beneath the surface of their skin. The sheer number of Namu in just this one building was nauseating. And he knew there was no way this was All for One's only base of operations. There was no telling how many more Namu existed, how many people died just for their bodies and quirks to be desecrated and mutilated like this. Gritting his teeth, he came to a decision. This wasn't going to be the end of them. No one deserved this fate. No one deserved to be torn apart and made into a mindless monster that could only follow orders. He pushed away from the group and walked along the length of several rows of tanks. Perhaps a part of him was motivated by spite on this one, though. He wasn't going to give All for One any leg to stand on, and if that meant taking a decent chunk of quirks and keeping them out of his reach, then so be it. Izuku, what are you doing? Shouta hissed. He locked eyes with his dad, emptying his arsenal. We don't have time. Be quick, Ragdoll cut Shouta off. Shouta's head snapped to her, a look of disbelief on his face. Izuku moved on, row by row, picking up every quirk he could get his hands on despite the headache forming behind his eyes. Don't look at me like that, Eraserhead. It's a logical move. If that villain makes it out of this, he will be down quite a few quirks. The fight is moving away from us right now, so we have some time. I suspect that's All for One's doing. He doesn't know we're here and he hadn't moved Izuku, so the least amount of damage to this building the better. If Ayasa is quick, we can remove several quirks from his grasp and possibly prevent the injury or loss of lives in the future. Shouta didn't say anything, though he looked as if he had swallowed a lemon. Not surprising considering he had logic thrown in his face. He couldn't actually argue because it was a smart move. Izuku faltered in his steps as several familiar quirks sunk into his mind. He looked down at the tank, horrified. Izuku, what's wrong? Shouta rushed over as soon as he noticed Izuku had stopped. Bakugo, he whispered. All three of them, Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, Kaken, all three of their quirks, stuffed into a Namu. He never really wanted to see Bakugo again, but he never wished him dead either. Auntie and Uncle had never done anything wrong to him. They were always warm and kind. They didn't deserve this. Why? What did All for One even gain from this, other than quirks? Did it even matter? Did that monster even need a reason to ruin someone's life other than a quirk? It's what it all boiled down to, in the end. All for One was an arrogant and greedy monster. His voice cracked and he took a second to clear his throat before starting again. Let's go. We should get out of here. Shouta gently took him by the arm and guided him toward the exit. It wasn't until fresh air replaced the sterile smell of the warehouse that he was hit with an epiphany. Dad, I think I have an idea of how to end this for good. Tenko did not like this plan. Kind of. Well, there was a small part of him that was absolutely, positively exhilarated just from hearing Izuku's idea. He had gotten fairly good at recognizing certain emotions and the places that they came from, thanks to his therapist, so he knew that this feeling was probably not coming from a great place. But, at the moment, he couldn't bring himself to care much about where it was coming from. Sure, he would likely have a therapy session booked twice weekly for the next few months, but he could handle that. His therapist did say that being angry was normal. Wanting to get back at someone for hurting you wasn't as outrageous as everyone wanted to make it seem, especially with all the bullshit he had been put through at the hands of All for One. Actually, taking steps to get back at the son of a bitch was probably where the line was drawn. He still couldn't bring himself to care. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would be doing the world a favor. He may be a little too eager for the role he'd been given. You ready, kitten? Pixie Bob was grinning. Her smile was all teeth and sharp edges. Her hands were twitching ever so slightly, and the ground was practically rippling in anticipation. If he didn't know any better, he would say she was just as eager as he was. He may be projecting a bit. For all he knew, she was just anxious. Nevertheless, he widened his stance and lowered himself ever so slightly. The last thing he needed was to be thrown off balance because he wasn't prepared. Ready as I'll ever be, he said, focusing all his attention ahead of him, right on his target. Decay was practically buzzing in his fingers. Eraserhead. In the corner of his eyes he could make out the man, head tilted back, as he put in a preemptive dose of his eye drops, before sliding his goggles back over his head. We've only got one shot at this. All Might, Hawks, and Best Genist are doing good at keeping him on the ropes so he's not focusing on us. Shimura, you sure about this? Eraserhead asked, instead of answering the question. I can't believe you're hesitating on this, Eraser, he mumbled. Shimura, yes, I am absolutely, positively sure about this. I have never been more sure about anything in my life. But it's like you said, we only have one shot and we need to take it before he notices us. Eraser was silent for a moment. I'm ready. Ragdoll, Mandalay, Vyasa, Pixie Bob questioned. She received her confirmation quickly. All three were more than ready to relay information to them, but with any luck they wouldn't be needed. Before he could really process what was happening, the earth beneath his feet had solidified up to his thighs and he was being surged forward so quickly it was almost like he was flying. He didn't take his eyes off of All for One. No matter how much he instinctively wanted to look down, he could see the moment that Eraser had activated his quirk. All for One had swatted away a sharp feather headed his direction without half a thought and returned fire with a blast of air cannon. He had a smug smile on his face that was impossible to ignore, and he was saying something, probably bragging to All Might. When it hit him, the smile faltered, as did his stance. He nearly stumbled forward but just barely managed to right himself. Not that it would do any good. Erasure was cutting him off from all those quirks he collected to keep himself alive. In a matter of moments, Tenko was right behind him, then in front of him. One hand was right in the bastard's face, the same way he was made to wear his father's hand. The other was over his throat. This was for his mother. This was for Hana. This was for Izuku and everyone else he'd destroyed the lives of. But most importantly, this was for him. This was for Shimura Tenko. Decay wasted no time, tearing the man apart, eating away at his body and his brain. His quirk wasn't one of mercy. All for One's death was surely painful, but it still wasn't even half of what he deserved. He was lucky All for One was large enough to completely block Eraserhead's view of him so his quirk could function as quickly and efficiently as it did. It made the whole process less of a hassle for him. Within nothing more than a few moments, Tenko was standing alone in the center of the battlefield. The only thing that accompanied him was a pile of dust that was slowly being blown away by the wind. All for One was dead. It was finally over. Izuku lay in his bed under a pile of cats, and he had never been more thankful that he was adopted by the two people in Yui that held the same appreciation for them that he did. Cat therapy was real, and it was great, especially after the chaos he'd been stuck dealing with. Who knew being kidnapped was such a hassle? If he thought the actual kidnapping was a pain in the ass, then the aftermath was so much worse. He was kind of thankful Hisashi had some serious observational skills. As soon as he had noticed Izuku was stressed, everything stopped for a little bit. Of course, it couldn't stop forever, but the break he was given was exactly what he needed. While Hisashi was busy hovering and making sure he got the rest he needed, Shouto was busy scheduling him an emergency therapy appointment. Thankfully, Hound Dog was very accommodating and took some time off his patrol route to help him out. Honestly, I am almost getting sick and tired of having to repeat myself. Here is one thing, because I can actually get irritated without getting the energy right back at me. I can't fault someone for doing their job, but I kind of wish that random people would stop pulling me aside to go over my story again. And again. And again, he whined. Yes, he whined. He had a right after all this crap that he was still putting up with well over a week after the rescue mission. All he wanted was to go back to school and have classes and training like normal. Instead, he was constantly being pulled out because someone absolutely had to talk to him, and no, it couldn't wait. That's completely understandable. It's normal for someone who went through something traumatic to want things to go back to normal as quickly as possible. Usually, that's the better option. I'll be having a chat with Nedzu once our session is over. He'll put a stop to this, Hound Dog assured him. You don't have to do that. Izuku tried backpedaling. He didn't want anyone to get in trouble because of him. They're just doing their jobs. I'm sure it can't be easy for them. They may just be doing their jobs, but it's been almost 2 weeks. Any further information that they may want or need they can pull from reports or ask Detective Tsukachi directly. They don't need to bother you about it, nor do they need to be pulling you from classes to talk about information you have freely given a dozen times already. Well, when he put it like that, Izuku nodded. Yeah, you're probably right. Honestly, if it wasn't for Tenya and Momo's near-religious note-taking skills, I think I would be missing a lot. He rubbed his thumb against the center of his palm, focusing hard to avoid biting down on his lip. He was really trying hard to work on his nervous habits. They only seemed to get worse after he got back. There's something else on your mind, Hound Dog said, rather than asked. He wasn't wrong. I don't understand why, he eventually said. He still wasn't quite sure how to put everything he was feeling into words, but he was getting there. Hound Dog was, thankfully, a patient man and didn't probe. He simply listened and waited for the words to come to him. Though, from experience, if he sat too long, he would ask a few questions to get his thoughts moving a little faster. Their sessions didn't last forever, and Hound Dog was very intuitive, good at asking the right questions. But when Izuku finally got the words in an order that vaguely resembled a sentence without any prompting, he sighed in relief. I don't understand why he did all of this. All for one, it doesn't make sense. He had never been interested in my life before, so why now? Why all of a sudden? Hound Dog frowned, ever so slightly. I was under the impression that his previous fight with All Might resulted in brain damage and him unable to remember you. Yeah, but his fight with All Might happened when I was like 9 years old. That's 8 years of my life that he just wasn't there. That he wasn't interested in being there. It just doesn't make any sense to me. All of a sudden he is once again aware that he has a kid and decides that he has to be a part of my life. Okay, I guess I can run with that. His interest still doesn't make sense, but it is probably the most logical, if not the only logical, thing he's done. If you can attribute any of this to logic. That is, what reason did he have to kidnap Inko? Or the Bakugos? What reason did he have to turn them all into Namu? I don't get it. Hound Dog was silent for a while. There was a look in his eyes that he was about to deliver a hard truth. One Izuku knew he wouldn't like, but he needed to hear anyway. Aoyama, the truth is that you may never know what his reasoning behind his actions were. He very well may not have had any reasoning at all. He may have done it simply because he had the power to. He may have done it just because he could. The truth is that not everyone in this world needs a reason to cause pain. Not everyone needs a reason to hurt others or do abhorrent acts. They simply do it because they want to. You could spend forever trying to delve into a mind like All for One's, and you may never get the answers you are looking for. Hound Dog sighed as he shifted his gaze to the surface of his desk. Unfortunately, not everything in life is clean-cut. There won't be answers to all of your questions. There may not be a satisfactory ending to it all. It simply is. I know this isn't the answer that you want. It's not the answer that any of us want. It's human nature to be curious. It's human nature to seek out answers to any questions we may have. But the world does not follow a strict set of rules. This is something that everyone has to come to terms with eventually. You are just faced with it sooner than most. He left that session with a million thoughts running through his mind. Thoughts that just wouldn't go away, and that was 3 sessions ago. Hound Dog wasn't lying. It wasn't satisfying at all. But it wasn't wrong either. He was probably going to spend the rest of his life wondering why without any solid answers. It sucked, but that was life. The only thing he could do was move on. All for One was a monster. That much was clear. He took advantage of anyone he could get his claws in. Aoyama had been proof enough of that. Izuku hadn't found out the truth until 2 days after his return. Momo had stopped by to drop off notes and filled him in on the situation. Aoyama had turned himself in just before the raid. Another victim of All for One's manipulation. He still wasn't sure what they were planning to do with him, but Izuku hoped they took it easy on him. It's not his fault. Not when he had the threat of his parents' death looming over his head. It explained why Aoyama was always nervous around him, if nothing else. He hoped that his classmate, or former classmate, he wasn't sure yet, got the chance to live his life the way he wanted to. Now, a ding from his phone drew his attention from his thoughts. He had to move his arm slowly and carefully so as not to disturb any of the cats piled on top of him. But eventually he managed to unlock his phone. The message brought a smile to his face. It was from Toshinori. A series of pictures of Toshinori, Eri, David Shield, and his daughter Melissa. A selfie after a long day of showing Eri around her new home. As soon as they figured out what Eri's quirk was, no one wanted her to stay in Japan. It was safer for her in a country that didn't have the Hero Public Safety Commission looming over it hunting for special quirks in a way that almost rivaled All for One. Toshinori had wasted no time in contacting his old friend. Island was outside of the HPSC's jurisdiction, and David was someone that could be trusted to keep Eri safe from people who would blatantly take advantage of her. They managed to keep information involving her quirk quiet long enough for the adoption to be finalized. Island would be good for Eri. Quirks didn't matter nearly as much there. She could grow up loved in an environment where others wouldn't be afraid of her or push her in any given direction thanks to the quirk she was born with. He paused as he reached the final picture. Melissa was showing Eri something in her lab, and Eri was enthralled. There was a look of awe on her face that made him smile. Melissa would be a good big sister. She'd clearly already taken up the role with honor. It was a good reminder that it wasn't all bad. There was still plenty of good in the world. It was exactly what he needed right now. He sent off a quick reply thanking Toshinori for the pictures before he shut his phone off and let it fall beside his pillow. He would have to ask if he could visit during breaks or something. Toshinori was another person who had been occupying his mind lately. He got lucky during that final battle. If Tenko hadn't agreed to his plan, All for One very well may have killed Toshinori that day. The fight had barely been over for a minute before he lost his grip on what he had left of One for All and powered down in the middle of the battlefield. Every single pro-hero present was basically slapped with non-disclosure agreements thanks to Nedzu. It could have been so much worse if there were reporters present. None of those vultures would be able to resist a story involving All Might's true identity. Thanks to all the evacuation proceedings, there was no one left to see that, and Toshinori would be able to retire, for real this time, with his privacy intact. He had seemed off for several days after the fight. Something All for One said must have gotten to him. Izuku wasn't sure what, but he wasn't about to overstep and push. It seemed to resolve when Toshinori had finally sat down to speak with Tenko one-on-one. That talk lasted several hours, from what he had heard. Whatever was said in that meeting ended with the both of them in better spirits. That talk had done them both a lot of good. For one, Toshinori wasn't constantly dancing around things that he needed to get off his chest, and Tenko seemed like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Whatever burden they had been carrying involving each other had finally been resolved. And Tenko seemed like a new person in general. They had only managed to make time to talk for a few minutes, but it was nice seeing him so happy. He was even more so when decay was once again off his hands. Overall, he looked healthier. Decay had taken its toll on him in the short amount of time that he had it, but he still looked as if he had finally slept. Finally gotten a good night of sleep without interruption. Not that Izuku could blame him. He'd been sleeping easier knowing that All for One was no longer looming over him like the dark cloud he was. But that was just one more thing that was troubling him in the long run. I should feel guilty, he whispered. His second session with Hound Dog since he had been rescued, and it was finally hitting him. Everything he had done the day that the mission took place was constantly playing in the back of his mind, over and over and over again. Hound Dog hurt him. He knows he did. He was just waiting for Izuku to clarify for him. I killed a man. I should feel guilty, but I don't. He wasn't sure exactly how he felt at the moment, but the lump in his throat was making it hard to talk and harder to avoid the tears he knew were coming. Everything was hitting him all at once. He supposed he should be glad it decided to hit him right in the middle of his therapy session. I don't remember reading that you killed someone in the police report, Hound Dog said. His voice was light, almost matter of fact. I'm the one that came up with the plan to kill All for One. Isn't that the same thing? Not quite. But that's also not the issue here, is it? The issue is that you don't feel guilty and you believe that your lack of guilt somehow makes you just as much of a monster as All for One. Let me know when I'm getting warm. Doesn't it? Doesn't it prove everyone that told me I was nothing more than a villain in the making right? Iyama, I cannot for the life of me think of a single person who is going to crucify you for not feeling bad that the person who repeatedly hurt you and the people you love is dead. Izuku cracked a smile at that one. You've not spent that much time online, have you? There are plenty of people out there that would crucify me for that. Hound Dog sighed. This isn't the first discussion we've had over your guilt for not feeling things the way you think you are supposed to feel them. We had almost the same discussion over Bakugo Katsuki's expulsion from Yui. This time it was Izuku's turn to sigh. He knew this. He knew that the same rules applied here as well. Do you remember what I told you before? Not quite, word for word, just the gist of it. Well, let me refresh your memory. Though I will make adjustments to my statement considering the change of circumstance. There is nothing wrong with what you are feeling. You feel relieved that All for One can no longer hurt you. That is a perfectly reasonable response, and I can guarantee that you are not the only one who feels this way. All for One hurt many people, and he would have continued to do so. He would have continued to hurt you. You are well within your rights to be glad that he is gone. Another thing that had been running through his head. If nothing else, Hound Dog definitely made him think. He was happy that All for One was gone. Otherwise he would not have stopped hurting him, hurting the people he cared about. None of it mattered to that monster as long as he got what he wanted in the end. The world would not miss him, except maybe Dr. Garaki Kyudai, but he was batshit crazy so he didn't count. A knock on the door, followed by the sound of it opening, drew him from his thoughts. He lifted his head from his pillow as much as he dared. Still unwilling to disturb the sleeping kiddies piled onto him, and was met with the mismatched hair and eyes of his closest friend and crush. Shadow, he whispered, a smile coming to his face. He hadn't been able to spend much time with his friends lately, but with things finally slowing down, he would hopefully have that time soon. Hello, Izuku. I was sent to keep you occupied for a few hours, but it looks like that's already taken care of. The small smile on Shadow's face made his heart warm. Yeah, the cats beat you to it. He paused as he finally processed what Shadow actually said instead of staring at his too pretty face. Wait, why do you need to keep me occupied? Shadow strode further into the room, shutting the door behind him. The others are planning a group sleepover in the common room back at the dorms. They sent me in the hopes that I could distract you long enough to get the surprise ready. I don't think they believed I would tell you, but I wasn't sure if surprises were a great thing for you at the moment, Shadow admitted. He grinned in response. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone you spilled the beans. I'll make sure to put on my best surprised face. Glad you gave me a warning though. You're probably right about surprises not being a good idea yet. Shadow, Izuku, out of concern for his closest friend, finally made the sacrifice, sitting up and ignoring the indignant whines from the cats. What's wrong? The truth is, I've been wanting to talk to you about something that's been bothering me for quite some time now. Since you were kidnapped, actually. I just wasn't sure how to say it and I didn't want to push you so soon, but I don't think I can keep it to myself anymore. Well, that definitely didn't make him nervous. Not at all. No chance of that. It's all right, Shadow. Whatever you need to say, you can say it. You should never have to wait for me to feel better before you're comfortable talking to me. You're my closest friend. Let me be there for you, he said. Shadow smiled at that. It was faint and it didn't last long, but it was still there. Silence fell between them. Shadow was probably trying to put his words together before he spoke. When we were working together during the training exercise, I was comfortable. Actually, since you joined the class, I've gotten comfortable in ways that I never have before, ways that I never thought were possible, especially for me. But after working alongside you so much, I began to put my trust in you. I know that when you say something, when you declare it, it will get done one way or another. You have this way of making things happen and making people believe in you. I'm not sure what it is, but you're good at it. You're good at making the people around you feel strong. He paused, brows furrowing as he glared at the floor. I didn't feel very strong when you were kidnapped. His voice was barely a whisper. But in the otherwise silent room he may as well have been shouting. Wait, let me finish, please. Izuku pursed his lips but nodded. Nonetheless, he said he would listen. He wasn't going to go back on that now. Not when Shadow clearly needed someone. How long had he been bottling this up, letting it fester? When you were kidnapped, I didn't know what to do. You told me to trust you. There was never any question about that because you have had my trust for a long time now. That never changed. Nothing could ever change that. But I felt so useless. I know there was nothing I could have done, but it didn't stop me from feeling like this. I knew you had a plan. You wouldn't have done what you did without some kind of convoluted idea. But despite knowing that, I still felt horrible. I still wish that there was something more that I could have done to help. Instead, I was forced to sit on the sidelines and dwell on my fears. All I could do was sit back and let the person I care about most, the person I love the most, be taken right from under my nose. I couldn't even pull myself together long enough to think of a plan. Momo had to forcefully snap me out of it by threatening to ban me from whatever they chose to do. While I was sitting there feeling sorry for myself, everyone else was putting together a plan to help save you, with or without the teacher's approval. I've never felt so hopeless, so useless before in my life. Shadow's voice cracked almost violently as he tried and failed to hold back his tears. I don't even know what I'm expecting you to do about this. None of this is your problem, it's all me. Izuku couldn't take it anymore. He threw his legs over the side of his bed and strode across the room, taking Shadow's hands in his own and squeezing. He was almost on the verge of tears himself. Shadow, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I never noticed how much you were suffering. I never wanted you to feel like this, like you were useless. You could never be useless, not in a million years. I'm glad you came to me. I don't know how to make things 100% better again. I don't know if that's even possible or if it's too much of an ideal, but I will do everything I can to help you find the help you need. I'll do whatever it takes and I will be by your side the entire time. You're my best friend and I love you so much. Shadow practically yanked his hands out of Izuku's, something he almost definitely would have been hurt about if Shadow hadn't instead thrown his arms around him and practically buried his face in Izuku's shoulder. He didn't waste any time, responding in kind and just letting him cry it out. He may have shed quite a few of his own tears, but in the end it was something that they both clearly needed. Anything else could wait. The world would still be there when they calmed down. It wasn't going anywhere. Shadow felt as if he was about to melt in his seat. This was probably the most content that he had felt in ages, but now that everything had finally settled down, he had some time to relax. Class 1 apparently had similar ideas. They were probably sick and tired of the constant running around more so than anyone else. They didn't have years of experience dealing with it like he and the rest of UUI's staff did. Most people wouldn't consider supervising a sleepover fun. And to be honest, he didn't either, but he sure as hell wasn't going to deny them. It may not have been his idea of fun, but being able to watch his kids finally distress from the entire mess that they shouldn't have had to deal with in the first place was practically a blessing. He really needed to see them just be kids. A few of them boldly declared that they would be up till midnight, much to Tenya's chagrin, but their exhaustion finally caught up to them and hit them like a bullet train. They didn't even make it to 9, let alone midnight. If he wasn't afraid of waking them, he probably would have laughed out loud. They needed the sleep though, so he settled for a smile. He'd let them have this weekend for themselves. They needed it. He already talked to Nedzu and put all extra training sessions on hold. It wasn't the day off of campus that he initially had planned to get them to unwind, but it was just as good for now. Of course, watching his husband meticulously tuck in the pile of kids in the common room was definitely contributing to his content mood. He's pretty sure he fell in love with that man all over again when he kissed their son's forehead before snapping a picture and joining him in the kitchen. Hazashi took the empty seat beside him and Shadow let his head loll over to rest on his husband's shoulder, getting a quiet, breathy laugh in return. He opened the gallery on his phone and slid it over so Shadow could see. Izuku and Todoroki were curled around each other so closely, like they were afraid someone would try and separate them the moment they closed their eyes. It was stupidly cute. I'm glad things are finally settling down, Hazashi whispered. You and me both. Now that Nedzu has stopped the effing hero commission from butting in every 5 minutes to demand more from our kid, it's like a switch flipped in all of them. It's almost like they feed off each other's energy. When one of them is agitated, all of them are. I can't say I'm surprised at that after the year they've had so far, but it's still a pretty shocking sight. Never in all my years of teaching, or my years as a student, have I seen an entire class of students so close to one another. It will do them well in the future. Being able to trust and rely on the people you're fighting alongside will serve them all. I sort of wish that every class had this kind of bond. Only without the obvious traumatic triggers. It would certainly make heroics a more bearable field if people were more willing to work together. Tell me about it. Everyone is so focused on competition and who's better in pitting people against one another that I think they forget we're all on the same side. We're all supposed to be working toward a common goal. It certainly would have made most missions in my career a hell of a lot easier if some people would have stepped down from their high horse and tried this magical thing called cooperation. Shouta pressed a kiss to his beautiful husband's face, stopping him from spiraling into the age-old rant about certain pro-heroes with egos the size of Jupiter. Hisashi almost deflated, sending him an apologetic smile. Sorry, my love. They sat together basking in each other's presence while they could. Shouta almost wanted to say that they sat in silence, but the snores coming from the common room nixed that thought pretty quickly. It was only several minutes later that he remembered something, the smile fading from his face. Hey, Zashi. Did you happen to get a text from a certain detective we're both well acquainted with earlier? Sukachi. He called actually, but how'd you know? I got one too. I wasn't sure if you had or not, but now it's got me wondering what this is all about. Do you think he found something new involving Izuku? Hisashi shook his head. No, at least I don't think so. He mentioned something about Kurogiri on the phone but wouldn't explain any further when I asked. The only thing he mentioned was that he pretty much turned himself in sometime after the raid. Shouta found himself relaxing at that. With any luck, he wouldn't have to drag Izuku back into this mess when he was finally able to relax and be a kid for a little while. I guess we'll see tomorrow then. Tomorrow. No more worrying aloud today. Snoring descended upon them once again. It was almost enough to lull him to sleep, and Hisashi's hand buried in his hair was definitely helping the process along. Zashi, he mumbled. What is it, love? Hisashi asked, a fondness in his voice that made Shouta's heart flutter. I'm really glad you stuck with me for so long. I don't know what I would do without you by my side. Don't know what I'd do without Izuku either. It almost feels like it's been the three of us forever. I know what you mean, Shu. I can't imagine life any different than it is now. I love you both so much. I love you too, Zashi. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.